Hello! Hey! Hi! Hello there. What is up? How's it going? Happy Thursday. What's up? What's up? What's up? I hope you are all doing great today. Hi George, hi Flamethrower, hi Malleus, hi Just Some Old Guy, Mad Boy, Mutopian, Sparkmaster, Lisa Del, Undeserved Capybara, and Lepora. Hello everyone! And also Ben! I hope you enjoy your lurk. I was just looking through all of my rewards. My words are hard. Reward requests. Whew! Reward requests. Lurking, hi bye. Hello, goodbye. Hello, goodbye. Hello! Not goodbye. Unless I have another sneezing attack because I, minutes before the stream, had a sneezy attack. But I think I'm okay. Allergies are just fighting me in full force. You see me. Yeah, you do. Hi. What's up, everybody? I really wanted to stream yesterday, but it didn't happen. You know what I did instead yesterday? I installed Windows 11 on my computer. My brand new computer. And it took literally all day. The whole day. I'm sad to report. That's all I managed to do. George got first today. Malleus redeemed stream arrival and hydrate and lurker hello. Enjoy your lurk, Malleus. Lepora redeemed posture check, stream arrival, wrist stretch, and hydrate. Double the hydrate. You got it. That's one. There's electrolyte sauce in here, so it's kind of flavorful. That's two. All the self-care things. Yeah, right? I know. We're gonna need a wrist stretch. You still have to install Windows 11, though tempted to go full Linux. I am too. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am also very tempted to go full Linux. However, given the nature of the stream stuff, I don't know that necessarily can. So my plan is to at least get things working on Windows 11, and then maybe I can dual boot with Linux. We'll see. I can just try everything on Linux and see if it works. We can do some test streams. That was a good stretch. I forgot to stretch this morning. But seriously, installing Windows took the whole day. I was hoping that today I would be able to stream from my new PC, but I did not get that far. I will tell you about it, alright? The first thing that happened was trying to just get the Windows image on a flash drive. That took a minute. Like 2.5 hours just to get the image onto a flash drive. So if you are trying to install Windows, or at least just put the image on a flash drive, don't use an SD card reader flash drive. You have to use like one of these, like a real flash drive. It doesn't work on the micro SD card flash drive reader thingies. You think it might? It pretends like it's going to work, but it didn't. So the first thing that happened, what about floppies? It has to be a DVD or a flash drive. I don't think they use floppies anymore. I don't think there's enough space. You have to have at least 8 gigs of space. The first problem I encountered was Solentre gave me a flash drive that had a Linux image on it. Do they even use DVDs anymore? Yeah, you can use a DVD. Or I guess a disc. Not so much a DVD, but yeah. Hi Yaksha! Hello, welcome in. So the first problem I encountered was Solentre gave me a flash drive. And I was trying to do this he had like non-stop meetings yesterday, so I was just like, where are the flash drives? I had to wait and wait and wait for him just to hand me one. And so for like 2.5 hours I was messing around with this thing. It had the Linux image on it, and I had to format the flash drive because Windows was upset that it had Linux on it, and then that took forever, you know, for reasons. And then I went to put the Windows image on the flash drive and it corrupted it. Just fully corrupted the flash drive. Hi, Thought Admiral. Hello. So I got to feel like a bit of a hacker yesterday because I got to go into the command prompt and like actually format the flash drive through command prompt. Like, it's been a really long time since I had to do anything like that. Like go into, I forget the commands, but it's super easy. Like super duper easy to do via command prompt. But I couldn't even format it through the Windows GUI. Like I had to format it through the command prompt, which was kind of awkward. And then the third attempt to put Windows on the computer, on the flash drive, finally worked. That took 2.5 hours just to get the stupid Windows 11 installation media on the flash drive. So then I put it into the new computer. And the new computer is like, bro, there's no drivers. There are no drivers here. I don't know what you want me to do. Like, you need to install some drivers. And so I was very confused. Like, what do you mean there are no drivers? So then I installed the installation media for the 4th time, which isn't fast, okay? It takes like 20-30 minutes per download. Or per, like, setup. So by like 3 hours, I finally found myself like deep on a Microsoft forum about like, why does, oh, by the way, I plugged it back in, it still wouldn't work. So 3 hours later, I found myself deep on a Microsoft forum, like, why does Windows 11 insist I have no drivers? And the technician, the Windows technician person was just like, you might have to send your CPU back for RMA. She's like, no, that's not the solution I want to hear. Well, finally, a bunch of other people chimed in, just like, try a different flash drive. Try a different flash drive. It wouldn't let me just write the image without erasing it. No. And then once it erased itself, it didn't even recognize the flash drive at all. It just turned it into like a RAW format or something. Like the volume wasn't like an NTFS or FAT or anything. It was just RAW. Just like a RAW volume. Hi, Mom. Welcome in. Hello. And hi, Thought Admiral. Going on holiday soon? Yeah. Yes, next Friday. And I don't remember what time my flight is. I think I'm not streaming on Friday either. I need to confirm that. I think that I set the bot reminder message thingy with that in mind, like my Friday flight. I'm pretty sure I'm flying on Friday. So I'll have to confirm that. But yeah, going on holiday. So for the last week of January, basically, I won't be here. Going somewhere warm? Nope, I'm going somewhere colder. I'm going to the East Coast. And I'm worried that I don't have warm enough clothes, actually. What brand USB stick was it? I don't know. It was like a teeny little thing, but it was a USB stick that has a micro SD card reader in it. So in and of itself, it doesn't have any memory. You put the little card in and insert that into the computer. And I didn't realize that that's what it was for like 2 hours. Until after pulling the drive out of the computers over and over again, eventually the little micro SD card fell out. And then I was just like, oh, that's probably the problem. So then finally Sunshine got off another meeting and I was able to get like a real thumb drive. And that worked instantly after like 30 minutes of installation. But instantly. Yeah, Windows was just like, yes, this works. So like 3.5 hours later, I finally got Windows. Oh, it's the song! Bring my skis. I know, it's been snowing like all over. It's the song without the words this time. This is just the instrumental version. So anyway, I finally got Windows to install. But then there was a whole thing where I didn't have internet. And you need internet. I say need with an asterisk, internet, in order to install Windows 11. You don't actually. You can command prompt your way around needing the internet to install Windows, which is good because my motherboard was lacking a driver. So the Ethernet wasn't working. Boop, boop. So it took me like another hour to just get through the Windows installation due to a lack of internet and having to circumvent that. Hi, Pale Rider! And hi, Pijo! Welcome in! Boop! So then I finally... Yes, finally got Windows installed, because it then took like 30 minutes to 45 minutes to install Windows. So at this point, we're like close to 5 hours. Windows installed, turned on, and then I spent like probably 2.5 hours going through privacy settings. So I actually found 3 sources. If anyone's curious, I'll post them in Discord like right now. I found 3 sources in order to lock down Windows through group policy settings, which you do have to have Windows Pro or higher in order to use group policy settings. Okay, I'm popping it in stream chat. Locking down Windows 11 privacy. So the first thing I'm posting is group policy settings. Need Pro or higher. And then the other 2 are a combination of just Windows settings and registry settings. And one other thing. Group policy, registry settings, and something else. Hold on, let me format these. So they're not so ugly to try and read. Delete. And yeah, turns out Windows has like a lot of... Okay, I still messed that up. A lot of telemetry and things. There you go. Okay, posted it in stream chat, in Discord. Discord. Hi, Zangief! And hi there, Psycho! GPU is a dangerous place to stay. What is GPU? You booped yourself! And hi, Alistair! Welcome in! Registry editor is much more fun. Oh, group policy! Group policy settings. You are welcome. Yeah, so I spent a few hours going through all of that. And what's good about my Ethernet driver having been completely missing is that Windows never even hit the internet before I went through the group policy settings and all the Windows settings and turned off all of its, well, everything that I could turn off. You need like enterprise level Windows to be able to completely disable all of their telemetry. But Windows never even touched the internet before I disabled all this stuff. I felt like such a power user, just like, Windows, you'll never have my information. It can be a nightmare in networks. Oh, doesn't surprise me at all. Windows 0, just 1. And then as soon as I installed the Ethernet driver, my computer sounded like it was taking off, like it was gearing up to take off for a flight. And then like the screen turned off a whole bunch, and who knows what Windows was doing. Windows was taking over. Microsoft is like, oh, we have access now. Was I worried about malware being installed or Microsoft itself? Microsoft itself! Have you, like, I don't know if you're in the Discord, Zangief. I posted some, like 3 links in the stream chat channel. And if you just even look through it, you can see just the extent to which Windows is all up in your business. And some people don't care about that. I, for one, do. I want my privacy to be respected, and Windows does not respect privacy. Hello, Jolly. And hi, Ella. Psycho just posted a link. Is it a third-party linky thing to get rid of all the stuff on Windows? You can do that too. If you don't give Microsoft your data, how will they sell it? Speaking of Microsoft selling stuff, I didn't have to pay for my key. Do they give you like a 30-day window before they make you pay for the copy? I just downloaded the ISO. Well, not quite the ISO, but I downloaded the image and expected the first thing they did once I hit the internet to be like, give us your money. But no, it's just like, There must be a trial period. You just upgraded from Windows 10. You don't want Microsoft having your data, so I would say take a peek at those links. Some of them you might want to like back up your computer before you start editing things, like group policy settings if you have the ability to edit those, or like start messing with your registry. You might just want to back it up, but at least Windows 10 they just put a watermark if you don't pay for it. I don't really want a watermark either. How often do I do community nights? We used to, like a few years ago, and then I stopped, and then it never came back. So never. Hi Cody, welcome in. If you have a previous install of Windows, you can pull your license out of the registry and feed it to Windows 11 activation, and it'll go away. This computer has never had any sort of operating system on it. This was a brand new fresh build that I did, and chat, I knock on wood. I'm literally knocking on wood because I don't want to jinx it. I made the camera shake. I haven't encountered any serious issues yet, which I'm just surprised about. I have a curse. Like, me as a person, I'm cursed, okay? Like, whenever I do anything with tech, something always goes wrong. And so far, it's just been smooth sailing. Like, I put the computer together by myself, no problems. I've been like trying to ask Solentre for the least amount of help possible. Because I really want to just like say I did it myself. So I built the whole computer by myself. I got it to like to post and hit the BIOS mostly by myself. He's been like chiming in here and there with some things, but for the most part, it's been like 90%, 95% all on my own. And then I installed Windows. And I did all these like registry and group policy and something or other settings, and like it's just been fine. Everything's been fine. It's just working. I did all the research for my parts too, all on my own. Huzzah! Look over! Hi Ben, welcome back. Is an IT professional or dark secret is tech. Tech is hard as hell for everyone. You just beat your head against it until it works. I thought about getting into IT when I was younger. Like, I did a lot of classes and training for it. But I always encountered so many issues. Like, I had teachers tell me that my rate of problems occurring, and like completely unusual problems, like things that they had never even seen before, happening to me was just like really just unusually high. And it was all very discouraging. Like, if this is gonna be my job forever, where everything is always wrong, I don't want to do this. So, I don't know. A lot of this is like very reminiscent for me of the old days. Like, it's been a long time since I've had to set up a computer like this. It would be an awesome analyst or QA. That aura is perfect for breaking pre-prod. I've heard that before. I have been told to get into QA because of the problem. You have the opposite experience with tech. People will call you over for help and things magically start working. Just like Solentre. Solentre's got like a magic touch. There have been multiple times where things are just like stupidly broken for me and he comes over and just like literally just touches the computer and it works. Like, I'm serious. It's happened before. He just touches it. And just like, whoop, problem solved. Hi, Gooit. You've done that so many times, it's suspicious. It is, right? It is. I feel like there's something I wanted to say. I have this like scratchy feeling in the back of my brain that I had something I wanted to say. So anyway, it took me about 8 hours. 8.5 to finally just get the computer to have Windows on it. I now have Windows 11, and I have a locked down, more privacy-focused, privacy-centered, privacy-centric Windows 11 experience. And that is all. Well, that's not true. I also got it hooked up to my NAS, and I got SyncThing running on it, and Proton Pass. That's what I did. I got the password manager. I got SyncThing, which is a service that lets you sync things basically without having to hit a cloud. You can sync files between devices like phones and computers over your local network. And yeah, it's on the network. It's on the NAS. So basically now I just have to put stuff on it. I gotta put OBS and things, and then I can switch computers. And then I can start messing with this one, the one I'm currently streaming from. I need to replace the motherboard. And that's gonna be a whole other thing because I don't know how to get the Windows key off of it or whatever. I'm not sure. That's gonna be a new learning experience for me. I'm trying to figure out how to swap motherboards. You don't. No, you can somehow. I might actually just bound to the motherboard. I don't know. I'm gonna mess with it. I also kind of want to do a fresh reinstall of Windows on this one. Just a whole new one. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000%. I wonder what Slendre is 100,000%ing at. At the QA thing? Me being in QA? Also, hi Slendre. Hi Invisible Man! Friend called you over to fix their PC and it magically is working. The anti-Bogan field all IT guys are given them when they hit intermediate status. 10 years of doing tech support. You sure hope the machines fear you. It's time to hit intermediate or veteran status. Time to level up then. Back in your day, you had to install Windows using multiple floppies. I remember those days. I remember that. Oh, the dark secret is you beat your head until it works. Slender does have a hard head. He's pretty stubborn. So chat, today we're playing Wildermyth. We're playing Wildermyth with Alana, Orama, and Juice. Juice is TV. And we should be starting, I think, in like 20-ish minutes. So once we start going with that, I expect maybe 10 to 20 minutes of tech problems. Because we're using Stream Together today. And we're using Stream Together today. I think that should probably explain it all. That's Twitch's built-in multi-streaming platform thingy. So we get to use shared chat again today, and I think we get to try out shared viewership, which I'm pretty excited about. Shared viewership is a new feature where all the streams that take part in the co-stream, all their individual viewership counts towards the big pool. So rather than saying like, I'm live with X viewers and Alana's live with Y viewers and Juice has Z viewers, we have X plus Y plus Z viewers together. I'm kind of interested to look at the statistics because I still think that Twitch will save the stream with your individual metrics. But I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited about it. Time to level up right into obsolescence due to AI. Yeah, the day has come. Not for obsolescence due to AI, but the day for Wildermyth. We were supposed to play this about a month ago, and there were some family emergencies and things, and we had a last-second cancellation of Wildermyth, but the day has come. We are playing Wildermyth today for reals. You got new glasses, and clearly you left it for too long. You forgot reality had a crisp HD definition. Which dish? I also don't know if I need new glasses, but I do need to get my glasses tightened again. They're very loose on my head. Very loose. And they're always crooked. I think my ears are crooked. Every time I get my glasses tightened, when they adjust them so they're straight on my face, they're not straight when you set them down. They're very crooked. I think I have very crooked ears. The coating on one of your lenses is chipping off. Mine unfortunately aren't. Yours were so scratched. Mine are a little bit scratched. Wildermyth, let's go! Hi, rabbits! Yeah, we got Wildermyth today. This song is, like, extra hype. As a crooked ear haver, you feel the annoyance. Yeah, but every morning when I sit down and, like, look at my camera, just like, my glasses are crooked. And if I try to straighten it out, though, I feel like my whole world is sideways, so I just leave it. I think this side is lower than this side. Yeah, we're like basically having a dance party up in here. I've been doing it professionally in some shape or form since the mid-90s, so more than half of your life. Sometimes I think about IT and if I would have the heart to get into it. Like if tomorrow I had to get a job, like I had to quit streaming and get a job, like would I try IT? I don't know. I have experience, but like it's old experience. It's pretty. Speaking of obsolescence, I think my experience is probably obsolete at this point. It's all patience. Yeah, that's what I worry about because I don't really have a lot of that. I was very frustrated yesterday with Windows not working. And then I was trying to get Sluntoy to help me with the Ethernet thing because I didn't have Ethernet. And I couldn't tell if it was because it was something on the network or if it was a switch. And I was like, Sluntoy, I need you to help me. I can't do this on my own because I don't know what the heck's up with the switch. And he's like, okay, hold on. Just give me a few minutes. And I just like sat there like, it's been a minute. It's been 2 minutes. It's been 3. And then I went and like huffed, crossed my arms and stood in the doorway just like, can you help me yet? Can you please just look at the network graph and tell me what's wrong? Is it the computer or is it the network? So I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Also knowing how to find obscure forum posts. Well, I think I'm pretty good at that. That's how I found out that I needed a different flash drive. I did not need to RMA the CPU. The Windows tech person on that forum was trying to tell the person that like the issue was not with Windows, it was with their hardware. And the other person was like, I don't think it's my hardware, bro. I think it's Windows. And then finally, like 8 pages in, okay, it was like 4 pages in, they finally opened up the thread to the public, and it was just like a deluge of people being like, same problem, you just need to use a different flash drive. Even being in project management hasn't stopped you having to some sort of support back and forth. I don't know that I could do project management. I can't even manage myself. I think we all know that. Hi, Lemon Ducky! Why did you use that emote instead of Jazz Hi? You always use that one. I don't know. Maybe because the bot wave's back. Tell me, Doc, what's the diagnosis? Yeah, well, turns out it was a lack of Ethernet driver on the motherboard. It was kind of amazing though. Like I downloaded it, put it on the flash drive, swapped it over to the new computer, installed it, and within like 10 seconds had internet. I didn't even have to do anything crazy. I just told Windows. I already had the device manager open. I already had the Ethernet device open. All I had to do was hit like update driver and then point it to the flash drive, and it was just like boom, it had it. And then suddenly there was internet. It was kind of amazing. You need to get a bull poopometer. Be able to filter the bad tech advice out from the good. Mm-hmm. It seemed really silly that you'd have to RMA the CPU over something like that. Google foo, I think it is still the proper term, yeah. Pretty sure it waves with Jazz High. I think it does, yeah. Hi, Guppy! Welcome in. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the posture check. Thanks for the wrist stretch. And the hydration. Surely project management is just rimrolled though. But I don't manage my colonies well either. Project management is the bane of my existence. And it is very hard for me. In like every aspect. I seriously think if I just had like an assistant, just even like a part-time, someone to work for me for like 1 hour, just to tell me how to manage my time. I need like a time management coach. Just to look at my to-do list and then tell me how to approach things from top to bottom. And like logically I can do that. But then the ADHD gets in the way. And any sort of logical to-do list just goes out the window as soon as ADHD gets involved. So if I had somebody else to look at my to-do list and then give me a task, a list of tasks to take care of, then it's not me who's in charge, it's somebody else who's imposing like a deadline on me. And that works wonders. Herding cats would be easier some days. So one of my 2025 resolutions is to get my stuff in order. I owe the community a substantial amount of stuff. Still, I think most of you have forgotten about all the things I owe you. I haven't. And every day I think about it, and it doesn't help me get it done. So this is a 2025 resolution. You never forget. You probably have forgotten some stuff. It Takes Two! You'll never forget! Actually, I wanted to play It Takes Two over the holidays because Salentre had the day off. He had a couple days off, but he wanted to play Path of Exile. I tried. Like, this would be perfect because you have a day off while I'm streaming. But he was just like, nah, I'm gonna play Path of Exile. Okay, bye. Hi, Tim Tarley! Welcome in! Hello. Maybe I can play It Takes Two with a streamer friend instead. You think LLM will struggle with any rare issues? Oh, I think so. For sure. Although it has been pretty interesting. I wasn't using the Google AI to solve the problem, but when I was looking up some issues yesterday, like DuckDuckGo has their own like AI problem solver thingy, like when you type into the search box, and it actually was giving me some helpful stuff. Like the correct solutions to some of my problems. Still waiting for Jess and Cell to log into PoE 2 at the same time. I haven't logged in at all. I was going to, but then I tried Project Zomboid, and I'm like obsessed. I can't help it. I'm just obsessed with Project Zomboid. I'm obsessed. And I don't understand. It seems like just a game that I wouldn't become obsessed with. But here I am. Oh, is Alana on a break? Am I supposed to be paying attention to Discord right now? Yeah. Yes. People have been talking to me in Discord. Hello, Antique Raven. Welcome in. You're losing sleep to PoE. It happens. Okay. Hi, Crocodilita. Wow, chat, you're trying to keep me so hydrated. The problem with AI, it's never going to give you the right stuff. Isn't that it's never going to give you the right stuff, that you can't guarantee that whatever it's saying is true. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. The AI summaries that have been happening in the browsers, at least it links its sources. So like it will tell you where it's getting the info from. which I have found useful before because I didn't want to take it at face value, right? Like, I don't know that I trust what you're saying, but I will follow the source that you linked and read about it there. Yeah, you scroll down to the source. That's pretty much what I've been doing too. Like, the source roundup is useful, I guess. The sources might also be AI. Dun, dun, dun. I hadn't thought about that. That's a good point. At least with like medical stuff, if you're looking at medical stuff, the sources at least say reviewed by a human. It will say like reviewed by a doctor or a panel or something, which is helpful. Better than the human response of Google it or the human response of replace your CPU. Yeah, that seemed like a ridiculous response. So the issue was that when I was trying to install Windows off of the flash drive, it was giving me an error that it couldn't find any drivers. And I looked up the issue on the Windows forum, and the Windows tech person was just reviewing like screenshots and all the info this person was posting and just like, I think you're gonna have to RMA your CPU. It sounds like a problem with AMD, not with Windows. In the end, it was as simple as needing a new flash drive. And I can't believe that the tech person didn't suggest trying a different flash drive. That's like Tech 101. Try unplugging and replugging it, and then if that doesn't work, swap it out. Yeah, same Crocodilita, same. Okay, chat, I'm trying to pay attention. I'm trying to pay attention to Discord and also read chat at the same time. There's like tech discussion on how to set up stream together happening at the same time as tech discussion in chat. I just got a thing from Twitch about apply for the front page as a Twitch partner. Is this something that I already know, or is this new? You saw someone who made a search of a file format and concluded that 8 of the 10 results on each search engine was AI generated, including all sources cited by the AI summary. The only prominent non-AI result was Wikipedia. Oh, Wikipedia, how I love you. I love Wikipedia. And I still remember, I was in grade school, like, during the rise of Wikipedia, and all my teachers hated it. Like, you can't use Wikipedia as a source. What you can do is use Wikipedia to find sources, but you can't use it as a source in and of itself. And that went on for years. And how ironic now that Wikipedia itself is probably more accurate than generally the internet sometimes. Hi, Petricorpse. It does make sense. I get it. I understood then. But just the irony of it. That nowadays, like, I would trust Wikipedia as a source at a glance than regular old web pages at a glance. How to set up Stream Together. First, let's talk about what Stream Together is and how it can help you. I do have a help article from Twitch about how to use Stream Together. And hi, Mr. Puppy. You got the day off because of Carter dying, and you woke up at 6 and laid back down at 8 and just woke up. You got the day off because of Carter dying? Didn't that happen a few days ago? I feel like that was just a few days ago, or like a week ago or something. But that's cool. That's cool they gave you the day off. You're looking forward to the co-op? Me too! I haven't played Wildermyth in, gosh, like 4 years. And it's been a while. 3.5? But he downloaded Wikipedia. I think Slentry did too. Wait, you're using Google? Was I not born with infinite knowledge? Clearly I wasn't. If I was born with infinite knowledge, I wouldn't have to watch hundreds of movies in order to catch up. I took a course in school about finding information online, and Wikipedia was a valid source, so 100% of the class was copying and pasting from Wikipedia. I remember, for me, I was in the transition. Like my age group was generally in the transition between the before internet times and the internet times. That was my age group, like solidly plastered right in the middle between the before times and the after times. And so my school experience was largely affected by the transition from analog to digital in like every sense. And it's just so interesting to see like, where things have come compared to all the restrictions that were placed on us at the time. Like everyone talks about the calculator thing, like you don't have a calculator in your pocket, so you won't have a calculator in your pocket all the times, so you have to know how to do all these formulas by in your head, by memory. And now we have literal computers in our pockets. Everyone talks about that one, but there was a whole bunch of things, like the Wikipedia thing, the internet thing, obviously just the internet thing. You just use your pocket supercomputer. Now is the transition from writing your own stuff to letting AI do it. That must be a huge headache for teachers. Like I can't even imagine. Hi, King Pun. It changed gaming forever too. Yeah. I mean, in so many different ways. It was really interesting, like being a kid of the early 90s and like going through the transition through like the late 90s and early 2000s. And just being around for all the change. Everyone will be talking like GPT. It's gonna be weird. It's already weird. You wasted so much money on your abacus. Ah, jeez. Okay, I'm just patiently waiting on like an update for what's happening with this co-op stream. Oh. But it's in your... Need a snipping tool. Snip, 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 snippy tool. Turns out Alana Orama invited me to collaborate 9 minutes ago, and I just... That was me, sorry. I didn't even get a ping about it. Like, Twitch didn't even tell me. No ping was had. You're a mid-80s baby? That must have been even weirder. You're awake! No, sorry, that was me. I actually muted, oops, all my Windows sounds like that, and then of course it unmuted it. Industry lore says that Texas Instruments made a pocket calculator as a tech demo for integrated circuits. They shipped it to the military, and the people they showed it to didn't understand the significance, so they didn't care about it. Really? Alright, I'm getting started. I don't know what I'm doing, chat.
Particle physics, aka ramblings of a lunatic.
Mara Menace, hello! Hello! Thank you so much for the tier 3 sub and the 27-month streak! Thank you for the tier 3 sub, keeping that up and keeping supporting the channel for 27 months. It's absolutely incredible. I really, really appreciate you and welcome back. Look, the bottle says 6. I have fixed it, it says 6 points. Because a tier 3 sub is worth 6 sub points. Isn't that so exciting? And it's also fresh that Windows hasn't been disabled. This is still the old install. I didn't finish setting up the new computer, but... Notify my followers I'm going live as a guest on Alana's stream. Sure. Followers, I'm going live on Alana's stream. Okay, streamer. Noted. Yeah, the Alana. The Alana. Alana, can you hear me? Alana, can you see me? I don't actually know if she can hear me or not. I just gave Stream Together access to my microphone. And then, okay, there's a way to set up my camera in Stream Together. Start. Virtual camera. Okay. I need the instructions. How to use Stream Together. You heard her? I heard her too. Alana's great. Showing the call on your stream. This is gonna be a whole thing. We're about to have like 30 minutes of tech troubleshooting right here. Camera settings. Ooh, it worked. I think it worked. Okay. I think it's working. Hi, TX.
Can you hear me now? How about now? Oh wait, now? Or now? How about now?
It's like those old commercials. Can you hear me now? How about now? Thank you for the 100 bits, TX. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're definitely doing this live. We are absolutely doing this live. Okay, hold on. What's going on in Alana's stream? Oh, I'm on Alana's stream! I didn't even realize I was on Alana's stream this whole time. Although, wait, I don't have a green screen. Okay, so I applied. I don't know how to fix this. I came across a video of a cursed commercial from the 2010s. You dig it up and share it. How would you even test it ahead of time? That's the thing. I don't think you can. I can hear Juice. I can hear Juice typing. Can you all hear Juice typing? Yep. Clack, clack.
Oh, the new monitor is dirty. Get the Windex.
Oh my goodness. Chat, you have to do this right now while I'm trying to do tech setup? You are splitting my attention. Thank you for the 100 bits and cleaning the monitors with Windex. Thank you, Spark. Much appreciated. Okay, Juice is saying to turn off my filters. Hold on, we're gonna switch scenes. Not this scene, my bad, this scene. We're gonna switch scenes. And Juice says turn off my filters in OBS. Okay, hold on. Turn off my camera filters. Boom. Okay, turn off my filter. And then I need to figure out how to get their sources captured using... Where did Stream Together go? Okay. Copy guest slot 1. Whoops. Link. I misclicked. Okay, we're back.
Chenga, 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 choo choo.
Alana! It's Alana!
Oh no, the green is bleeding into IRL.
Wait, but... She's green without me having to apply the green screen filter. But now, wait, now I don't have a green screen filter. Guppy, thank you for the 100 bits! Now I don't have a green screen filter. I am confused. How did Alana show up without... Hold on. Chat, I'm so confused right now. Browser sources. Who's guest 2? Who am I? Okay, it just says guest 1 or guest 2. Okay, we're just gonna drop a source in here and see what happens. This might be Juice. It might not be Juice. It might be me. It's Alana. Alana's the host, Twitch! Browser sources. Guest 1? I'm so confused. Boop. Oh, it's a shared chat! Now what happened? Now I have no source. Are they in a call together? What's happening? Boop. They are. Boop.
I'll come over there.
Okay.
Hello? Boop. Oh, they left. Where'd they go? They hung up the call. I don't know where they went. Where'd they go? I don't think. Chat, I'm so confused. I'm so overwhelmed. Boop. Okay, let me try something else. Boop. I can... Okay, hold on. I see this. So let me turn off this, that was that.
Level
You're
2.
my vassal. My vassal. Everybody's my vassal.
What size is it supposed to be put into? Flamethrower, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Chat, I'm so overwhelmed. I'm so overwhelmed right now. This is like breaking my brain. You know that I can't think about all this at once. I think they have it figured out. And I'm just like struggling over here. I don't...
Don't show them. Don't show them the walls.
Hello?
It'll be fine. Take a break, Juice. Juice, you haven't taken a break? Take a break.
I just started.
Oh.
Boop.
I'm moving. Now we're on air.
Hello?
I'm gonna lurk in your stream because that's the nice
You
thing
don't
to
need
do
to,
for
though.
friends.
Can you
Because
all
now
hear
All of
me?
our numbers are the same. Remember?
They can't hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
We just heard you.
I'm screaming at you all. I cannot figure this out.
I can walk you through it. It's gonna
Okay,
be.
let's look. Yeah, Juice, walk her through. I'll be quiet for once.
I'm just so confused, and chat is like doing stuff and making...
Yeah, chat's always a dick. I get it.
How did you all figure... How do you not have chroma keys? Or, no, how do I fix my chroma key? Also, why do your cameras look so scuffed on my stream? You've like formed in stream together a camera blob, and I can't grab individual sources anymore.
Okay, real quick. Let's take this one at a time.
And
So you click on the... So go to the collab screen, the whatever, stream together, and click on the little hamburger buttons if you haven't already to grab our copy guest slot links. So like,
oh my
next to-
gosh, thank you. It
Yeah,
moved.
and
Like,
then
I don't know what happened, but... Okay, let me try that. Oh my gosh. No, but it turned... Why is Alana humongous now?
I mean, that's not a nice thing.
Scary, Lana?
Okay.
I would be scared of a giant unicorn.
Okay.
So then, once
Chat
you
is
have us
definitely
in,
not
you should
doing
see us with your
shenanigans.
green screens
Don't
as
worry
browser
about it,
sources
Lime
in OBS.
smile.
Oh my gosh, Juice, I can't hear you. Over TTS, I can't hear you.
We need a glass of just
It's
ice.
okay.
I'm like low-key having like anxiety right now, just...
It's kind of a lot to throw at you right before stream.
Yeah.
You can take your time. I'm just happy to be in your company.
Oh.
I'm gonna need you to hurry the F up.
I like how Juice is huge and I'm little.
Okay,
Oh wait, now we're the same. Okay.
You are... Look at your size of where your zoom is. You're gonna have to zoom in on yourself a little bit for me to make this work for you.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll just get closer.
Here,
Thank you for helping
I
me through
can-
this.
I can.
I'm ignoring chat right now. Now, how do I fix my camera? Because I turned off my filters so that you all could apply filters, but now I have no filter on my screen.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm
what
going to
I
war.
did was I have a second OBS open with, and that OBS is just doing virtual camera. So for you, if you're gonna do it the way that you're doing it, you're also gonna have to copy your own link and then put it in as a browser.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Can do this. But that means I'm gonna have to add a new source.
Jess evil, she's
Correct, yeah.
ignoring us. Chat, we can get up to no
This is
good.
better, Ilana. Orama.
Yeah, that looks
I
great.
zoomed in
Except
on you.
I'm sorry that my camera is not optimal.
No, you just have it. Yours is just different. It's not optimal or not optimal. Me and Jess are like, here's our faces, and you're like, here's my unicorn, and so the camera's angles are just different.
I mean,
This is-
honestly, to be fair, part of like this horn being where it is and the fact that I have a sit stand desk does make me like have to have a wider angle of my camera.
Yeah,
This
But
is
it's
not
not
When I
wrong.
working.
stand up, the horn gets cut off in half by my camera.
I need to. I got this. I'm just
Thank you
like,
for that.
I'm panicky and like forgetting how to do everything in OBS.
you're good. But
Ooh, many channel booping.
many channel booping. Sorry, I have been ignoring chat entirely until we get through this part.
Chaos control.
Ilana's gonna not ignore you, chat, on my behalf.
Oh, I'm really bad at paying attention to chat when
You're talking to them right now.
Boop.
I just said booping.
Boop, boop.
We're booping.
Okay, I can't. My camera's not working.
What do you mean?
I copied. There's so much booping. Oh my gosh. It's just like every time the boop happens, my train of thought is just like shattered. It's just like, this is
Pause
ADHD
the
overload.
boops, chat. Pause the boops.
This is ADHD overload. I'm copying my camera slot link, and then
Mhm.
nothing is happening. I'm
You're
posting it.
pasting it into a browser source?
Yes.
I mean, that's all I
Refresh.
did, and I see you.
It's doing nothing. Nothing is happening.
Okay, let me go to your stream so I can see what you see.
I'm clicking on me, copy my camera slot link, and I'm going into OBS into my browser source, and I'm pasting that link, and it's just not showing.
Maybe it's a different link
This
because
is
it's
my
your
actual
own.
camera.
So I'm gonna send you what I have for your link, and we'll make sure it's the same thing.
Okay.
Oh, that could work. That sounds smart. Should I open the game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ah. There we go. Yours worked.
Okay.
It probably has a lot of delay now, though.
It shouldn't be any different, I don't think.
I just applied a chroma key, and like my whole screen is like freaking out right now.
No, it looks okay. You just have to trim it. You know how to trim live with the alt.
Yeah, but is my screen like just not doing like a whole wave for everybody else?
No, you look totally normal, actually, from my perspective.
Okay. I'm trying to type 200.
I have been streaming for 4 years. I didn't know the alt thing.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. And so I always feel bad because I'm like, am I mansplaining or stream splaining to like a pro? You know what I mean?
But
But,
then
like,
it's also
so
one of
many
those
people
things that
don't
people
know.
don't know forever. Yeah. Well, now I know.
Alt
But
and
you can use
control.
alt to trim.
Mhm.
Wait, what? Do these seem like they're in the right spot? These nameplates that I made for you all?
Yeah, sort of. Mine is a little bit off center, but I don't care.
Yeah,
I
I was,
didn't make any nameplates. I just assume people will know who you are.
I'm just gonna put it like under your faces.
I talk about you two all the time. I think everyone knows who you are.
And it's linked in the in the stream title too. So.
Yeah, and that too. Don't forget, you can click on the stream title to follow them if you're not.
Don't do it. Juice is C+. You should follow Jess though for sure.
Okay, I think I'm gonna put myself behind Alana. That way, when I wave around, I'm not like cutting your face off. Now you're cutting my face off.
Cut her face right off.
Okay, let's
We can
scoot.
just keep our arms to ourselves, like.
Okay. There. Just like having a slight crisis. Everything is fine.
You're doing great, bud.
Just hoping the game is not super loud.
Actually, I'm gonna swap you two because your whoops, I took me with you. Your camera has a hard side.
Oh, you can also flip the cameras by just dragging it left to right, which is what I did for Ilana.
There.
Yeah, it's tweaking me out that I'm flipped on your stream, but it's fine.
Sorry, bud. This is my corner over here. You're in the guest corner, and so I'm having you face the correct way.
Maybe if my
for me.
unicorn horn was straight, it wouldn't be so obvious.
I mean, listen, people are gonna have to deal with it. I don't know what to tell you. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I think
I
it's
can't make
great.
you taller, can I? No, I can't. You're controlling where the unicorn horn is cut off.
I'm just being like really anal right now about where
It's not
things
cut
are,
off on my
are
stream.
placed.
It's cut off on yours.
Yeah, but look at stream
Close
together.
enough, chat? I think it's close enough.
How did I?
Yeah, I'm looking at stream together. It's got like a foot above my.
When I raise it up, let me try again. Oh yeah. Sorry. We're good now.
It's not a big deal. The unicorn horn can be cut off.
No, I thought it was. It's my fault. I thought it
Looks
was you.
good? Yay! Awesome. Now we just gotta capture a game.
Oh yeah, I got to do that. Oh, and set up YouTube.
Oh, I forgot about YouTube.
How could you forget about YouTube?
I just completely forgot about YouTube.
I forgot about you. I have forgotten about YouTube before, for sure.
Maybe I'll just download this VOD and upload it at a later point in time.
There you go.
I can't focus on that right now. I'm just making sure I have your streams
Oh.
open.
I won't be focusing on it.
I'm in the middle for both of you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you're the most adorable.
Aw.
hmm
I don't know. I think Alana might be the most adorable. What with the unicorn onesie?
I think my llama corns are the most adorable. Hi.
Oh, I should have my Wildermyth toys. Hold on a second. I'll BRB.
Toys.
Wildermyth is like doing some stuff on my computer right now.
Hi, Pijo. This is your unicorn, by the way. Happy Unicorn Day.
All right, Wildermyth.
Hi, sorry about that. I've got my my Wildermyth plushies, and they're freaking adorable.
Okay, those
and
are
one of my
so
kids
cute.
stole my wood spirit or leaf spirit. So whatever.
Oh,
but
yeah. This gets stolen by my kid all the time.
This is my Gorgon, and this is my stone spirit.
Oh, I like the Gorgon.
My
I don't know what it is,
My
but I really
sound
like it.
appears to be saturated. Mine? What does that mean?
Yours is a little. I think it's just an internet connectivity issue, but I don't think it's a big deal.
I just
Wouldn't stress.
turned her down a little tiny bit so she wasn't louder than you, Juice. That's all I did.
I'm peaking a bit or crackling?
Crackling a little bit.
Yeah, that's just because we're going through Discord. Unfortunately, that might happen a bit.
Yeah, it's Discord's.
Oh, well, if she's crackling on her own stream, that's
On my own
different.
stream?
The bots are fighting it out. It's fine. Should we?
Is it still happening?
I don't know. You gotta talk more.
It's been crackling a bit all stream. And they're just
Bot
telling me
fight.
now?
Bot fight. Bot fight. Bot fight.
I cut out a bit when talking. Did you see? Okay, at the start of the stream today, I said that this would not happen without tech issues because I am cursed. I'm crackling. Okay, am I crackling for you guys in Discord?
Sounds pretty good to me right now.
Right now, you're okay. It has been. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Well, I mean, they're saying that I'm like cutting in and out on my own stream.
I don't know what to tell you about that.
I don't know either. You started noticing when I started with stream together. Oh, okay, wait, I have an idea. I think I know what that might be.
Check to see if your stream together is muted. Because we're doing the sound through Discord.
Yeah, where did the page go?
What?
Need more monitors.
I left the stream together. Did I break it? I think I broke it.
You're frozen.
Yeah, I broke it. My bad.
Yeah, you definitely broke it.
I was just trying to close the connection. Oh gosh. Alana wants to collaborate. I'm gonna re-accept your invite. But this time I'm not gonna... Wait, but did the crackle get fixed? Chat.
I don't hear any crackling.
Not you, Juice. Chat. Is the
Sorry.
crackle fixed? Yes? No crackle for a while. Okay, I'm gonna block my microphone access and stream together this time. Oh my gosh.
I'm sure it'll go even better next time when we know what we're doing.
I want to know why Wildermyth is not letting me do windowed. It's like alt-tabbing hard every time I go out of it. And I don't remember this being a problem before.
Mine's windowed.
Okay, am I back on your streams? I think you might have to
Oh,
copy
there's a
it,
setting for that under graphics. Juice.
a new source.
What's the setting?
Options graphics. It says minimize and lose
Drive, you
focus when
fools.
borderless.
Yeah, I have that unclicked.
Oh, me too. Then I don't know.
I put it in borderless windowed. Maybe that'll be better. Yeah,
That
that's
does
better.
sound better.
Okay.
Is it really loud?
I don't know.
I'm asking my
It's
chat.
good. The volume's a little loud on the home screen. I think in the game it'll get.
You'll be
put out a
submitting
little
this stream as the new Scuff Queen. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so I think I have a new camera input.
bit. I don't see your camera in stream together.
Oh my gosh, I see it.
I don't see it.
This is turn.
Did you turn camera on?
Yep. Let me try turning camera off and then turning it back on.
Take your time, Jess. We have all the time in the world as long as we start within the next 30 seconds.
Well, I don't know how
Why
to.
does it say-
I don't know that taking my time is gonna help. I turned my camera on.
It's saying video disabled by me. I'm not doing anything though.
I don't see your videos either. But obviously it's working because I still have you captured. I only see my video.
Can you copy your own video link and send it to us?
If it works for you all, I'm just gonna like.
It doesn't work for us.
Well, if my
if it-
if my camera
Oh,
link
yeah.
works for you all,
I just tried turning on and off your camera.
okay, I hit the start camera button.
It's loading. No. It's not.
This is peak content, TBH.
Should I re-invite you?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. Just reinvite me. Thanks for joining.
Action already taken. Okay.
Action already taken as in you already invited me.
Yeah.
It didn't give me a new invite link. Okay, let me.
Okay, well, why don't we just cancel it entirely and start a new one?
Wait, I think it might work this
Okay.
time.
Did it?
Yeah, I see your cameras this time.
I don't see your camera.
Yeah, I haven't turned it on yet.
Oh,
Okay. It's a good start. Oh,
hey, there you are.
there you are.
Yay!
Third time's the charm.
Just have to turn it off and on again, and off and on again, and then off. Or on again. Okay, but can you send me my camera link again?
I've been told I'm really good at turning off people. Here is your camera link.
I think this is completely weird that I have to use your camera link to see my own camera.
I blame Ilana.
Yay! Okay, I'm back. And I see you. And is my mic is no longer crackly.
Awesome.
Sounds good to me.
Cool. So now what do we do?
I will send you invites.
Behold the new queen of jank.
The
I'm
password
blaming
so
Ilana.
nobody in chat can get in is Crave. CRAVE.
All fixed.
Okay.
Yay!
If you go to Steam, because
The
we're
crackle
Steam
is
friends,
back.
right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't hear the crackle.
It's something with Stream Together.
I'm just gonna go live on YouTube real quick. Hi YouTube. I'm playing Wildermyth with these people. Juices TV and woahhjess. They're awesome.
It's definitely back, but it was only once I started the capture. I started using. So if I turn this off, like just the source, is it still crackly? Must wait for no crackle. It's just when I have the camera source enabled. This is the weirdest thing.
I see you though. So whatever is right now is fine.
All I did was
Unless it's
disable
on
the
your
camera
screen.
source in OBS. No, I have no camera.
Oh.
This is so weird. What the heck?
You could do what I do, which is just open up another OBS. It'll say you already have it running. Do you want to do that? And you just click, yeah, open it anyway. And then use that as just a screen of your face as the virtual camera.
That's weird.
But
That's what I did last time.
I've never done that before. Open another copy of OBS. Launch
Mhm.
anyway.
I think, I mean, do you have, okay, it may depend on your setup. I will asterisk. I use a capture card, which allows me to use multiple of the same input in OBS, and some people may not be able to do
Yeah.
I don't have.
I'm not able to do that, so I have to
Yeah.
basically I have to take the camera to Stream Together first and then bring it into OBS. Otherwise OBS will use the camera and I can't use it elsewhere. So that's part of the reason I started the Stream Together before I went live
Yeah.
this morning. Because I've just been using this as my camera all day.
What if we tried the other way around? Like rather than like me use this camera here and put my filters back on, and then are you able to apply filters to that?
You're fine.
Yeah, we should be able to.
Ilana, did you get my invite in Steam?
I did, and I accepted. I don't know why. Did it not do anything?
Didn't seem to.
Somehow I managed to close both of your streams. Oh no, it's because Stream Together ate them.
So now you have a black background.
Yeah, I have a black background, but it looks good and sounds good. On all streams, it looks good, except I have a black background. I don't know if you can chroma key that.
A black background?
No, but we can make it smaller.
If this is how it needs to go, it's totally fine. I'm gonna move you in over to the corner though.
Me too.
Relegated to the corner.
I want to be the same size as them. I'm like, I'm feeling small.
I made you about the same size.
Oh, wait,
I
wait.
was talking about my stream, yeah.
I have one more idea.
Okay.
Yours looks good, Juice.
I have one more idea. So, let me try turning this back on, starting the virtual camera, and then in my own OBS, turn off this, add a new camera source. I'm gonna see if I can capture my own virtual camera.
Oh, interesting.
I can.
Jess, have you ever seen Dirty Dancing?
No.
Really?
Their puppy was correct. Mora, why do you think that Jess hasn't seen Dirty Dancing?
Okay, does this work? Is it crackly? Does everything sound good?
To me, you sound perfect.
Looks great. Sounds great.
Feels great.
Whew, I
Smells
got
great.
I got so flushed. I'm like, my face is hot.
Yeah,
I
It
got
can be
panicked.
a lot to get started in co-op sometimes.
Okay, it
This is
works.
also my first time doing Stream Together, and I feel like I probably like OBS Ninja, but now that we're here and everything's fine, like I get it. So we could
Crackle test.
Yeah,
1,
it's great.
2,
It's kind of the
3.
same, but the
Yeah.
crackling thing is weird.
I do feel like OBS Ninja worked a little bit better. I'm like trying to cut less of you off, Juice, because your arm got cut off.
On my arm.
Yeah, I think the quality of the cameras coming through it sometimes also fluctuates. Like we'll get some blurriness in the cams and then they'll come back and it's like didn't have as much of an issue with that with the OBS Ninja.
The microphone crackle was weird. Alright. I accepted your game request. Wildermyth, please stop. It keeps trying to open up on my other monitor.
That's weird.
Rude.
Indie games be like, and then AAA games also be like.
Okay. Every time I tab out, the game just like,
It goes black screen.
yeah, it just has a conniption.
So under options, it didn't jump out right at me, but under graphics at the very top, it'll have your display mode. You have to click on that and then choose borderless windowed. It isn't like a separate option like in other games. Or windowed, whatever you prefer.
Say one more time?
Go to options and then graphics and then
Borderless windowed.
your drop down borderless windowed. That should take care of the bigger problem.
We have shared settings now, don't we?
I don't think we have shared settings, but
I saw your
you're gonna
mouse.
capture your mouse is captured. Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
when we're in the game, any of us can control anything at any time. It's assumed that we're just gonna work together and use communication.
I plan on working together with you.
Okay, switching the borderless window stopped it from opening it on my other monitor. Every time I reopened the game, it just kept swapping back to the other side. I need you, Juice, to invite me again because I accepted your invitation and it did not bring me to your game.
The game is also searchable as BFFs 5 ABBA with a password crave. If that invite doesn't take you directly here.
It did not.
Okay, or right-clicking on me and joining game might also work.
Wouldn't it be nice if stuff just worked?
Yes.
I used up all my good luck installing Windows 11 yesterday.
I should attach this guy here. Some
Join game
need zip ties.
or not.
I need to put something on my tattoo for a second. I was muted. I'll be right back.
It's more tattoo.
Multiplayer. Join a game. Oh,
Yep.
maybe this one. What's the password?
Brave,
Brave.
but don't tell chat. They'll try to join.
It's too late. I already told them.
What?
Nope.
CRAVE, all
Oh.
lowercase.
Crave, not brave.
Yeah, no, crave. Like plants. It's what plants crave.
Gotcha. I've seen that movie.
But not Dirty Dancing.
Yeah. Okay, while Alana's gone, I'm gonna like work on fixing my sources a bit. You know, oh, she's back.
Ilana's back.
Dang it, Alana.
Alana, why are you like this? Oh, she left again. Now she's just messing with you.
There.
And then she put a hand signal up to do something. I'm not quite sure what that was.
Maybe I can use
And
this
you
as
can't see it, chat, but she was just like totally digging in her pants. It was real awkward.
Juice, please. I was not.
Yeah, sorry, she definitely wasn't.
Oh my gosh, I'm excited that it finally
So-
worked.
It feels better now. Thank you for asking.
Your pants?
Mm-hmm. My tattoo.
Oh, your tattoo, right? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We are all in the game. Thank you for the follows.
I need to.
Yes, thank you for follows.
Okay, so Jess
Yeah.
and I have played this game before. I have like, I don't know how many hundreds of hours in it. So I am proposing that Ilana does a lot of the driving because you were the one exploring it for the first time. And then we will assist. That would be my suggestion. Now you maybe don't want that, Ilana, but I think that would be fun.
I can definitely suggest what I like want to try, and then we can decide as a team.
Yeah,
All
absolutely.
of that sounds
it's
good to me.
It's a team game for sure.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be like, yeah, we should do this because blah, because I'm already know.
Right,
you know, like,
right.
a lot of the things. So I kind of don't want to. I guess I'll just hold back on myself.
That's what I'm doing in BG3 with Emo because I had already played through the start quite a bit. So I've been letting him make like a lot of the decisions for a while because I'm like, I know what happens here, or some of what can happen.
So the very first scenario is really set up to like introduce us to the various like classes and some of a lot of the foundational stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the first things that we'll have to decide is who wants to play warrior, rogue, and mystic. And Ilana, if you don't know about the game, like the characters over the course of time grow older, they fall in and out of love, they can have children, etc., etc. And so then like your lineage will start to become characters within the same game that you're playing. Stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
So like if we all started and had a character named after ourselves, right? So there's a Jess, a Juice, and an Ilana. That would be like a really cool way to start, because then if we wanted to name characters, you know, after chat or whatever, they would be joining in the adventure later, and we could come back into future adventures, stuff like that.
Okay, I like that for sure. I like that a lot.
Okay, so the Age of Ulstrix is the first one.
Geared towards new players sounds good.
It's been a very long time since I played.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Doesn't Jess have like 15 hours? Not to minimize your amount of time in it, but
I thought you'd played it more. I'm sorry. Well, in any case, I'm just gonna let you guys
yeah.
make more decisions, and I will. It'll be fine. It's all good. Oh, I do have a hair pack. I don't know if I'll just turn it off.
Doesn't bother me.
Yeah, but then you'll see like blank spaces if you don't have the same mod. Well, we can figure out mods next time. It's not a big deal.
I played this game for 7.4 hours.
Okay.
Okay,
So
that's
you're
what I
both
thought.
new.
I thought you were pretty new.
My bad. For some reason in my head, I was like, oh yeah, Jess has played this a lot, but I'm just stupid.
I played it for 7.4 hours a few years ago, so I'm basically new.
Okay. Perfect. Well, this is great. This is even more fun then.
Very fun.
And thank you all so much for the support, the bits and the gift subs, and the bits, and the resubs. While I was
You're getting all
in
that?
panic mode,
How do you get all that stuff? Man, can
panicking.
we swap chats for a while?
That's a good question. My chat just bought me a computer, so they're pretty cool.
What? Aw,
Well,
my
it was
chat
an
just
emergency.
collectively punched me in the junk.
At JuiceCon?
They just take turns like flying out to Minnesota and then tricking me. Hey, come out to dinner. Cool. Bam! Right in the junk.
I clicked the hunter. Is this
You
who
wanna
I
be the
am
hunter?
now? Am I
No.
now the
Okay.
hunter?
You could be.
You can be the hunter. I'll be the warrior.
Aw.
I wanna...
Mystic.
What do you mean, aw?
I don't like the mystic. That's
Okay, then
fine.
I'll be the mystic.
No, you be the warrior. I'll be the mystic.
I can be the
Ugh.
mystic.
It says aloof coward.
I picked specifically.
Oh, yeah, we can re-roll these.
Yeah, I picked. I can be the mystic.
Farmer. I'm a farmer.
Okay, so
I'm
you're
not.
going to be able to customize how you look and your colors and everything. The only thing you cannot customize is your tagline. So, hot-headed coward. So you want to re-roll until you're happy with what that says.
Okay.
And
My
what that
tagline.
does is it subtly changes the dialogue to reflect your personality.
Oh. Ooh.
Which
They
thing?
have fan people in the game. I
Where
really
it
like
says
that.
Future hunter and then greedy leader. If you click,
Oh.
you have to click randomize to get that greedy leader to something else.
The hot-headed coward. The compassionate intellectual.
Yo, they have non-binary and pan.
Yeah.
I'm feeling seen.
I want to be the compassionate intellectual, I guess. I'm afraid if I reroll, I'm gonna get something worse. Okay, I'm doing it. The goofish romantic. Perfect. It was worth the reroll.
I found compassionate leader.
I'm gonna be the goofish
Cowardly
romantic.
greed wagon.
Moretta Splint.
Speed wagon.
Faith. Foxroo. Yeah, the music's loud. I'll turn it down when we're out of the character creator. God forbid
You
that I
have
hit
Purple
back and break
Eyes,
everything again. I just deal with
Like
it for
this
a
one.
second. Hair. Ooh, purple hair. Ooh, dark purple. Attracted to. I'm a goofish romantic. Anyone.
Didn't realize those were separate.
Oh yeah, non-binary. Hairstyle.
There are mods that add like more faces and more hairstyles and more facial hair, stuff like that. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm growing my hair out, and I can't wait until I can wear this particular braid hairstyle again. I'm gonna rock it. I have Alana staring into the corner, 10 out of 10. Yeah, Alana staring into the corner. Hi, everybody.
The problem with the default facial hair is there isn't just a mustache.
Oh yeah, I can give myself some facial hair too. Perfect.
Wait, what colors are you choosing, Ilana? You going purple or pink?
It's a Jess.
For
And she
what?
brought a friend.
For your
And
colors.
Jess, go, Jess,
Huh?
go.
I don't know.
You
I'm
were
just
primary and
messing,
secondary.
I can't
I'm just messing
hear
around
your
right now. Do
Lisa
you want me to get my
over the music?
hex codes? Here, I got my hex code. Primary color is this. That's my color.
Okay.
I don't see it anywhere on my person though.
It changes your outfit colors.
Huh.
Did you put it in as hair? I'm talking about colors,
Yes.
primary and secondary.
Yeah, it didn't really change the outfit that much.
It will be more pronounced. Let me just use the slider. You can see how it changes.
Oh yeah, it changes the color of the tunic.
You will get different clothing and armors and stuff, and then it'll be, you know, different.
Just a little reminder, it's a little bit harder for us to keep up with all the chat messages when we're doing co-op gaming like this. It is a struggle for me to not like respond to every single thing all of my people in chat are saying. So I'm just reminding you that I'm not going to be responding to every single thing we're saying. That's part of the reason we have other streams this week not doing co-op, so we can catch up. But we appreciate you all so very much, and we want to talk to all of you.
I really
But we
do.
can't-
I'm having a hard time not talking to everybody.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I'm like doing the reminder, because I want people to know that it is not our normal style, but it is important for something like this to not have to respond to everything. Right?
This is normal. Just ignore them. Yep. Listen,
Okay.
I think what we're learning is if you treat chat nicely, they buy you computers. So I might have to change my
Oh,
tactics.
should I change my name? Sure.
Yes.
Well, I am doing a stream-a-thon. So I owe a lot of streams now because of the computer buying. But it's a good trade-off, if you ask me.
I just realized I can change my hair color.
North Central U.S. sounding accent.
Well, I
correct.
don't know what you're talking about, but you think I sound Midwestern, eh? Joke's on you. I'm from Southern Canada,
Got it.
the great state of Minnesota there, bud.
Basically Southern Canada. I am from the Northeast United States, but not New England, so you are correct.
My face
You are
is so
correct.
hot.
Wow. You're pretty full of yourself.
I panic so hard that I'm all flushed.
Jess, do you need a moment?
No.
Okay.
It just happens when I get all worked up. And at least my hands are cold, so.
So it feels good.
Yeah.
Oh, mine are cold too.
Is Canada northern Minnesota? Well, here's the thing. I don't want to claim all of Canada, but I'm sure Canada would love to have Minnesota.
We're very close to Canada, where I live. I'm closer to Canada than most other things.
Yeah.
How do we hit go?
Oh, are we ready? Do you have your characters the way you want them?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm nervous about my character. I have to commit to this forever.
Do
All right,
you
let's
want
just
to
double check.
use your full name like that?
Okay, fine. My full government name is Ilana Orama, okay?
I'll turn
get it.
I'll turn the music down once we're out of the character creator. I can't hit the options here.
What about these stats and relationships and histories and customizing aspects?
Don't worry about all of that. It's
Okay.
fine.
Unless I
Alright.
just okay.
Who is the leader on narration right now?
I can start if you want.
Okay.
This book. Okay.
Yeah, just keep clicking next through. Yep, there you go.
There's
Read
room in it
With the leader.
for another story. It's cold. I'm stuck here.
Oh, this is me. It's increasingly likely I won't last the night, but that's what books are for, to ensure that our knowledge survives us. This is you. You're the narrator.
Very well, then. This must qualify as the beginning. Here in our yondering country, something in the woods is very strange. Ooh. I love the art. Ooh. Weighed on only by an unwieldy list of errands, a young woman named Ilana takes the seasonal road to the town of Elkhorn.
Your face is cut off.
I know, I'm running away. I'm camera shy. I'll have to get the news from Madame Fiantara. She'll want to hear the hill rumors, too. All these omens and sky readings. Pick up salt, pick up beer, pick up an herb book. That'd be useful. That's all on my way back, though. Could always use a rope. I'm just muttering to myself in the woods. It's fine. The breeze is light that day. Birds are timid. In fact, the whole world is taking a breath, ready to leap in the sea. I'm there already? Huh. Here's the hard part, getting woahhjess out of bed.
So true. Very true.
Hopefully, it's just her in there.
Oh my.
Ooh. And hopefully she's wearing clothes this time. Or else I'm like threatening her. That's smoke. Fluttering flames roost among the far-off rooftops. Ilana hurries towards town, thinking of woahhjess, a young woman whom she's known since girlhood. Oh, we're like besties. All right, choose.
Okay.
Oh, we have to choose what kind of besties.
Or you can let chat choose.
Ooh.
How do you let chat choose?
I mean, you just tell them type 1, 2, or 3 in chat.
Oh.
Okay,
There's not
okay,
an
yeah. I like
iteration.
that. 1, 2, or 3, chat. Let's see them.
Yeah, wait, can we do
Rivalry-
a poll that's for all chats, or is it going to be per
I
chat
don't
room?
know.
I don't think so, but we could tell people where to go vote. So, like, Jess, you want to do a poll real quick, and then
Or I guess we could just let people spam.
just spam. I say spam.
Yeah, I vote spam.
Let's see them.
Oh, you guys are way too nice.
I want to be besties with Jess.
One person votes rivalry.
Watch me worry, and she's fine. She must have tried to cook breakfast again.
Wow.
I really can't leave her alone, can I?
This game is calling me out.
Wait, did you choose something?
No.
Oh, I didn't see what you were reading. My bad.
I was just looking at him, yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like the 2s have it.
Twos have it. Okay, thank you, chat. She must have tried to cook breakfast again.
Definitely called out.
Woahhjess? You all right? I'll get you out. Just make a little noise.
Constructing mission.
Oh my gosh, you're on fire. I did not expect the start of this game to be you on fire. Okay, moving. Hero has an action left. Hero has no more actions. Single move, double move, takes both actions. Okay, cool.
It's only in our chat with the poll.
I have to put out the fires?
You don't have to put out the fires.
Oh,
You have to get to the doorway in the top right.
okay.
You could put out the fire. I don't think it matters.
XCOM has prepared you for this.
I know, I was kind of thinking that. I was like, I know about dashing.
Oh, it is telling you to select extinguish button.
Okay.
I don't know that I've ever done that. I just let the whole world burn, apparently.
It does say in the top left to extinguish the fires, which is why I was going to do that.
I'm not sure that I'm seeing what you're seeing because you're in control of the character. I'll check
Oh,
your stream
okay.
too.
Sure. I love the way this game looks. So I'm going towards the door to save Jess, hopefully. Open door Q. Through the door. Her house is still standing, at least.
Huzzah!
Whoa, Jess. We can put out these fires. Come outside. Help me.
She doesn't know.
Why is no one... The door unlocks. Whoa, Jess shoves it open. Hey, do you not smell the...
I smell you. Get in here, you lout.
What do I smell like?
Feet.
Slam.
Your bow.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the fire from my window. That felt like the safest. Wait, what? Okay, actually, there's a monster in the garden. Is that okay?
What did you take as your personality type? Oh, you were
Goofish romantic.
That's why.
Well, staying put's not a plan, sorry to say.
Right. So, here I got some tools around. You're stronger than I am, so you can swing something pretty good. I bet we can at least drive it off.
Okay, I have to choose pitchfork, pickaxe, or frying pan.
So this will be your starting weapon until we find something or create something. The main difference is two-handed weapon, single-handed weapon.
I like option 3.
I like option 3. Is it a real weapon, though? Because the description makes me think it's not a real weapon.
This is for cooking.
I think
Juice
it's a
isn't
real
going to tell
weapon.
me.
Yeah, no.
I want to grab the frying pan. Project
Then do it.
Zomboid has made me want to grab the frying pan. It's such a good weapon in PZ.
Yeah, it's multi-purpose. Exactly.
All right, I'm doing it. This is for cooking. Why did I grab this? Whatever it is, we can beat it.
With a pan.
Just be ready when you open that door.
Okay.
Ooh, it's done. Is it me?
Row. Hooves thrown sloppily around beneath it. It runs staggeringly, bellowing its agony.
So it introduces you to the monsters at the beginning of each fight or whatever.
Where is it?
If you haven't clicked done yet, Jess, you'll need to do that.
Oh, I did.
Okay.
Is it out this door?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, out the door.
Whose turn is it? Oh, it's my turn.
I went towards the door because I figured it wasn't where I was, so I figured it was out there.
Are these little diamonds the action points? Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah.
What's the feather?
Can't move through you.
I don't remember.
I guess
Bonus
I'll
action.
wait.
Oh, I was blocking you. I'm sorry.
How dare you block the door?
Stand adjacent to an ally to wall with them. Walling reduces incoming damage by 1 and does not stack.
I mean, I guess I'm going to attack it.
Oh,
It's going to attack me first.
We move at the same time.
Huh. Maybe it's just like our turns and then their turns. I don't know what that is. Corruption. Slows movement and deals 1 magic damage. Okay.
The sun is so bright.
It's going to attack me? Yeah. I'm almost dead.
That's a lot.
You're already almost dead. No!
If you can wall with her, that'd be a good idea, Jess.
I killed it.
There you go.
No need to wall.
You're getting some of the XP, even though I did all the work.
Well,
Okay.
that's good.
So I definitely know like what good things there are for abilities and what's useful and what's not. So ask me if you want, otherwise I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, we're playing Wildermyth today. We are. We started off with some tech difficulties though. Mostly on my side, and it got me so stressed out that my face is hot. Still. Want to be flushed all day.
I feel like I like all of them. I feel like Shield Shears sounds the most useful. On like, well, I don't know. I don't know how much like armor enemies usually have.
I don't remember enough of the game mechanics.
So one of them says that I could like break off a piece of adjacent scenery, dealing 1 damage to all foes adjacent to the scenery.
I'll tell you for free that you probably want Shield Shear or Sentinel.
That's what I was thinking. They sound way better to me. Sentinel also sounds really cool. Reaction strikes are great. I just am not sure how I would use it, so I might need help like actually using it.
Is armor regained every turn? Or is it just like you shred
No.
it and it's gone?
Not every creature even has armor.
I was wondering
and
about that.
it is not regrown. There are things that can regrow it, right? But not by default. It isn't.
I want to be a sentinel.
I level up too.
Thanks, Juice.
You-
I like the help. We'll just gain Silk Step. Cool.
Silk Step is probably the best single thing in combination with another ability called Rogue.
I don't know what they do
Sounds
with
like
it.
that
It
could
sounds
be
like
useful.
it.
So piercing shots, when it says pierce, it just means it's gonna bypass 1 point of armor, right? So if they have, basically you go through their armor and then get to their health. But you can go directly to their health with pierce,
Okay.
and it will it'll get stronger as you develop. So it's 1 pierce now, but your potency will increase. So like if you get something that adds potency, like an item, then your piercing could go to 2, 3, 4, 5, like whatever.
I feel like I should
And
take
then
the
ambush
active
is like
shot
that.
or the active ability.
Yeah, you could.
I don't
This
know.
is like Overwatch in
XCOM.
ambushes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in XCOM.
I'm gonna go with the active ability.
Do it.
That does sound good. I mean, I'm sure they're all good in certain play styles, but like some are better than others. And one of my concerns with the armor thing was that a lot of enemies may or may not have armor at all.
Yeah.
What is warding?
Okay, so warding is magic armor. So your resistance to magical attacks.
Well, Alana should probably
If
take
you
that
ma-
then.
If you mouse over the empty slot, it'll tell you like Alana goes from 0.3 to 1.1. Jess would go to 0.8.
Oh.
The effects only work at every whole number.
Okay,
Oh,
so
then-
Jess wouldn't get any benefit, but I would.
Yeah, you should
You
take
would
it.
get an immediate benefit, but then the next
Jess could
time
get
we
it
get
late.
something, Jess could.
Right.
You know what I mean? But yeah, you are essentially the tank. So to me, it makes sense to make sure you have armor.
That was my
Okay.
thinking too.
Okay, thanks, friends. I'll take it. Stargate, right? That's what it says. The Stargate sash. Sounds like me.
Or
Okay.
slate.
I know. I misread it on purpose.
Wow, I can't believe you took
Oh.
that. I wanted that item.
My bad. I can't believe you took it either, honestly.
I'm so
Wow.
rude and greedy and selfish.
You're about to get very popular with that Star Slate slash.
The creature's death is quiet. It seems to slip from life in a few stunned, hazy blinks. They'll spend a piece of the day getting the flames under control. The damage isn't as bad as it could have been. Townsfolk emerge from hiding to fight fires and clear debris, some full of curiosity, others visibly haunted by what they've seen. We should go. Juice is all alone. It's quite possible he needs our help.
Help me.
Juice? Who
I'm
dat?
scared.
He's at that ruined tower by now. Probably talking to spiders or a ghost or something.
Sounds like Juice. Or another deer monster. Juice will be waiting for us. What happened today could be happening everywhere, couldn't it? Something about that tower is just stuck in my mind. It's like when you get apple skin in your teeth.
Oh, is it? And your mind teeth.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I just think we said we'd meet him. We should. The tower in the hills. You've been there?
Yeah, once. Actually, looking at the tracks, they come and they go. That direction.
Ilana and woahhjess follow the pounded path of monstrous feet, hoping for the best and dreading every other possibility. Cool.
I want to change my name. Can I change my name?
I want to change my hair color.
I think you can change stuff.
I'm looking at it, I'm like, it's not the right color. I don't like it.
My name feels too formal. Oh, this is me.
All right,
I
chat.
get to. Oh, we get to choose. Yeah, together.
Well, it's your and my relationship.
Are we gonna be rivals? Are we gonna be friends, or are we going to be romantic?
Ooh,
I think chat should choose again.
Chat should choose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1, 2s, and 3s in chat.
1, 2s, and 3s. Let's see them.
Rivals.
3s and 1s
Definitely not
immediately.
friends.
I love it.
4.
Are we gonna have to count?
Yeah.
I'm voting. Am I allowed to vote? 1, 2, 3.
Counted.
It's funny to me how much chat had to say about this one.
I counted 7
Yeah.
ones.
7 ones, but there's like 12 threes.
Okay.
Maybe more now.
I guess it's romance.
11 maybe.
Okie dokie.
But yeah, romance.
Wait, I didn't see what it said. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have started flirting. Okay, apparently it was a flirt.
Oh my.
It was probably like one of those RimWorld flirts where it's like not a very good first attempt. Like, I think that your plates are nice.
You think my plates are nice? Thank you, Jess. Aw.
You're welcome. You have nice plates.
Wordless wow passes between them. But the quiet only heightens their worry.
You look like you would make a good bowstring.
There you go. That's really good. Yeah. You've always been a little fond of him, I thought. Of Juice?
You mean I have? Oh. Is that true? Well, he's got this amazing way of connecting things, disparate things, with knowledge and language and ideas. I just like listening to him.
Oh,
Me too.
my.
That's why I watch his stream so much.
And plus, it seems like no matter where he goes, we tend to have adventures.
Aw.
You are fragrant like a boomalope. Fragrant boomalopey adventures.
I mean, Jess was smelling me when I came in the door. Smells are important to her.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Whoa.
was fast.
That was quick.
Why is my head
I smell
so
it.
much bigger than your head in this picture? Can I
It's,
change
uh,
my head size?
It's because you're an intellectual.
Further forward.
You got a lot of
God.
brain in there.
Woahhjess and Juice have fallen in love.
Wow, chicka, wow, wow. We haven't even
Kinda
introduced
do.
them yet. How do we fall in love?
We've known each other. We've just realized. You just realized that you're in love with me.
Oh,
Reminiscing
Silly me.
about your past.
Mm-hmm. It's that easy, Neubert.
In order to find sites in the wilderness, heroes must scout the land, which takes time. Click on an unscouted tile, show the scout action.
Mhm.
Let's go.
Let's
how am
go.
I 9 days away?
You're both. So yeah, time goes quickly. Like it's moving from one tile to another tile is like days pass in between.
Juice is irresistible. I mean, who doesn't love juice? My
You
favorite.
didn't know until Ilana told you. Yeah, sometimes
Arrest her.
sometimes that's how it goes. Romance is dead. Well,
Jess, do you want to be narrator on this one?
Sure.
yeah.
We have to click a button. It still says the leader is Alana.
You should be able to click next.
Okay. The previous night, the tower where Juice had arranged to meet Alana and Jess is a place he often used to escape to as a boy. Next. He knows its rooms and floors and smells so well. He could survive being chased through them. Cough, cough.
And now I wait, I suppose.
Oh, I'm the leader.
Is it dusty? Why are you
Yeah,
coughing
why
so
are you
much?
coughing? Dust gets deeps. Gets deeps. As the rain puddles in here.
I got the black lung, Pop. Oh, alive is alive. Better have a plan if that beast breaks through.
What beast?
I'm gonna move over here. You really are a curiosity to me, beast.
Goof! Snufflurk!
That was a great snufflurk. shame about your attitude.
It's a shame about your attitude. Wait, what was your personality type, Juice?
Decisive intellectual.
Okay, okay.
The tower has outlived generations. There's an elden dignity in the stones. They stand for standing, though it seems they guard nothing. But as the old will tell you, precious things go overlooked in a ruin. What lodges amid the bones of failure is often the dreams that drove it. It's just a picture.
What is that? That book. Why have I never?
Orf!
Easy there. I guess you're wondering why I'm talking to myself, huh, Beast?
Orf.
I'm also wondering.
Juice bends to pull it loose.
Whoa, Jess. The books. Oh, sorry.
The book's heavier than its slender spine suggests. Wildermyth.
The Book of Wildermyth. Look at all this.
It's full of strange stories. The folklore of folk long forgotten.
Circles of the ancients.
Is wild nonsense. How a woodcutter can read the rings inside old trees to find the exact moment a grove began calling itself a forest. Is that like supposed to be mid-sentence or like mid? That was just a weird spot to pick up on the. Never mind.
The Tears of the Oak Woman.
Maybe he's just skimming the book.
Yeah.
Is
I'm
a
like
weird.
reading the title. Yeah.
Yeah, is a weird, rootless tragedy of a woman made of oak who stands on a sea cliff and is eaten by termites as she waits for her driftwood love to wash ashore. The flotsam beauty floats forever past the edge of the incoming tide.
Flotsam, nice.
The Elkcorn Quilters. But we're from Elkcorn.
Ooh, quilters.
Tells of an assembly of very old people who, instead of dying, take up quilting. They live together, speaking rarely, making magnificent quilts.
I feel like this is you two 60 years from now.
Wow.
Living together, making quilts.
I already like sewing. I won't deny this.
I could pass.
Wow.
Juice reaches for the last word of the final tall tale. A few blank pages are left.
This book.
Something in him feels like it's coming loose.
The juice.
Is loose. Oh no, the monster has an attitude again. But he can't tell exactly what.
There's room in it for another story.
It's cold. I'm stuck
I'm
here.
stuck here.
Wait, who is talking? Oh, it's the beast.
I think it's me. You think it's the beast?
I don't know.
Maybe it's the book.
Sometimes it's a little
Somebody's cold and
interpretation.
stuck. Ah! Okay, someone else be the
How many
narrator.
times do you have? Very well then. This must qualify as the beginning. Here in our yondering country.
Juice writes. Words are ready. Omens
Mom's
have formed
spaghetti.
in the fabric of everything, and he's beginning to recognize them now.
Whoa, so Juice is writing our story?
Some are just
Meta.
misgivings. They've crept through his body like the sourceless aches one wakes with. Others are more substantial. Now they seem lightning plain, a promise of thunder. For in the wild black woods where birds once belled, a hateful silence churns. Somebody needs a really
Ooh.
deep voice for that one.
Churns.
Pain lights Juice's head. And subsides.
I made it to morning. I made it to morning? Question mark?
He lowers his bleary eyes. His story lies before him in luminous script. Empty pages have sprouted behind it.
Why do I feel
What does it say?
powerful?
That's what it says? Powerful. Pulls spoon
Ooh.
from pocket.
I think I'm gonna
Plus
take a
spoon.
branch from the rubble.
Not the
I
spoon?
think you should definitely get the staff because I took the frying pan.
Yeah, Jess would
We
be
don't need
jealous if we were like cooking together.
We don't need more cooking utensils.
Oh, well, Beast, it's time. I'm getting out of here.
Ooh.
A rager. It charges without seeing, misshapen tusks swinging wildly. Okay. So, for everybody in chat, all magic is essentially the same mechanic. Instead of like, I cast fireball and then fire appears, in this game, you interfuse with objects or people or things. So it's heavily dependent on what happens to be around, right? So like, if there is fire, I could use that fire in some manner, or like rocks, I could maybe make them explode or throw rubble at people. So the magic, so like your interfusions really depend on your surroundings.
Okay, and then does that mean that there aren't like sensitivities to like
So,
vulnerabilities to fire or something like that?
So what it would be like, as I level up, my powers could be that I'm stronger and have stronger interfusions with particular types of things.
Okay.
So they're like ones where it's like you are interfused with the trees really well and it lets you like portal people from tree to tree, or like I interfuse with fire or, you know, different elements and stuff like that. But this, I don't know that the creatures have any specific weaknesses to anything. It's more that some will have armor and not magic resistance, and vice versa.
Okay.
So yeah,
Sounds good.
use the interfuse ability to connect with fire or scenery. Different types of scenery give different effects and abilities. Many of these let you use the scenery to damage enemies. Okay, so if I mouse over interfuse like I'm doing, it will show you what all of the different objects are that you could interfuse with. So if I click interfuse, I can mouse over. So grain bags, they're textile, so I could constrict them. Doing 2 magic damage, and it has a range of 6. Or with like these tools, I could barrage 2 to 4 damage, and it's sort of like an AoE. Some of them are going to be the same. Like the loom has the same effect as the grain bags. But I could steal the fire from this brazier, and then steal the fire, and I bring it over to this guy, and he doesn't like it.
Aww.
Ooh, cool.
Wow, I hope I level up again.
All right.
I don't think we got the shared XP because we weren't
No.
there.
We were on
But
the
it
way.
catch-
Yeah, you're already
enough.
up. I'm just catching up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So elementalist, fire does not burn out while infused. Wood does splinter salvo, and liquid infernal rain. All those are really good. Compulsion, juice briefly interfuses with an enemy and forces it to move where he pleases. And then indignance is a passive where if anybody gets near me, they take some damage. I think I'm gonna choose compulsion because then I can make them run towards Ilana and she can punch them.
Ooh, I like that.
And then this gives me a stunt. So instead of crit, it's stunt. I don't know why. It should just be crit.
Okay.
But yeah, they're
Yeah.
synonymous.
Okay, that's cool. Stunt chance is great.
Am I? Okay. More monsters roam the ruined halls and rattle the rotting furniture. Yeah, this game really has a thing for alliteration.
I love alliteration. I'm here for it.
But Juice moves quietly, sensing his way in the dark. Daylight lands on his wrist. Cool winds soothe his tired eyes.
It's still the same world.
He closes the tower door, gentle to make no noise.
Togo's asking if we can make the cameras smaller.
Sure. So we can see the text a little bit better.
Yeah, sure. How's this? Is this better? This is what you meant, right?
I think mine looks a little bit better now. Oh, hey, that's too small, Jess. Just leave Juice really big in the middle like that. It's now Juice's stream. See, if I wasn't watching your streams a little bit, I wouldn't know.
Should I like scoot into the middle?
Is this better, Tova?
This seems better from what I can see.
Was that the Mystics art that I did? Oh no, sorry. That was the Mystics art that I did, right, Tower? Where did I get it from? Could it have just happened? Is it just one of those things?
Just big juice.
Things a man's born with that might blossom in his life when he needs them? That's the logic of stories. It can't truly explain anything. I need to get back to the library.
Yeah.
Juice?
Horace, this means I've got some new responsibilities suddenly. First one's maybe to figure out my limits. Huh.
Hey, Juice.
Juice! You're okay. You're okay? You look like it.
Hey, Juice. Something happened?
What? Jess? You're here and you're safe. Good. Oh, sorry. And you too, Ilana.
Ilana and I only barely made it.
Yeah, see that smoke on the horizon? That's from the town.
Yeah, that's Elkhorn.
It burned?
Along with the quilts.
Not my quilts.
Things are different than they were.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've ever seen something quite like this.
A monster? Sure we have.
We slay monsters.
Okay, well, I do magic.
I'm feeling a rivalry brewing between me and Juice.
Okay. So our site is to assault a near ambition. And then it'll kind of let us move on bit by bit.
Okay.
It's still
So-
under enemy control. Right, because of the garoo in the tower.
I've
Okay, so
healed.
we click on
mostly.
that. You can only have a maximum of 5 heroes, but at some point throughout the course of adventures, we may have more than 5 available. And we would actually have like 2 or 3 different groups all around and about doing different things. In this case, it's obvious that it's just the 3 of us, so let's go.
It might have turned into a love triangle. Yeah. My character is attracted to everyone.
Mine too.
Yeah, perhaps. I feel like I need to make Alana's camera a little bit bigger.
We fight as a group. We lean a little on our ability to strike at range, maybe. Sound good? Of course, I'm like basically asking you to do more of the work. Great leader.
A perfect understanding isn't likely to emerge. What these beasts are, where they came from, what drove them to attack the town of Elkhorn. But letting them nest here feels like the wrong idea. Clatter! I need like a
We need a soundboard.
clatter.
Has the adventure been? So far, so good.
Input's absolutely welcome on that fact.
Oh, yeah. Input's absolutely welcome. It's necessary for us all to feel good about this. I'm a compassionate leader. That's my person's trait that I picked.
It sounds like it. Sure. Well, we're choosing our approach to this specific battle. So I don't know that we need to poll anybody. You guys just pick.
Option 1 is,
Okay.
back at my house it was pretty simple. Kill the beast before it kills you. Option 2 is Juice's voice line.
I just came out of there. If we're methodical, patient, we can fend them off at least.
I like 2.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Sure.
But back at my house, chat. Back at my house.
So because we chose stoicism, all of our heroes get +1 armor and warding, which is nice because we don't actually have armor or warding yet, except for Ilana, I think.
Yeah. Cool. Bonus.
And we've got 1 raccoon and 1 row.
Raccoon.
That's the strangest raccoon I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Mhm. Barbed appendages.
Action
It ate some
points.
bad trash.
Every hero starts out with 2 action points every turn. Different abilities have different costs. Single action ends turn requires 1 action point and ends the hero's turn. Single action costs 1 action point, and a swift action, free once per turn. After a swift action is used, that hero's swift actions become single actions. And a free action costs no action points. And that's what you noticed before with the dots, or the diamonds and the feathers in the bottom left.
Okay. So what's a swift action again?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do. Like, so if you look on
I don't think I
my
have
screen, I see something different than you because I'm controlling me, but like my interfuse is a swift action free once per turn and it shows a little feather. Whereas like,
any. Okay. That makes sense.
so in general, why doesn't Ilana have a face on my screen? Oh, it's just really bright. Okay.
My face has disappeared.
Yeah, you're glowing.
You're glowing so brightly like a diamond. I think we put the beef towards the door.
Me? I'm beef.
Yep. And then, so Jess, if you use Silk Step,
That's what I was just
you
looking
will be,
at.
yeah. So you, whenever you can, and whenever it makes sense, if you are invisible by going into Silk Step, when you hit something, it will bypass all of their armor. So it's really super nice.
Oh,
And it lets you obviously like get
Actually-
behind enemy lines or be tactical that way.
it does say that.
Okay.
Select the target tile.
Open the door. Ready?
Sure.
Actually, I just had a thought. What if I scoot everybody over a little bit?
I just moved everyone to the right side because then they can see my actions.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It blocks the log, but I thought maybe that was better than blocking the actions we can take over here. I don't know.
Sure. We can all be buddies.
Hug
I
them.
might turn these off. I think everybody knows who you are. Maybe.
Hi, I'm Ilana.
Hi, Lana.
These are two of my best friends on the internet.
Aw.
/
That's
also
us.
in person when we went to TwitchCon.
Yeah, even though you wouldn't help me commit murder.
What?
Yeah. It's a whole thing, Jess.
We could put them on the character cards. They have to be really tiny for that, though.
And those will move. And they'll shift around. All right, sorry, let me move up. And are you going to open the door this turn or wait till the start of next turn?
I can open it this turn if you want.
I think it makes more sense to wait.
Okay.
That you aren't using your full round just opening the door.
Yeah. So I'll stand here.
Yep. Because we're not in a rush. There's no time limits or anything like that. Thanks for the follow. Okay. So once everybody... Yep, there you go. So
Did I
now-
end everyone's turn or just
No,
mine?
no, you did fine. You,
Oh,
you
okay.
did great.
Okay. I was like, was I supposed to do that?
Okay, do we see anything yet? Where are the bad guys
I
at?
do not see anything.
Carrying the party?
Do you want to
I'm
scout,
invisible.
Jess? Yeah.
Reveal.
Okay,
There's a row.
there is a row.
And keep moving.
I can move, but I can't attack this turn, so I might.
If I go to here,
And I am out of actions.
I can interfuse with the torches and steal the fire.
Dodged!
Ooh.
Yeah, those are definitely tentacles coming out
Oh,
of its
you're
butt.
gonna want to hit Sentinel, Ilana, to end your turn. So if they come near you, you'll automatically attack them.
Okay, I was wondering how that worked. Like that.
Perfect!
Heck yeah. I was looking at it. I wasn't sure how to activate that.
Juice, my love!
Do you want to
Oh, right.
attack first, Jess?
I was looking at my actions. I have an ambush action?
That is your, like,
Yeah, that's the
Overwatch.
Overwatch, right. I guess I should just shoot it.
Yeah, because surprise attack. And then can you get in and punch, Jess?
No, I'm out of actions.
Or I'm sorry, Ilana.
Wow.
No, because I
okay.
can't move that far.
Can you get up next to Jess and then go into Guardian, and then I can make the thing come near you, and then you'll punch it automatically.
Yes. I'm taking a warding shred.
That's okay. Warding does come back.
Okay. Yeah.
Whoa!
Take that.
We're such good
Very
warriors.
nice. So that's like beckon. You like beckon them towards me, and then I use my reaction to jump 2 spaces. That's really
Yes.
cool.
So potency can be for everybody. It is definitely for magic users.
I was gonna say that sounds like a magic item.
So I'll take that.
Oh,
Yeah, I would say give
will
it to
you?
Juice then if it's best for him.
Yes, I will.
Gosh, everybody else has items but me? I'm starting to feel
Yeah.
left out. I'm gonna
You
leave
go
this
invisible, and you have an actual weapon. She has a pan, and I have a stick.
party. It's a good pan. It works well.
I chose the pan.
The last misshapen creature folds its bones and dies. Blue fluids darken the dust.
It's fascinating. Grim. Color in their veins. Huh. What's it mean?
A sickness, probably.
Hey, Look at us. Look at what we did.
Yeah.
Day drops, day rises. Dusk is sweet, and the sunrise sweeter. It's not long before they've cleaned the old tower up a bit.
We're cleaning now?
I always liked its weird stairs and stones, and it did save me.
I always knew this morning would rise, when I gaze into the sky and see a destiny for myself. A destiny to inspire song. Let's not wait to be overrun. We're a company of heroes now. We'll walk the land, we'll fight. People need us. We'll give ourselves a name and make sure it's one they'll sing.
Sounds like you've thought about this.
Name the company. Will be called
I think
the
we should-
Trout Wastrels.
What about the promise of time?
Maybe the Grape of Secret?
The
Or maybe we
Grape
enter our own name.
of Secret. That message was held because you were bullying us? I'll
What was
allow
that?
it, but I just want you to know that you have bullied the streamers.
I think we should be best friends 5 ever.
We could do Best Friends
something
5
else.
ever. We could combine our names like Wola Tice.
We could
Wola
be
Tice.
Jujela.
Whoa, Juice Rama.
What juice Rama?
I'm gonna refill my water real quick if that's okay. Decide our name. I'll be right back. Is that okay?
Wolantice. Or we could just be like,
I vote this name.
what name?
Wait, that doesn't work. That's not how you spell Alana's name. Ra. No, that's still not. Oh, Rama. M-A. I'm like getting all my letters wrong. Ma. Oh, Rama. Jeju. The company of quilts.
Oh yeah. Something with quilters. Quilters Anonymous.
Quilters are us.
Jeju? Juice Lana Just Rama. Juice Lana Just Rama is kind of fun. I would argue Juice Lana Just Rama or something. Might be too long.
It doesn't quite roll off the tongue.
What about Whoa
And my
Juice.
pan.
Lana?
The
three
three
nerds.
nerds.
That's not bad, villain.
The three nerds who can't pick a name.
Or
I wanted to put Tyson there somewhere too. Yeah.
maybe we just take our names out of it and just
Well-
come up with something else. The unicorns.
I'm always the unicorn. Nerds
what's
Tears. I like that one.
Nerdketeers? Nerdsketeers?
Nerdske-
I definitely
Skeeters,
read
yeah.
that as nerd skeeters.
Well, we could also be the nerdskeeters.
I prefer Nerdsketeers.
I like nerd skeeters.
All right, great. Nerdsketeers. Nerdskeeters. Let's do it.
All right, it's great.
How do we enter the name?
I did it already.
Oh, okay. After that, the three of us are inseparable. Rumors are rampant. Heroes are needed. This world will be flooded in sorrows, but its defenders are joined by the fire that night. By a fire that night.
More fire.
More night.
I'm the leader. Here, follow the tales of the Nerdsketeers. Be remembered when you die. Did I say it right?
You did it.
Okay.
Calamities. Your enemies improve their strategies after every fight. A new card is added to the Gorgon deck.
Ranger 1.
Deck is more dangerous now. Do you have the one for all to rule? Oh, the one for all rule. Yes. Unless it doesn't benefit me specifically, then it's just me. Or all for me. So you'll notice on this particular screen at the top, there are 5 different like logos representing 5 different types of enemies. This first chapter is centered on the Gorgons, but there could be and probably will be other types of monsters intermixed because and this is, forgive me if you already know this, everybody, but I'm sure some people in chat are unfamiliar with the game. The game is procedurally generated to a point where there are certain big beats in the story that we will have to hit to progress from chapter to chapter and ultimately follow along this particular story to its conclusion. But then in between that, there are a ton of different like random encounters and adventures and stories that pop up, and we never know really what it's going to be, and we don't really know who it's going to include. They will always be tailored to like our strength level, but beyond that, it could be stuff. And it sometimes is like bringing characters from past stories into the current story, or granting people like transformations. So now Ilana's a tree person, or it's all sorts of fantastical stuff.
That's cool.
Yeah, this is the Gorgon story, essentially.
Sure, because that's just the one you start with.
Yep.
Okay.
Get legacy points by taking new sites. We can recruit heroes, we can build stations, and we could cancel calamities, though. I find that that's kind of a waste of your legacy points, personally.
Okay. How do you get legacy points?
So, legacy points, just they pop up when you
Finish
do
stuff.
stuff and get wins
Okay.
and
Yep.
collect things. Once a site is free of enemy control, you can spend some time to secure it. Secured sites provide resources now and at the end of each chapter, which you can use to craft gear at a town or between chapters.
Ooh.
So that's what you use your legacy points plus any mats that we collect along the way. So sometimes you're on the clock and it's like you have to get to this point by a certain time, and you don't have the luxury of always securing everything and always doing everything the best possible way. Sometimes you just have to like kind of roll the dice or go quickly. I don't really remember if we're on the clock at this first part.
Okay.
I'm gonna be
So-
honest and tell you that I heard like 40% of your explanation.
Okay,
I'm even doing
Well,
my
don't
best to listen, and I'm just
it's fine.
I'm just-
It's mostly just for chat's sake. Like the 3 of us will be making decisions as a group, so not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can ask follow-up questions as things happen.
Okay, so we can right away go to Elkhorn and recruit a new character, but not all of us need to do that because Jess is the fastest character. It will take her the least amount of time to go to Elkhorn, while at the same time Ilana and I could be securing this site, right? So if we click on recruit opportunity and just put Jess there, she's only 9 days away, where Ilana and I are slower and we'd be 12 days away, right? So Jess can go do that, and then Ilana and I can secure this site. If we go quickly, we just fix what's broken and we move on. If we take a little bit more time, we'll find a magical item. And since we have time to spend, I guess right now, I would suggest that we find that item. Is that cool?
I just wanted to point out that Juice is 18 and my character is 23. I am a cradle robber.
Ew.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
What was that?
okay.
I didn't see that. That's your quest?
Wait, is this working?
Yeah.
Secure the site. There
Are
it
you
goes.
gonna get XP without me?
No. All right. So
I have a name queue open that everyone should be able to join.
sure.
If we want to do it that way.
Sure.
Estimation
just-
join.
Let's get the
Is it
make
working?
their personality different than the 3 of ours, so we have a little bit more
Uh-oh.
variety.
I also have a name queue open.
Well, it doesn't really matter who does it. Just that people enter before we do it.
Juice is still using a cradle at 18. It's
I
a
fall out of bed a lot. Back off.
it's a phrase to mean like being romantically involved with somebody who's like way too young for you.
All right, look. I'm gonna roll a dice.
We can't have another goofish somebody.
We have a dice.
That looks just like
We
my
have a
character.
dice.
I'm gonna get confused.
I have dice. What do we need
Roll,
dice
just
for?
roll like a d10.
Okay.
Roll a d10.
D10. Which one's the D10?
Okay,
This
roll
one.
a d8. D10 doesn't really matter.
Changing it on me. Okay, this one's D8. Okay. 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hot-headed loner.
I like it.
Okay.
Cool. And then, who won the giveaway?
I'll pull one now. So
Emo.
rigged. It's so rigged. It's my husband.
Can I give him a capital E or nah?
Yeah, whatever you want.
All right. Do you want to make it look like emo, or represent emo how you think that emo should be represented?
No, this is great. They look great.
Oh, well, normally what I do is I let the people be like, yeah, I want to be
Okay.
a male with this body type. I would just do attracted to anyone because it takes the onus off of them having to
Yeah.
put that out there. Like, you'll be tall, wide, but most of the time people want the character to sort of represent them, so they tell me to make it look like them. It
Okay.
doesn't necessarily have to be how we do it, but I think it's kind of nice to take a little bit extra time to do that for people if they're going to get their name in the game.
What does
think
my
we should-
husband look like?
Spell emo with a 0 at the end.
It is
It
spelled with a
does,
0,
yeah.
but it doesn't matter. I could give emo the far part eyes.
Can I change it?
Yep.
Oh. I just went and spelled it wrong.
Uh,
To be fair,
also,
a 0 and
reset
an
the look
O
a
are
little.
close together.
that's almost like emo's face.
Oh, you're going to want to give him a different head shape. He's on female head shape right now, which is why
Okay.
the faces look really big.
– 18 to 23 is not way too young, I suppose.
I think when you are 18 and 23, that seems like a really big difference. By the time you hit 30, you're like, 4 years, who gives a crap,
Okay. What do we? Oh. Someone reset his gender. Am I missing any things? Okay. Looks good.
I see male,
think.
masculine.
Okay. Yeah.
I see male with a feminine body type.
Thank you, Tova. Feminine body type. Let me double check that's masculine.
I think all that matters is whoever clicks done is seeing the right thing.
All right. It looks good to me. I'm going to hit. Oh, colors. Colors.
So we already have white, purple, and I don't remember what Jess picked. Did you choose pink or something?
My color?
Your main color
I
and
picked a
secondary
purple
color?
color, purplish.
I'll give him orange.
Perfect.
Looks good.
Orange.
I can't believe it's emo.
I hope you guys fall in love.
I know, I'm wondering, or we'll become like rivals.
Am I still the narrator?
We'll see.
It didn't take long to
want us-
trek back to Elkhorn, and the town still seemed like the best bet for finding another able pair of hands. Nod. Exclamation point.
Okay, this is important. Who's gonna voice
I
emo?
vote you, Juice.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait. Oh boy.
Okay, maybe not. I think I take that back.
Could you just hear him laugh IRL from my mic?
Yeah, he likes it. I don't know what's your problem. Wait, oh gosh, wait. Hi, it's me, emo. It's you from the heroes.
I think you mean
From
the
the
Nerdsketeers.
Right. Anyway, I was hoping you'd come back.
I get that a lot. Everything all right?
Oh, everything's fine. That's just it. It's been quiet in Elkhorn so far, but I heard those things you said. That talk of casting off old skins and striking out into the wilderness.
How did you hear that? Wait,
And it stuck with me more than I would have thought.
is that how we put it? I suppose forming a company of heroes can get one a little fired up.
You were right, though. You could leave this life without looking back. Nothing to lose means everything to gain.
Well, we could use another fighter on our side. If you're game.
Oh, fantastic. I'm glad you offered. I'd rather face down a Gorgon than another pushy customer in the bakery anyway.
Far be it for us to turn you down then.
I think I'd want to be a warrior so I could be up front with Ilana.
I love how Emo as a warrior is actually more muscular
Yeah.
than the hunter or mystic
yeah, I would say
versions.
warrior probably.
Got some pecs.
No, I'm really big, emo. Okay, so now he has to be prepared so Jess can work on that while we are continuing to do this thing over here.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
And you can see like days are passing by at the top. Infested tiles are unsafe. Infestations increase the strength of the source threat. Can ambush groups of 2 or 1 heroes, and over time will spread and turn into an incursion.
Where do you see
You
this
can clear
infested tile?
It's the new one that we just uncovered. You can clear infestations by taking out the source, or by sending a group of heroes to patrol on the tile. So see how the next tile, it has like kind of vines on it.
Oh, yeah. I see them.
Oh.
So we will finish this secure site. Thorough delving through the mysteries of a near ambition has proven rewarding.
Solid work, team.
A near ambition will return to the hands of the common folk. While they tend it, the site will provide resources at the end of each chapter.
Yay!
I like
We
loot.
got 2 hides, 2 ingots, and 2 spell threads.
Yay.
Me, it said 1.
Also, we found a speed item, and speed should probably go to Whoa, Jessica.
Yay! I
Sounds good to
finally
me.
got something.
Sounds good to me.
Wait.
Speedy Jess.
Speed to
And now what's
Jess.
my speed?
Okay.
I didn't get to see. Click through the stuff too fast.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ah, it's okay.
It was a
Um,
bracelet of rhythm, so it's like a metronome on your wrist.
So, ordinarily, Elon and I could go forward to scout this, but since there's only 2 of us, we could get ambushed. So we
Should-
probably want to just wait for Jess and Emo.
Join
I
us.
thought
Yeah,
we
I
were
like
in love
that.
juice. It just says we have a crush.
Where are you seeing that we have a crush? Oh, you're clicking. Oh, I see.
Can I see that you have a crush?
Mm-hmm. You click on our
Character sheet?
character sheets.
Relationships. Crony.
Who's the crony?
I am Juice's crony, apparently.
I'm
Really?
your confidant.
Yeah, we're confidants. Nice. Because Juice and I haven't developed a relationship yet. We didn't get the option. Select it.
I'm still preparing recruit.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at the thing.
I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm sorry, but I have to.
Now I'm 24. I'm getting old preparing this recruit.
Uh-huh.
I almost said repairing the recruit. Well, by the time I'm done with them, they might have to be repaired. You know what I'm saying?
Why is it paused? Okay. Emo is now a greenhorn warrior.
Emo's now
Um,
repaired.
It's indeed. Thundering challenge once per combat. As a swift action, Emo frightens the enemy, forcing them to spend their next turn running away. Wolf Call, which between us is garbage. After a successful kill, Emo's allies gain +2 speed for this and the following turn. Or Stalwart, as a swift action, Emo can enable and disable Stalwart, which grants +3 armor and warding, but reduces his speed by half. Stalwart is by far the best of these, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was gonna say I kind of like Stalwart out of these. I
Yeah,
feel like Thundering Challenge is in direct opposition to Alana's ability.
Mm-hmm. And why would you want the enemy to run away from the person who wants to punch the enemy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are times and situations where Thundering Challenge makes sense for a warrior, but this ain't it.
Sounds
All
right
right,
to
so
me.
what bonus thing did Emo get? Just so I'm caught up.
He got the ability to Stalwart, I think what was it called? Basically, you can like buckle down and you'll move at half speed, but you'll get bonus resistance, like bonus to armor.
That sounds
so
good.
It is good, yeah.
I'm just sneezing and yawning over here.
Oh, we can prepare defense too while we wait. I forgot about that. Okay, so the 2 of us will prepare defense.
What is this thing where it
Whoa.
says labor ×2?
Keep your heroes busy.
Sorry. Yeah, because Ilana is a warrior, she's good at doing labor.
Oh.
Because stronger, right?
Okay.
So things go faster with warriors doing this particular job. Whereas like you're just faster, so you can get to different tiles more speedily. Wait, why don't you come in here? There's something about the multiplayer where sometimes I have to like click multiple times to get it to do the one thing I wanted to do.
Tier 1
Sure.
defense is built.
Nice.
So we did that. So now we can scout and bring
New
everybody.
Legion. Yeah.
Oh no, but this one became infested too.
Yep. It's spreading.
Duckwood!
So we can patrol to make it the fight easier, or we can do the fight and it would be a little bit harder.
Where do you see the option to patrol? Oh,
It's just at the bottom left.
Prepare
If you-
defense or gather is what mine says.
If
I
you
don't see
click
any
on
of
it,
that.
click on
Oh,
I was
gather.
on the
I
wrong
see
tab.
gather
I
or
see.
assault.
Yeah. Should we
You don't see
patrol
patrol
now?
No, I don't see
Yeah.
patrol. I just see gather or assault.
Click on Oxring. Just make sure you're clicked on the right tile. No, sorry. Click on the map.
Now I see gather, patrol, assault.
There we go.
Okay.
So let's do patrol to clear the threat, because we're not on the clock. I don't think. Other than it's just going to get progressively a little bit harder as time goes by.
Right.
So our calamities, advance, the enemy over time. It's fine. You don't need to study all this stuff. They're basically just telling you now there are, some basic level characters for Morthagi and Graven in the game.
These
And
are kind of creepy looking.
should be patrolling. Something is happening that is pausing this constantly. I'm not sure what it is.
Sure, I
Whatever the
think I
game
like
is being
opened a
goofy.
window at that pause. I didn't realize
that
it
might be
would.
it. There's
He
just some
cleared
weirdness
the
with the multiplayer.
infestation.
Yeah.
Cool. So now if we assault Oxring, then it'll be easier.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
Attack.
Okay, so this is an example of just here's a random thing that's happening now, and it could be we could see the same thing again in a future story with the details slightly different or whatever, because it's not like a big beat of this particular story.
Oh, cool. Okay.
On the road to Oxring,
Side quest.
whole river of mud this way. Watch your step.
Says it's muddy.
Yeah. Hey, you ever think about farming? Supposing you were born in a peaceful time. If you'd never studied the art of battle, never needed to, if you were just a woman with a plot of land, what would you grow?
Strawberries. I mean, I'd stick to the staples. Wheat, oats, barley. Enough to make beer. I mean, keep a town fed.
That sounds like you.
Does it?
Cabbages would be my specialty, by which I mean I wouldn't simply grow them. I'd cultivate a variety all of my own, perfected over a span of generations.
Sorry, I just saw Puppy's comment. Puppy's disturbed by my berry that Juice caused me to get.
Whoa.
let me show you this real quick. In case anyone in Jess's chat doesn't know. This is one of the best emote combinations on the platform. Get to name it too. The Juice Crisp.
Sounds like an apple. Hey, Jess, what about you? What would you grow?
Tissues. My allergies are plaguing me. I guess I'd have to go with spices, envision myself more as a rancher type, or I don't want to be a farmer.
Your
Well-
character, your choice.
Rancher type.
I'm trying to think. What am I? The goofish romantic? I don't want to be a farmer.
Okay, that's fair.
My nose is running. Nothing against it, just it's not a line of work I'd really shine in.
Okay, so
Well, it depends where the land was, but what if I built a castle, or a really grand house? And I could have a restaurant too, invite people, get to know more about them, and maybe grow close to one of them?
am I in this
Oh.
story at all?
The sun's getting low.
Ah,
Sun is getting low.
sure is. Did I hear it was muddy ahead?
He said so. Emo.
Why did I get some armor for this?
What your choice to build a castle instead of the other things means that you got 0.5 armor.
Okay.
It's
Ah.
it's like a little bit loosey goosey and not obvious on some of them.
That's interesting. I would like cabbage now.
Just it's like a straight cabbage.
Cooked probably, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Cooked cabbage, good. So 2-row, a raccoon, and a rager.
Walk into a bar and
Oh, okay. So this is the first introduction of a spirit. if any of us were to catch up to that spirit, we could basically use it to enhance one of our weapons or items or whatever, which we definitely want to do. And in my opinion, that's the best one.
Where do you
And
see
the
this
spirits-
spirit?
It wandered up ahead, so it's
Oh.
north of the Rager. Now it will, if you see in the top left, our goal is to defeat all the foes and optionally catch the spirit. We have 4 turns.
Okay.
But the spirit is on the other side of enemies. So either we kind of move quickly to dispatch them and catch up, or somebody would use an ability to get behind them. In this case, I think woahhjess could silk step and catch up to it relatively easy.
Should I just do that real fast? I have to run to the bathroom and like blow my nose and also pee. So should I just like do that real quick and you guys can do your turn?
Sure.
Yeah, sounds good.
So wait, silk step, and then can't tell where I can go.
Hey, Squid.
So I think you can move. Silk step will like kind of. I don't remember. They'll figure it out.
Oh, I can't go very far.
Well,
Hey,
you're using
Jimmy.
your turn to silk step, and then you move the
Yeah.
rest of the way.
Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be quick.
Well, you could still move though.
Did I just block her?
That's fine.
Can you move past someone or no?
I
know you
have to
can't
walk
move this-
around them.
Okay. Okay.
So I can move emo. Well, you're starting. Why don't you make your move, but just leave room for emo? So maybe go up 1 space.
I can't go all the way up there. So emo move first and then I
Well, you can in yellow though, right?
can go right there in yellow.
Oh, okay. Well, then I can put emo here. Okay, so then do you have any options or is your turn done?
That's my turn.
Okay. So what I will do is move here and then interfuse with these rocks and discus
good.
this rage. No, discus the rager.
Ooh, very nice.
Owie.
Another one. Yes, H. Cameron. It's definitely similar to D&D.
I
in some
just
ways.
got one hit.
Wait, you're dying?
Juice died?
Yep.
No!
The blow knocks Juice back on his heels. Pain doesn't come immediately, but the wet stuff dripping down his face is probably blood. He's never taken a hit like this, at least not that he can remember. Focus on surviving. Nothing more I can do here.
Oh no.
He runs,
I got an
hopeful that the
achievement.
battle can be won without him. Alone, he staunches his wounds. One gash goes particularly deep. That's gonna leave a scar.
Our
that
first
sucks.
scar. Do I hit next? I guess I hit next.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Juice is dead!
I'm not. I'm just out of the battle and have taken some permanent damage.
Am I still trying to catch this thing?
I would say for right now, we probably need to at least kill a couple first. Because now we're down 1 person. So Emo can probably kill this row pretty easily.
There's like a
I'm thinking I
tree
could kill this rager.
in
maybe.
a way.
Right, why don't
You guys.
you go for the Rager?
Yeah,
And
do
I'll
your
hit
thing.
the row. And then Jess can fill.
I'll just fill.
Like you'll make a decision after.
Wait, what
Oh
happened to
yeah,
my turn?
I get it.
Oh, you were just going, so I couldn't. Okay. How did I not kill it? Wow.
'Cause
It
has
blocked one of my
2
damage.
Yeah. So It's just, you do what you think makes sense.
Yeah, should I go for the thing, or should I go for the thing, or go for the other things?
I would move up as far as you can while still being able to shoot the Rager.
I think I can move here if I'm understanding this correctly.
Well, now there's going to be something in between you and him. I don't know if that
Oh,
blocks
no,
you or
it
not.
totally affected it. I have a 52% chance to hit.
Can you hit one of the other ones better?
Yeah.
Do that then. That's fine.
Hit it with the skillet. I tried. Ooh, nice.
Uh-oh.
Why is this thing not attacking Ilana? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, we're all gonna die. We're gonna die. I'm dead.
Ooh.
I'm dead too! The hit is worse than Jess had braced for. She struggles to stay up. Ugh, thought I was made of tougher stuff than this. Everything goes slow and dim. My options are better back off. Next time, maybe. I lose 2 health for the remainder of the game! Or I die and deal 12 damage going down. Or I
You don't want
die
to die.
and give everyone else 3
take
armor.
the health hit.
2 health for the rest of the game?
But you get to keep playing this character.
Another day, perhaps.
Direct.
Wow, this sucks. Another day, perhaps. I can be patient. Not broken, but perhaps a bit bent. Jess slips away. And then it was just Alana and Emo.
Oh, hi.
So Emo is going to swift action to go stalwart to
Okay.
get a little bit more defense because obviously we're having a problem.
Yeah.
And then I will slam the row
I love how we both have
and miss it.
quote
'cause obviously-
113.
I
Good
got
job on
this
that
one.
though.
2 turns left on the thing.
I'm not worried about the thing.
I know, but
point.
it would be nice.
Okay, well, I'll hit the row, and then you can move up, or you can move up and hit the row, and then I will be able to get closer to the raccoon. What do you think?
Either way, you
Okay.
try to hit the row. Or move up. That's fine. Yeah, either way.
I'm gonna move here, and then I will hit it.
Good. Nice.
Hi, Agent
It's
number
okay
1.
if you stand on corruption. These things aren't attacking you with magic, so it doesn't matter that it lowers your magic. Oh no,
Okay.
it deals a magic
One,
damage.
I
Never
have
mind, it doesn't matter.
muted myself
then I'm gonna
in
walk around it.
Discord so that I can
Yeah.
say hello, Agent number 1 and Raiders. Okay, I'm unmuting myself in Discord now to say hello, Raiders. Hi, welcome in. I hope you had a great time playing Hearts of Iron. We're doing a co-op stream with Lana, Rama, and Juice.
Hi.
Hi, Agent number 1. Good to see you all.
We are playing Wildermyth. My character just died, and so did Juice's.
No.
Yeah.
You just got maimed.
I might as well
It's
have died.
fine. There's no coming back from this.
This is like the first mission, by the way, and we're already dead. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for bringing your community over to say hello.
I'm going to try Sentinel.
This game is one of the absolute best. Yeah, I somehow got coerced into playing this game again after years.
This
Well,
game's
because
amazing.
Juice and I wanted to play it together, and Juice told me it'd be even better with another friend, and so I was like, we were like, what about Jess?
What about Jess?
Maybe
That
it
should be a
needs to
sitcom
be
title.
Jess.
What about Jess?
Jess is dead.
That's our Jess.
Dead.
Jess is horribly maimed. Oh, that's just Jess.
Whoa, Jess.
Whoa,
People
Jess.
die here.
Victory, except 2 of you died.
I
We
just
have like
a
this
manly
little.
scar.
Oh, rivals.
Whoa.
Emo, we're rivals. rivals. He's
What
laughing.
about Jess? Rivals are actually it's like the best though. Like
I'm kind of excited to be rivals.
when like there's something where like if you crit, then your rival's like, oh yeah, well I can do it too, and then they automatically get a crit on their next attack.
I'm
Oh,
gonna-
that is kind of
It's
fun.
actually
I'm
legitimately
gonna
OP.
take this bow.
Yeah, you should totally take that bow.
The golden
Take
one
the
song.
bow.
I'm claiming it. It's look, it does
Do
4
it.
damage rather than 3.
Yeah, we're frenemies.
Those are your
Exactly.
things.
Shield.
Ilana, are you going to be a one-handed or two-handed fighter?
One-handed.
All right, then take the shield.
I like shield. Give it to me, not emo. He's my rival.
Spicy. You've seen better days.
So have you. We almost died together.
Oh,
You have a cool scar now, though.
we make quite a pair, don't we?
He's like smiling, like.
A couple of tipped-over turtles, at least one of whom is still pretty cute, especially with the scar. Wait, are we talking about me? I'm still pretty cute?
I think you're talking about you. Yeah, it's a real dick move, by the way.
I think the scar looks nice.
Are
Personally.
you two sneaking off together?
Yeah, but,
Oh my.
Improve their
You can
strategies.
Fill in the blank there. Yeah, so they added the Bogmore, which is a creepy toad.
creepy toad.
Froggy.
All right, let's secure Ox Ring. The two of us are gonna have to go back to town anyway to like heal up or whatever.
Come on, let's clean this place up. The locals shouldn't see it this way. Investigate thoroughly. Catalog everything. Burn what's not useful. Get it ship shape. I like
We have
items.
time. Yeah, items are good. We clearly need them, so
I'm negative 25% healed.
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that means I'm dead.
Whoa, Justice returned to action.
No longer dead! I only have 4 HP now.
So we can add you to that. We can add
Juice
me
return
to
to
that.
action.
We're coming back.
Any more calcium? Perma sneaking?
Thorough delving through the mysteries of Oxring has proven rewarding.
Solid work, team.
Oxring will return to the hands of the common folk. While they tend it, the site will provide resources at the end of each chapter.
Yay!
6 Heartwoods.
That says 3 for me.
It says
Oh, it
3
does
for
say
me
3
too.
For you. Why does it say 6 for me?
I don't know.
Huh.
The other one said that you got. Or you had double the resources the last time too.
Weird.
So when it comes to armor items, we can make it just a group decision, have always been like, it should be the lowest armored person that gets it because they all take damage as long as the tanks are tanky enough. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
So
But you only get the armor at 1, right?
you only
1
get the
point?
armor at 1. Yeah.
Everybody else has
there are-
1. But
There
you.
are few, yeah, exactly. There are a few items that would give you like a full armor. Emo can do that stalwart thing, which gives him armor. So he's like the least of. He's
Your
the least
worries.
important. This one. right
Yeah,
now.
I would say juice them for the chance to get him 1 point.
And we're gonna get like the warriors, like hopefully some like proper plate mail at some point.
I assume that you can swap items amongst yourselves, yeah.
You cannot.
Oh, never mind.
Oh wow.
It's one of those things where it really doesn't make sense. But I think it's a balancing thing, you know.
Mm.
I don't know. All right, so then let's scout the next spot.
Juice is so slow. The Mossin Garden.
And patrol, since we obviously cannot handle a regular fight, let alone one that's a little bit harder.
Yeah.
and then we assault. Everybody ready?
Yeah. Are they healed?
Yeah,
No.
they're healed.
Oh, okay.
We had to go all the way back to town to basically get restored. and that's
Yeah,
what
I
took
just
us
see a
so long.
symbol over you two that's like half of a skull
Oh.
face.
If we get knocked out of a battle again, we will die.
Okay. That makes
Like,
sense.
Die, for sure. Okay, I've got one. Favorite fruit?
The scar moved to a different side of the face. It was on the other eye, and now it's on this eye.
Uh-oh.
It's a 2D sprite problem.
I once had something called a persimmon. The flavor was subtle, wrapped itself around your tongue. I still think about it.
Wish I remembered fruit that well.
Next up, a difficult one. Favorite thing to fight?
That's like asking my favorite rash.
Least favorite then.
Might have to be Gorgons.
Is that because they're over the next hill?
It's the ick factor. Even worse than Thrixel. They don't just move, they spread. They're like walking diseases. And here I am, making a career out of them.
Sneaky, sneaky.
I'm not that old, right? Sometimes I wonder if it's not too late to start over somewhere. I wouldn't, though, realistically. I'd reek of abandonment. It'd reek of abandonment.
Well, we appreciate that.
What about you? What keeps you here?
Are we playing on
Upholding
hard?
what's Best in the world?
We're playing on hard, but not walking lunch.
Oh, okay, so there's upholding what's best in the world, feeling special, or is this a flirt, or what?
That's definitely a flirt.
You mean other than you?
Oh my.
I like the character expression in this one the best. I'm gonna go with that one. That one, she looks
Do it.
very like mischievous. Yeah, I'm going with that one.
Yeah, the face on that one's good.
Yeah.
It's also a little jokey, which is fun.
Yeah. So many things, really. Those spellbinding gazes, that dazzling smile, the way you whisper my name before a fight.
Woahhjess. That's not an answer. That's random flattery.
Wow.
These are platitudes. Plus, what kind of woman would I be if I left you to get picked up by some tardy Gorgon?
True. A come hither wave from those tentacles and I'm toast. We gained temporary damage and potency, +1 bonus damage, +1 potency.
Look at their
Aw.
goofy
Y'all, they're
faces.
bonding. They're bonding like
Maybe
an
this will
XCOM.
keep us from dying.
God, I sure hope so, because yikes on bikes, my friend.
How old are
I
you
know
now?
this.
I don't know. Bogmore, Raccoon Row. Okay, so this should be an easier fight. There's only 3 things.
Yeah.
And at least there'll be some walls and doors to utilize.
I'm 25, so that means you're 20. If you died at 20 years old, that would be tragic. How old is Emo?
I don't know.
Emo has the frying pan? Are you kidding me? Why you
He's
gotta
age
take the same?
23.
23. All right, why don't we get the 2
26?
warriors up front and then just go into Guardian mode and we'll open the door next turn.
Okay.
So I'll get not directly behind you because I'm afraid and hang out here, and then
I guess I'll just soak step.
I think that's a great choice.
Hidden! If I'm
Okay.
hidden, I won't die.
I'll open the door, or you did it.
Oh,
All right.
sorry, I just did.
I was just gonna save you the action. It's fine.
Yeah, you should take turns opening doors.
If I move next to that guy with emo, I don't
Uh-huh.
have to disable stalwart, so I can still have a lot of armor on.
Okay, good. Do that.
And then you can figure out how to finish him off.
I love the thunk.
Huh. Yay! We did it. Teamwork.
That's
I mean,
heckin' teamwork.
I'll show you how to do that.
Now you've got it. By Jove, I think she's got it. I am going to move just into this room, but not giving this thing line of sight on me because I'm afraid.
Yeah,
Sounds
right.
smart.
I'm a little afraid too. I can take a shot.
I would play conservatively, honestly. Like,
It says I can deal
One
5
raccoon-
damage. It says I will kill it if I hit.
what's your percentage?
71.
So you have a 71% chance of killing it, but you have a 29% of missing, and then you are going to be attacked by it, and you only
Yeah.
have 4 health.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's your
Yeah.
choice.
It's a tough
You could-
choice.
Oh, do it. He could be like meat shield.
What if I go and
He
stand
can
here?
He can hear you.
I think
He
that's a
said
good
really
choice.
well.
Okay, I'm glad I
look-
moved.
Yeah. that's what I'm saying.
Armor
All right.
shredded on emo.
Yeah, but that's free armor anyway from Stalwart, you know?
Yeah, true.
30% chance of dying is a tough choice.
Yeah, that's not great. Do you want, Ilana, do you want to get into that room? Because they're ranged, so they're not going to come to us. So we should
I
probably
can get
go to
into the
them.
room. I can't attack them if I get in the
Can
room.
you get close and then do Guardian?
I don't think
or-
so because I think this is green and this is yellow, so that's a dash.
Let's say, so if you get to where your green is,
And then guardian.
then Guardian, I can make one of them come to you.
Okay, should I put him put her right here?
Yes.
Does that work?
I think so. Okay,
Sentinel.
so you're in Sentinel. So Emo will do the same thing and go Guardian because he doesn't have Sentinel.
Right.
So then I will pull one by moving here and compelling the raccoon. And then Jess, you should now be free to tee off on that Bogmore because it's not going to go through us to get to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't shoot anymore. Oh, because I can't see it.
Yeah, you just gotta, yeah, exactly.
83% chance from here.
That's perfect.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
5 damage. Ouchies.
Ouch.
So you'll need to move up in order for Emo to get a shot on him as well.
Okay.
The sound of that frying pan hitting the enemy just like makes my head hurt. I feel like I'm being smacked with like a wooden pot or something. Not a
The
pan.
sound is too intense. Ooh. Maybe to
Accuracy-
Jess.
So accuracy for Jess is definitely good, yeah.
Oh, sure, I'll take it.
The knee pads of cunning.
Yeah, what a name.
So I can brace myself on my knees.
Whoa, Jess.
Yeah. But like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Is this
Okay.
protected now?
So we cleared it, and now we're gonna do the thing.
Secure it.
Secure it. Yeah, exactly. And stuff gets harder.
Oh boy.
I feel like we're still just green.
Learning.
We're still green.
Yeah.
It protects you from taking an arrow to the knee.
Site is secured.
Thorough delving, blah, 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 blah. It's always the same message.
Solid work, team.
Okay, this says 1 hide and 2 spell threads for me.
That's
And
what
I
mine
see 2
says.
hides and 4 spell threads.
Wow.
That, hopefully, it's the 2 and the 4. I don't know why it wouldn't be.
Yeah. Maybe you're seeing the group total and we're seeing individual totals?
Yeah, like it's split, maybe?
Could be. Maybe next time we'll see if one of you click next and see if it changes that.
The knee pads
what I
of
mean.
courage to go with the knee pads of cunning. Alana has to take this so we match because we're besties.
I'm with it.
Okay. I love it. It's like we picked him up on an adventure together. Other than this one, I guess.
Juice is hacking? How am I hacking? Whoa. The wolf price. Ilana, do you want to do the
Sure.
narration on this?
Under the setting sun, the profile of rocky hills catches Emo's eye. Oh,
Sorry, I
didn't-
hit next.
It was.
I didn't see
You
what it
think
said.
there's something up there, Smoky Buddy, or something like
Oh,
that?
you can always hit Z to
Okay.
go back if you accidentally skip ahead.
oh, thank you.
I don't know
You
where I
think
got
there's something up
Smoky
there?
Buddy from.
Let's see.
I got that. You think there's something up there?
Shouldn't we check? I mean, it looks like
Looks
a
up
wolf.
the mountain. Upon the hill's summit, nothing's waiting for them.
Hmm.
Well, there's a big rock and a couple of wind-worsened old pines. Worsted. What is this
Worsted.
word? Wind-worsted old pines. Then it begins. A thrumming.
Drums.
Thrum.
Drums in the deep.
It grows louder.
Mm.
And louder until the stone underfoot clatters and shakes. Scrumble. I don't know how to make that sound.
You did great.
It grows louder. Scrum.
Discord is
It's
cutting
a
your
mighty
mic off.
growl, clamorous, thundering, and then it resolves. Oh,
Oh, oh boy.
huh. A voice. I am the one. The voice of a carnivore, cunning and crooning, warning them to run, promising to give chase. The one you have hunted so long. Through darks and coins.
What?
You have hunted so long for me, and for a brotherhood that should be yours. I almost read cheese, Alistair. Do you know my name?
A name?
It was the gift I gave to your ancestors. They walked my myth over green field and fallow, to the curves and corners of being they walked. Do you know my name?
How? How would I?
A blessing earned through ancient service, an oath written in steps and trails, sealed with the name. You only need to know it. Blessing earned through ancient service. I was just thinking if these are like
You're
hints.
ruining my immersion. What's the name?
I'm sorry. I'll ask you once more. Do you know my name? Oh. It's like reading a fairy tale from your childhood, only to realize how disturbing it is. Emo doesn't like knowing the name, and he's sure it's right. Yes, I am Lokius, your wolf god, and now you may take my oath. Abandon your humanity, my boy, and be blessed as wolf kind.
All right. So this is our first transformation option. I think it'd be awesome for to become a wolf man. Any objections? No? Good.
I don't want to object. Thank you, Love Monkey. That's awesome. I appreciate your support. Emo kneels, and beneath him, a green light pools. Dandelions rise yellow out of the sparse, wind-scraped dirt. They grow old and white, throw their seeds, then wilt to nothing. The god rock he kneels upon hums. It cracks somewhere inside. A tremendous odor overcomes him. It's like that wet dog smell of the deepest, oldest, wolfiest breath.
I smell it.
Emo? Oh. Hmm.
What happened? Why are you looking at me like that?
You're a wolf.
He became a wolf.
What are you talking about? Oh my god!
I still think he's cute. +2 retirement age is great. He's gonna live a nice long time.
So one of the cool things, and I don't know how this will work with multiplayer, but if I go to my character, I can now change my type of wolf head. I can be a scruffy, a scrag,
Oh,
a
cool.
sage, or just regular, and that's DLC for some of those. So I don't know how it would handle it for all of you. I don't know if because I'm hosting, you automatically see it.
I
Like,
saw
if
him.
Yeah, I saw it
Okay.
too. Also, I
That's
thought
kind of cool.
Emo's name was Emo Flamingo, not Emo Wolf.
Wolfingo.
Wolfmingo.
Wolfo. Emo W0LF.
Wait, how did you change your name? I want to change my name.
You can change your name. Just go to customize.
Boom.
That's better.
It is.
Okay,
I dyed my hair. Freshened up the hair color.
looks good.
It's a flaming wolf? Oh, it's a flamingo wolf. I see, yes. Should we make this station?
Yes.
It's good, honest work. Should we lend a hand?
Okay, so let's think about this
Legacy.
real quick. It will cost a legacy point. We have 4 of them right now, which is not a ton.
Mm-hmm.
If you mouse over the Nerd Skateers in the top right, it will show you what you are currently at what you currently have and what you'll have at chapter's end, right? So at the end of this chapter, we'll have 3 ingots, 7 heartwoods, 5 hides, 1 fabrics, assuming you're saying the same thing that I am.
Mm-hmm.
So if we want to do this, we would choose like, do we need heartwoods and fabrics, or 2 heartwoods, or hides and spell threads? And that's sort of how I choose which of these to select. Like I would typically choose whatever we're low on. So we only have
I
like
like
one
one.
fabric.
Do we have to spend a legacy point?
We don't have to do this at all, but if we are going to do it, it will cost a legacy point.
Okay.
I don't know what these resources are really used for yet.
It's for creating armor.
Right,
clothing.
that's what you said. I like the idea of balancing with a little bit more fabric.
Yeah, same. We're gonna have
so-
very little at the end.
So we should do the threshery, number 1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go for it.
Let's go.
Let's go. Bernay Threshery. Cool.
All right, let's scout this next spot. Oh, there's an incursion. Okay.
Ooh. Your
Gorgon's
favorite.
light number move to attack your lands, driving peaceful folks before them, leveling homes and hallowed places. Your enemies will travel from tile to tile, attacking and destroying sites until they are defeated by heroes in combat or repelled by defenses you've built. Their numbers will wear down. Once incursion size reaches 0, the enemy will dissipate and the incursion will be over. Okay, so you can see that they're coming from up top there. we'll go through a near ambition and finish an Elkhorn.
Oh, okay.
Don't we,
What
we
we
put
could-
fortifications though.
Yep. So notice that. Thank you for the follow. Above the Raging Gorgon's icon, there's like 4 little diamondy looking things.
Mm-hmm.
When it hits the Greenland forest, it's going to at least spend 1 of those to break through our fortification, and maybe more depending on the situation. So we have some options. Number 1, we ignore it and then go rebuild stuff later, which would not be very heroic, but sometimes it's a tactical decision. Because it will take us a while just to even get over there, right?
Yep.
Number 2, we go over there, but like hold up an Elkhorn, and then we'll have some help from locals. And we'll have better defensive positioning, right? And then it will have weakened itself on a near ambition before it gets to us. Number 3, we just go continue scouting and just let it do its thing. I guess I would say head towards a near ambition, see how close we are to getting ahead of it, and probably ending up at Elkhorn to defend.
That's basically what I was gonna say too.
Yeah, same.
I like that.
Okay, so we will gather at a near ambition with everybody.
Oh, why am I so sleepy today?
To be fair, I just yawned, so I probably gave it to you.
Is that what happened?
We can try to prepare a tier 2 defense before they get here.
Okay.
Did it work? It
Prepare
takes them a while
defense.
to get through like the mountains,
Nice.
and I guess we have time to try to do a tier 3.
Do it. We're almost here.
It's gonna be close. Okay, so here's the
Wow.
thing: we don't want to actually defend here. We want to move to
Elkhorn.
Elkhorn. So let's gather
They're
there.
gonna be here in 28 days.
When can you get a new hero? Usually it's like after chapter 1, at the beginning of chapter 2, or at the beginning of each chapter, you'll be able to, or sometimes they will just arrive in the story, either because it's prescribed by the actual story you're playing, or if it's just a random thing. Okay, so while we're
Cool.
here, we could craft a thing if we have enough materials to craft like armor or a nice weapon whilst we prepare defenses, or we could just prepare defenses and we would do it faster.
Oh, we get materials if we hold these POIs towards the end of the chapter. Whoa.
Correct. Yep. So we do have some stuff now.
I have a knife. Where'd I get a knife from?
You've always had a knife.
I've always had a knife.
Yeah, you can swap weapons, but there's no reason why you would ever really use it. Honestly.
I think you should definitely make a mace.
If you want to go for it and make a mace, you certainly could. You will be sort of choosing then to be a mace wielder for a while, which isn't bad. Maces have like you can kind of click on the different weapons to see like their damage, range, knockback, and their stunt damage. So like one-handed spear versus a one-handed mace, so on and so forth.
It's the only weapon that's one-handed besides the axe and the swords. The dueling sword and the regular sword.
The spear is also one-handed,
Oh, you're
but
right.
not the great spear.
The hammer, the iron steel's breaker is kind of cool, but it's two-handed. Could have one of those for emo, maybe.
Iron seal breaker.
It's a hammer.
Frying pan qualifies. Yeah, you're right. It is a mace. The macing.
Yeah, so if you upgraded Ilana to the tier 1 mace, you would get an extra point of damage.
It's a one-handed, so I don't mind doing that if we want to do that.
Do it. We have time.
Okay.
At this point, like, we need any little bit that we can get, you know? So go ahead and hit craft item. Assuming you have it selected properly the way you want it.
Brain Thresher.
And then the rest of us will prepare defense.
Do we
I
have
do
to
it one
go
at a
through
time.
the tier 1 to tier 2 to tier 3?
We could just choose tier 2, but there's a weirdness
Whoa.
where
What is this?
Just
this is we'll come back to that. It's like a side mission, side quest. We'll definitely do it. But
Okay.
if you do it now, you will
it
leave
felt like
here.
Strange Mood.
Yeah.
So here, well, just for illustrations, we can definitely do tier 3. It's just if we don't actually finish it, it'll just be sitting there forever and it just bothers me.
Hmm.
So it's more just like an annoyance thing than anything else.
They've arrived.
Ooh, Brain Thresher.
Brain Thresher.
Is it automatically equipped?
Yeah.
Ooh, they lost their
Oh.
strength.
Yep. So
They lost the
every time they break
size.
through one of our defenses, that
Nice.
they lose a star. So now we could gather there and we'll either fight them when they're weak and get some experience points, which seems like a good plan to me. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Cool.
What just happened? Incursion.
Hi, Lady Chrysanthemum. Sorry, chat. We are there's a lot going on, so if we're not as responsive as usual, like these two really like talking to chat.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. You know, chat's cool sometimes, I guess. But give us a little grace. It's not because we don't love you. We're just there's a lot going
I'm
on.
having a very hard time.
Yeah,
not
it's
talking
harder to
chat.
respond to everything today for sure. Gorgons have come. Silence falls. Emerging in all their tortured shapes, the beasts only breathe and blink their oozing eyes. Ugh. How should the defenders respond? Here we go then, Jess.
Yeah. Charge into
Okay.
battle, take the fight to them, 66% chance of something. Use our knowledge of the land, harry their approach, 46% chance of something. Stay hidden until the last moment, fight with cunning, 79% chance of something.
That's so weird. My numbers on the percentage are even different than yours.
Really?
That's strange.
In any case, stay hidden is the highest chance of success. So I
On
don't
both,
know why
yeah.
we wouldn't do that.
Okay, yes, stay cunning.
Stay cunning, chat.
Concealed amid their surroundings, they elude the frustrated eyes of their enemy. Choosing the moment to strike is up to them. Wait for it. Oh, wait, that's Jess. Sorry, I thought it was me. Purple hair.
Wait for it. Who's setting up the board?
Ah, we were successful.
Nice.
Stealth.
We got stealth and cunning.
So all heroes begin combat in Gray Plane, which is really great. And flanking attacks deal +2 damage.
Wow.
Okay, how do we
also
flank?
We just move
Friends.
to either side.
Okay.
We have
So
helpers.
We have helpers. They are weak and mechanically, whether they live or die doesn't mean anything to the game. But
Okay, you call
I
them
like to
weak, but they
pretend
have
they're
more
real
health
lives.
than I do.
Yeah, they just don't do a lot of attacks. And they have no armor. But yes, you have a point.
I think
This
technically
Geist
I'm the
thing looks
weakest.
intense.
So down on the bottom right is a Geist, which is a big scary bear, and a Rager. And then we had a couple other units that I don't think are shown yet.
I didn't know that you could tilt the board.
WASD. Oh, and then mouse or right click to rotate and tilt.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I didn't know you could rotate. Okay. Sorry, chat, for having that thing blocking our view the whole last fight.
Yeah, right? I had the exact same
So-
problem.
Drymon Greenfell has a sword. Janulf Lember has a bow. Dory Vane has a sword.
Okay.
So why don't you take Janulf? Ilana, you're on Dryman, and I'll take Gory Vein.
Okay.
Is the board any different because we prepared defenses?
Yes. So that's where the
All these
barricades
like
are.
walls and things are.
So we can use that to our advantage and, you know,
Stand behind them.
I would, yeah. Yes. And then I'll move Emo maybe up next to Gory Vein.
I'm gonna stand behind this wall. I don't know if I can shoot over it.
And remember, we're all invisible right now, so they will have to come in and like either randomly run into us or do something until we reveal ourselves.
Right.
What should we do with our bow friend here?
You can move him to where he has a line of sight on him and take a shot.
There is no line of sight. Oh, unless
What about
we're
next to
right here.
Drymon?
Who? Oh, Dryman?
Dryman.
I wonder if you can shoot over the barricade.
Yes. I didn't check to see if I had line of sight. Oops.
That's okay.
You can make it wiggle.
I think I do actually have line of sight.
Right? Yeah, you do, for sure.
I have 100% chance. Oh, hidden. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're
Do you
good.
You're gonna, okay, you're good. All right, so then I'll move Juice. Thanks for the follow. To Hya. And I am going to interfuse with this ball and shoot them for 8 total
Whoa.
damage. So now they know where I am, but they don't know that Ilana and Emo are there and Glory
Guardian.
Vein.
Yeah.
Glory vein.
Glory vein.
Do you want to finish Janel's turn?
Yeah. You can
I would
shoot
say
the big guy.
you could, but then they will attack you instead of coming towards us.
Oh, so you're saying I shouldn't do that?
I think you should wait
Okay.
and then make them move towards us where we want them and then attack.
Uh-oh. They're behind us.
We've been flanked.
Uh-oh, Juice. Ooh. Good hit,
okay.
Ilana.
Wow, good
yes,
job.
Emo, while you were walking the dog, you became a wolf. And hi, Super Serious Man.
That's
and hi, everyone
appropriate.
else we haven't said hi to.
Yeah, I feel really bad. I haven't said hi to a lot of people, and it's kind of hurting my soul a little
Yeah.
bit. I think
Just
it'd be
know that
really
we're
fun
struggling with that.
to do like a co-stream, just so I could talk to all the chats at once.
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of liked like going live for a bit beforehand because I was able to chat a bunch then and then switch to this mode.
You're also welcome to talk to chat. Like, we're all seeing all the same messages. It's not like you're ignoring us if you're saying
Yeah,
hi to
and
other
it's
people.
turn-based, so like if you want to make a comment real quick, like react to something, we can definitely do
It's
that.
not a big deal. I'm not precious about it.
I would like to smack you in the face.
Do it. Noise, bruh.
I smacked it.
All right, why don't you finish it off with Glory Vein, and then I'll move Emo over to this row.
Okay, I think Glory Vein was.
Oh, that was the
Jess's.
wrong character. Hold on.
Undo.
Undo. You only get like 1 undo per battle.
You can undo. Cool. Oh, up
It's in the
there. I
top
see.
right.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
for
maybe.
everybody? We only get one undo,
I think it's
or is it per character?
person, but I'm not sure.
I do feel really rude. Not right. Reacting to chat.
That chat's fine. They understand.
I've abandoned chat.
Emo's gonna bite this dude. Get bitten,
Nice.
nerd.
Good biting, Emo.
Why don't you finish your turns? Wait, is Glory Vein my guy that I was controlling? Oh, it is. Okay.
I love that you've changed this person's name to Glory Vein.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Is that their name? Glory Vein?
No, it's Gory Vein.
Oh, Gory Vein. My bad.
I like
Glory
Glory Vein
sounds so
too.
much better. Yeah. Gory Vein. Ew.
I'm just moving Dryman closer because they couldn't attack.
Sure. Do you have shots with either of your characters?
Oh, me?
Yep.
I have to move.
I'm gonna wait till for you to do your thing because I can do a couple different things.
I just don't know where to put them. I don't necessarily know where I have cover and whatnot.
Okay, so the row is unlikely
Yeah,
to
but what about the
run around a bunch
bog
of people.
more?
Just keep them towards the back and they'll be okay. But yeah, if you want to stand behind an object, that gives you some cover.
I can't tell where I'm behind an object.
Like, literally, if you're just adjacent to it,
Adjacent.
it actually shows little diamonds. So, like, if you mouse over to the right of the fire, you should have, like, 1 white diamond under your name. or
Oh, I
something
thought
like
that was indicating how many move actions that
Oh,
took.
maybe that is. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just work here. Oh, mousing over a campfire, it says no cover. Cooking pot is partial cover for adjacent figures.
Oh,
Heart
so
is
but
good cover for adjacent
so if
figures.
I put Janolf here, do they have cover from all directions or just like the obvious directions?
Just the obvious directions, I think.
Okay,
Mm.
still can't reach. Out of actions. You move
Yeah,
like
if
2
you-
slots.
I think you only move once, and then you can move a second time or do a thing.
Oh. So can't shoot anything. I can ambush though. Anybody?
Ambush isn't a bad idea if they're gonna move forward.
Do it, because
Yeah.
I can compel them to move.
Okay, I ambushed that spot right there.
There you go. Wow.
8 damage. We should be ambushing more
That's
often.
Yeah.
Ew,
Ouch.
icky.
And also, ooh.
He tentacled emo. I get a free bite on him, so I'm just gonna take it.
Sounds good.
We can try the ambush thing again if I move in.
I would just move and shoot. He's got 1 health.
Oh. Okay, I'm doing it.
There you go.
Yes,
There you
I
go.
killed something.
I didn't want Dryman to take the kill. I was almost gonna. I was like, no, it should be one of us.
Ilana leveled up.
Woohoo! Bloodhorn Warrior.
Bloodhorn.
Choose an ability. Vigilance. Ilana's heightened sense allow her to perform up to 2 reaction strikes per turn.
OP.
Ooh. Inspiration. Ilana gives adjacent allies +1 bonus damage and spell damage. Wolf Call. After a successful kill, Ilana's allies gain +2 speed for this turn and the following turn. Or upgrade Sentinel to interrupt enemy movement. Ooh.
I think you know the 2 that are good.
Vigilance and Sentinel upgrade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Oh, that's
there,
so hard to choose.
if it helps, there are other abilities that you can also bundle with these. So like it would make your threat range even bigger,
Yeah.
to the point where if you have multiple reaction strikes with Sentinel, and an increased range, you just like bouncing all over the board, just punch, like on defense, and it becomes super over.
That sounds amazing. I want to upgrade Sentinel, but I think I might take Vigilance at this time.
It
Does
will
that sound
offer
reasonable?
you upgraded Sentinel more likely as you continue because you already have Sentinel, whereas you may
Okay.
not see Vigilance again.
Okay. I like that plan then.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're
Yay.
Okay,
G's.
we did the thing. So now we can get back to our previously
Scout.
scheduled scouting.
The
Wolf call
Brene
keeps everyone zooming.
Threshery has the viney things on it again.
Yeah, we didn't secure it, and enough time passed.
See.
Arius lands.
Keep patrol. They get a little bit stronger.
Oh, boy.
Continue.
And then we'll attack.
Correct.
Okay.
Let's go.
We got this.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Wait, we didn't do
This
the
is
thing.
The one I'm thinking of.
My
It's,
side story.
Oh yeah, we can still do that.
Okay.
We'll do that right after
I
this.
want to do my
Good-
side
good
story.
call. Yeah. I want,
yeah.
I want you to do your side story.
I want to know about it too.
The
Someone
moon's
else take
gone.
over reading.
Sure. When the moon's gone, all the stars seem happier.
Reminds me of a tavern hall before your face darkens the window.
A single candle can seem blinding in total darkness, but next to a forge, just a dim little spark. Anyway, it's a good omen. The brightening of the stars.
Yeah? What's it an omen of?
I can't really tell you what they mean specifically. I also think maybe listening is the point. Quieting yourself enough to hear the voice of existence. From my own delvings into omen and fortune and all, I see little evidence for...
Whoa!
Whoa!
Am I even here?
No.
Not really.
I'm off cleaning something.
Reminds me of. Can I still remember the story? 30% chance.
Is this your sign? Is this your sign? My guardians, my guides. 28% on my screen.
Mine's 33.
Mine says
Maybe I-
31.
Maybe I do wonder, does he see something I don't? 16%.
17.
Okay, so you think
So is
Mine-
everyone's highest emo wolfingo?
no, my highest is Jess.
Okay. I
Mine's
was gonna say maybe we should
30.
go with Jess.
What
Okay.
are your options, like your percentage chances?
30, 31, and 16.
I'm 33 for emo.
Okay, well, why don't you hit emo then?
Okay.
Because that would be
Okay.
the single highest, and we'll assume that whoever clicks it is correct. There's a thing emo sometimes believes, that the dead can turn to stars, and that their wishes become light. In this moment, he feels a well-meaning eye turned on him. I don't even think I even knew all your faces. I'm sorry, but thank you. Whatever else the night might say, a new ward is wound round the life of emo Wolfmingo. Plus point for warding. We were successful.
Yay!
Very nice.
Okay, so remind me, after this attack, we're gonna do just a side quest.
Yes.
Side quest.
All right, so we're fighting Drauven.
And we have
Taunt,
warding.
Stormthroat, Stump, and Dart.
Silk step. Go emo Wolfmingo.
Do you want to move up to the next set of doors?
Sure. Like that.
Yeah, I think so.
Who did we just hear screaming?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry, we're heroes.
Do you want me to open the door?
Sure. Claiming Light, it's my first time playing. I'm really excited.
Boo!
Do we want to go in there? Probably. Why don't you make the move, Ilana, and then I'll sidle up next to you.
Okay.
I don't have a good angle to really do anything, so
I
I
can-
think you should do.
I can
what you
hit them through here.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see.
Emo duck.
Noise.
Very nice.
Yay!
Yeah, I can't really do anything, so I'm just gonna hang out.
Sounds good. One's probably
Alarm.
gonna attack us. Okay. Hidden? What do you mean hidden?
Is it because they're out of line of sight? They're hidden?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
If you
okay.
just get up to where you think they went,
Silk step.
Okay.
They make really creepy noises. They remind me of something.
okay, I might. Because Emo's not going to be able to get past you.
Right. Yeah. Have him come around.
Oh,
Okay. That's a good move.
Ooh!
surprise attack.
It's a howler monkey.
I think it might be these creatures playing like. That's really loud, making the screaming sounds.
Yeah. They're definitely screaming.
Harass.
I'm blind. But
Don't
I
worry, you
dodged.
still dodged it.
I
Again.
dodged.
Die. Not permanently, but 2 of us are halfway dead. If we go down again, we'll die.
Yeah.
So you can take a turn, some action to get rid of that bird that's bothering you. Or you can ignore it. It's kind of up to you.
I could shoe bird and then sentinel, right?
Yes. Can you move Shoebird and Sentinel, or is that too much?
It's too many actions.
Okay. I will draw them towards you then. So yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and do that.
No.
I will move Emo.
Emo's in the game. He's Emo Wolfmango.
Yeah, my husband won our first new character. Like, definitely not rigged at all.
Is there a way to tell the accuracy of my shot before I pick a tile to go stand on?
I don't know that.
It
answer.
tells
a
me
good
if I
question.
can hit, but it doesn't tell me which position is the most accurate.
That might just be something you kind of learn over time.
Yeah,
Oh, I
can we
don't have
hold
them.
alt while mousing over stuff
Oh.
like in XCOM?
46% chance to hit.
Thank you, chat.
I am not sure if that does anything.
Heck.
I'll try shooting.
Heck.
Took cover. But I'm still hidden. Oh, it didn't reveal me.
I think it did.
Oh, it did reveal me.
Yeah. All right, we better get up in there then.
I can't move into the room. Can Emo?
Don't hit Z. That's how you end your turn.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't tell me the accuracy.
Why don't you take your shot, Ilana, on that dart?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, watch this.
Fortunately,
Look what I can do.
I'm 1 away from actually being able to hit him.
Oh no.
I
Maybe
have
just do the
I have an 86% chance.
guardian thing.
Yeah, go ahead, take the shot. There we go.
Hi, gas station boxers. Hello.
Hi, gas station boxers.
Hi, gas station boxers.
Ooh, very nice.
Some of these sound effects are like way louder than the others.
Yeah.
gonna guess that's.
Hey, man, watch this. Emo and I are just one-upping each other the whole time because we're rivals.
Hunter armor.
I think we know who that goes to.
I'm the only person who can take it.
Yep.
Wow!
Nice.
It's way more better. I get
Ooh,
armor.
5 dodge.
I already have 5 dodge, but I get 1 armor from taking this. Oh, it looks so much cooler than my current armor.
Oh, it was replacing it, so it was the same amount of dodge. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's cool, though. That's very good.
Uh-oh.
Very good.
Uh-oh. The calamities are barking.
Yeah. The list is getting longer.
All right. Side quest.
Side quest.
I forgot about the side quest. We're looking at the stars again? The stars shiver, beads of salty sweat on the moon-kissed skin of the night. Truly, it's an auspicious beginning. Alana
Can you
gasp.
see this?
Can
Wait,
you not
how?
see it?
Yeah, I don't see it. How do I see it?
I don't know. Oh, read along
there.
with...
I'm here now. Sorry.
Okay.
I didn't understand how it worked, and I'm sorry to my chat. I don't know what
Quest
happened.
Didn't bring you in.
Oh. Alana gasp.
Jess.
You look disappointed. This is a normal meeting between two people.
Two normal people.
Jim.
Jim.
Hello, our lovely friendo J Jam
Can you
Jim.
believe
Oh.
Jim chose you instead of me and woahhjess?
Yeah, wow. Jim?
Yeah,
Way to-
definitely no
Wow.
reason for that.
It was my birthday yesterday, Jim.
My butt.
That's true. And
Deleted
it's my
your
birthday
shout
on
out.
Monday.
My birthday's in
Jim,
June.
how was stream? Thank you so much for the raid.
Here.
We're obviously doing Wildermyth with these two lovely beans. If you don't know, these are two of my other favorite people on this platform. Just like J Jim is one of my favorite people on this platform. They're all people I call friends and adore very much. So follow each other
Heart.
or
Yeah.
something.
Everybody go follow Jim Jaminy Jim James.
Thank you for the raid. We appreciate you.
I hope your stream was great, Jim.
What was he
City
playing?
Skylines 2 is always fun watching cities with Jim.
I love
Jim?
cities.
I've watched way too much cities because of Jim.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim, knock it off.
Yes, of course. And if anyone didn't say it, happy birthday, Juice.
Yeah, happy
I
birthday,
said it in
Juice.
Message, but
Thank
I'll
you.
say it now. We appreciate you. Thank you for sharing part of your birthday week with us.
You're very welcome. I've been looking forward to this for like 2 months. I feel like
Me
we
too.
started planning it a long time ago.
Wait,
Me
Alana,
too.
when's your birthday?
Monday, the
Monday.
13th. An easy way to remember it is that it's Friday the 13th when I was born.
Oh, cute.
Yeah. So that helps. And also, Kiri's birthday is 4 days later. So we have like a string of birthdays.
We have a string of birthdays in like June, like late May, early June, and now we have a string of birthdays in January.
Yeah.
Wait, who's the next birthday?
2D Kiri's birthday is the
Oh,
17th.
Kiri.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. It's also Jim's birthday. I mean, wait, what?
It is Jim's birthday. Happy birthday to you as well, Jim.
I literally wore my Jim It's Not My Birthday t-shirt yesterday.
But it will be soon.
That's part of why I wore it. On your way out of here, can I ask a question? Where are you going? Or better yet,
Better yet, can you not ask? Am I like upset with you or?
truth is, I've been having these dreams.
I don't understand this conversation. You want to come with me? You want to come with me?
You want to come with me?
You
Don't you?
want to come with me?
You want to come with me?
I just don't think you should go alone.
Oh, you're having dreams about me going alone. something bad happens.
Yeah, I'm having bad dreams, nightmares about
Oh,
you getting
okay,
hurt, and we're
okay.
friends, so I'm worried about you.
No, fine. Come along. Bring a friend if you wish. I'm only warning you. This might get dark. What are we going to go do? It's a terrible night to
so
leave.
number one,
because of
you
the
have
thing.
to choose unless you want to not do the side quest.
Yeah, I want to do the side quest, so
Then you're basically choosing number one.
I'm phoning a friend.
Yeah.
Okay.
You actually always bring 3 along on the side quests, but usually it's only 2 of the characters talking.
Hey, Jess, I don't want to bring emo. Can we bring juice instead?
Let's bring Juice instead. Forget about that emo wolf mingo.
It's
Choose
dangerous
This
to
is
be
a
the
little
online.
bit of my
I've always
rival. Oh,
liked
also,
these
Gym
guys.
Raiders, Emo Flamingo won the 4th character name and is my rival, not my husband. Okay?
Mhm.
Just
And
to
he's
catch
a
you up.
wolf man.
Oh, and he's a wolf.
Thank
now.
you so much, Sleepy Dragon Man. I'm not bringing a dragon or a dragon, but we're bringing a
Oh, Dwagon. That's
juice.
cute. I like that.
and an Alana. Wait, I didn't see what happened.
Sorry, nothing happened. We're just we
Okay.
have to travel to your thing. In the meantime, Emo is gonna
Okay.
build this thing.
Emo, get to work. I mean, what? Side quest. Side quest.
Often they traveled in the night. The moon was new, stars far away, and the darkness deep.
What you don't realize when you're a kid is there's no such thing as evil. There's just the things people don't like you to do for one reason or another. Am I becoming chaotic evil?
Is that right?
Now, granted, it's often very good reasons, logical ones.
I don't know. You really believe that?
Yes.
My neck is broken. Sorry. Good and evil are easy ideas, though. Like with apples. The green ones are the best. It's simple. Sorry. Inside joke in the community. Simple to sort apples into eat and don't eat.
Or get
the red
apple
ones.
skins in your
It's a very
teeth?
binary
Your character's obsessed with apples.
train of thought. Yeah, what's
Yeah, it's
with
also
you and
weird
apples?
because like eat and don't eat, like, are they rotten? Like, why am I not eating them?
You either want them or you don't. 0 or 1. It's like when you look at Jim and you're like, 1. You know, it's either would you or wouldn't you?
Do you
Doesn't
approve
matter
or not?
why. Yeah.
Who's reading right
Oh,
now?
sorry. Jess finds a path in the dark up the side of an old weather-blasted hill, where an ancient altar awaits. Jess removes a small effigy from her pack.
Okay, what's this hideous doll about?
The effigy looks like an amalgamation of all the foes they've ever brought down. She
Ew.
slides it into the altar's higher compartment.
Jess, what is that?
I don't know. Made it from monster parts. All kinds.
Monster parts?
Sure. Some fine specimens, too. The trick is to take pieces reminiscent of the original body, but obscure enough not to be reminded of who they were. Now, the spell just needs some blood.
So now we...
So do you want to cut your own hand or cut Ilana's thumb off? Or just slice her thumb?
I mean, I was originally going to do this myself, so I guess I'll just do it myself.
Okay, that makes sense.
The worst part about blood conjuring is you've usually got to self-mutilate to get the ball rolling. It's in the name, I suppose.
She squeezes blood onto the small abomination.
We're both making that face now.
Mm.
Nothing's happening. How strange.
And then something does!
Zack!
Zack! Oh, yours was way better than mine.
Constructing mission.
Oh, I also forgot to tell you that Juice and Jess are flirting / in love. Something is brewing.
You did that dark ritual, didn't you?
It's a flame fiend.
Oops.
That thing is very scary. I do not like it. Ilana, go punch it,
Okay.
please.
Silk step. Whoosh.
Man, this is beefy too.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes on bikes.
I can't.
Yeah, let me move out of your way.
Oh, I see. I just am now understanding the movement restriction on this ability.
Yeah.
All it took was me being alone in a square. Hidden.
Okay. I can grab a rock and chuck it.
Oh,
Two
sorry I
full
got you
damage.
all into this.
Oh, why is it coming from me?
Juice, no!
Ilana!
This wasn't supposed to happen! Juice collapses,
can't
and
believe
suddenly
you
there is
murdered
something
me.
wrapping itself around Jess's heart. Turn it into anger, bonus damage for the remainder of the mission, or block for the remainder of the mission. Look at my face. I got Juice killed. My love, I'm sorry.
Are you gonna
Yeah, I'm angry.
revenge? Okay.
Jess
Just
becomes
becomes something stronger than herself. Because I died.
Ugh. Well, at
Why
least
did
you
you
still have
summon this
emo
horrible
to
thing?
voice.
Juice is dead.
Oh boy.
Very upset about this.
I'm so sorry.
Also, the rest of this adventure is going to be pretty tough. Oh my god, that was it? You could have just done that to begin with!
Oh, oops.
I leveled up. Oh, I can get some health back. 30% more health.
It was obviously the bonus damage that gave her the ability to take it out. Okay. Obviously.
Fox Plate is pretty dang strong.
A passive
automatically
slash
dodge.
slash
Dodge
active.
2 attacks?
As a swift action.
That's cool.
Yeah, I feel like that's. Ember arrows are only useful by fire.
Mhm.
Enemy's upset about your death. I'll take Fox
I'm
Plate.
glad someone's upset about my death.
Oh!
This would be two-handed?
Give it to emo?
Yeah.
Juice, I guess you're emo now. I mean, like,
Quake
literally.
breath.
I'm sorry that I killed you. But please don't be upset. Juice Bane? Wait, what was that? Oh, you
That's the
renamed
name
it
of
Juice Bane.
The hammer. Yeah.
That wasn't quite what I was expecting.
Yeah, no kidding, huh? I'm gonna haunt you from my grave now.
Alana
you still
says,
do have to do
what
your
was
lines.
it?
Oh. What was it?
Don't know. Some kind of leech lord. Launched from the ravenous flaming maw of the nether flame?
Oh my.
But that's just a guess.
Hmm.
You don't seem particularly upset that I died.
I know,
Jess.
right? A great black gust rushes up. Swoosh!
Good wind noises?
Ah, but this is promising.
A second gout of fire engulfs the altar. As a disembodied voice howls.
Yeah! That's juice.
I am the sadness of infinite suffering made manifest.
Yeah!
Gaze upon me and be immolated in despair.
Is that a tiny person?
I'm down here. Guys, look down here.
Are you the Lostling? Biznix?
Yep. Hey, guys. Ready to do some evil?
Evil.
The next day,
Hey, Jess.
I don't care. I don't. Blood conjuring. What a bust.
I have the sadness of infinite suffering made manifest, but I don't see why that means I have to be alone.
oh,
Are we just gonna gloss over the fact that did I just level up again?
yeah. When you do side quests, you automatically level up, and you usually get retirement age added. It's pretty strong.
Whoa.
All in
And honestly,
exchange
usually
for
the fights aren't that hard.
Juice having died.
Yeah.
Hi, Harry. I killed Juice.
Yeah.
We were in love.
Well, you didn't do it. The big thing, the big blue thing did.
But it was we should have brought Emo, then we could have killed Emo.
Honestly,
Better yet, Emo probably wouldn't have died.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oops.
But I was thinking more about like Juice had the least amount of experience points, so like he needed to go along from that
Right.
perspective. And
And I was thinking
builds
from the
better.
RPing perspective that my character would rather bring Justice than Emo.
Yep, I don't regret the decision. Stuff happens.
I like Tinker. Because it's a support ability.
Okay.
But also,
Do it.
Wow.
what is through
Yeah.
shot?
Through shot
Or a
means
nearby ally.
Oh. It's a it pierces through the enemy.
so no, it'll just hit both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, exactly what you said.
I don't know. I kind of want to get Tinker.
Tinker's good.
It's a swift action, so it's like a bonus action.
Yes.
I'm taking it.
Swift action, yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Juice fell
Hi,
in
Marth
battle at
Ambles.
Duckwood.
Love hurts. What a waste. What is best?
To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women.
We shall construct a tomb to commemorate his story. He'll be added to the
Yes,
legacy.
please.
Or
please.
forgotten.
Yeah, Tomb.
Yeah, let's make it.
This is a mechanic, so like, if it was a character that we didn't care about all that much, or was like poorly constructed or whatever, we could just kind of forget them. But in this case, then in the future stories, Juice could come back.
Oh, yeah.
Juice
does
deserve to be remembered.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks,
I
guys.
agree.
Okay, so we have to build
23
this
days
tomb.
away. Oh, because he's still doing that, right.
Oh,
In memory of Juice.
rip.
Elkhorn
Oh.
has a new recruit available. Hey, it's me,
Juice number 2. I guess
Jin.
I can probably go get him, right?
Yeah.
Jin,
Yeah,
that's funny.
I'm gonna
I like
guess
that.
it's me. With the
Do it.
15 days, I traveled 10 days faster.
Mhm.
Goodbye.
I'll go help Emo. Why are you doing that?
Love hurts.
I just need to stretch real quick. I'm sorry.
Take a stretch. All right. Do you want to open up a name queue again?
Yeah, Jess can do it. I'll close mine so it doesn't respond.
I don't know how to clear my queue. It's been a long time. Oh, I remember. Okay, wait. Can you try adding, joining again, Alistair? Cool. Okay, we have a name queue. We've got a queue. Exclamation join. I think you should just be able to use that in any chat. Yeah, it totally works. Nifty. Decisive snark. Are you picking a decisive snark?
I just kind of did 7 random, and then it was one we already had, so I did the next one. But we don't have to choose decisive snark. All right, give me a number.
7. You just said 7. I don't know.
Snarky romantic.
Perfect.
Nice. I get rid of the cat because he was being bothersome.
You just got rid of the cat? Forever?
From my office.
Forever?
Might as well be forever.
I
won?
signed a paper saying I made a 20-year commitment to that cat.
Right.
Yeah, unloved kitty.
Did everyone join?
I hope
Juice,
so.
did you join the name queue? You should.
I don't want to join the name queue because my character will come back and I'm not worried
Oh,
about it.
okay. That's fair.
All right, I'm gonna pick.
Took care of it.
Here we go. Squash.
Nice.
It was Vin's name with the squash.
Very good, Vin.
Squash.
Squash.
Wait, what? Oh, is it Vin?
No, the name is Squash.
Oh,
It was Vin's entry, but with the name Squash as the
I
entry.
understand now. Okay.
Juice's friend
real,
Squash.
Real quick, Vin Squash. Give me gender, body type, how tall or wide, short and tall, and then like general colors that you enjoy, and we'll just kind of put this together.
Okay, while you are building a character, I'm also going to walk away. I need a snack,
Yeah, take your time.
and then I'll be back.
Yeah, I'm feeding the
Snack
cats.
time.
so-
Now it's just me, and I don't know what to do. Brown and red. Hey, the 90s called. They want their hairstyle back. Average build, okay. Brown and red. Wah, wah, wah. Are we good? Everybody good? Do you approve, Vin? I just do scorched earth. What does that even mean, Lapora Games? You just burn it all down? Have a good night, Cody Hunden.
Good night, Cody.
Just burn it down like 2024. Is there anything else you wanted? Nope. Okay. Just want to make sure you were okay. Okay.
You're back? I saw you leave a while ago. Oh boy.
I did. I just went to the kitchen to grab a snack. And I just got back. And also, the Yawndering Lands are vast. The enemy is tangled and tight. And another soul to stand against the darkness would make this feel more heroic and less crazy without Juice. Are you interested?
I have to confess, I was crestfallen when you all marched off. The start of a once-in-a-lifetime tale had dropped itself in front of me and then slipped away just as quickly.
His voice is perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize. You could have said something.
But now the opportunity returns. A call to answer.
So you're in?
Wholeheartedly. What sorts of skills do you need the most? Well, for some reason, we're gonna need a mystic, Squash.
Don't tell Squash what happened to the last one.
Yeah, right.
That might just squash his hopes and dreams. Also, good night, Cody.
Thanks for the follows.
Yeah, Juice, how come you're getting all the follows? Why does
Because
nobody want to
all
follow
of them
me?
already follow you.
I got to follow. Thank you for the follow.
I did too.
You're finally done. We got 2 heartwoods and 4 fabrics. Also,
Nice.
a
Ooh,
blocky scarf.
Who needs it?
I vote we
Emo.
give it to Alana.
Give it to Emo.
Okay, I was gonna say we gotta keep Alana alive.
Oh, yeah, but... Well, yeah, but Emo has less block than me, so that's why I was thinking Emo. But he does have the Guardian thing. Not Guardian, the other one.
I'm okay stacking block just on one character.
Okay.
It's
Jerry.
not something that even gets activated all that often.
Okay, I'll take it. Hi, Jerry Mandu.
Hey, Jerry. Okay. We need to build a bridge to get across the river. Or, wait a minute.
Oh.
Oh, there's more stuff over here. Well, I guess, do you want to...
Well, shouldn't Jess, like, move to us?
Well, we still have to train this guy, Squash. So the
okay.
2 of you... What? Yeah, why don't you start building the thing? Did we do that? Did I click it?
Build the bridge.
Build a bridge.
How am I building a bridge?
Right.
I'm all the way over here.
And I keep messing it up.
Look, that's me.
Yeah, it's not you, though. Don't worry. You're fine.
Perfect. Ugh. Gotta go build a bridge with Emo.
Ew.
Also, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome, welcome.
Ooh.
All right. So Squash has options. Mythweaver will improve infusements with statues, ruins, garb, books, and textiles. Earth Scribe would do it with stone. Passive allies in a wall with interfused objects.
I hate it all.
Grants extra armor, warding, and temp health. Oh, I like that. For each
Earth
infused
Scribe
object.
or Bigger Flow?
Earth Scribe. Because
Yeah,
I can,
that one seemed useful.
I can if somebody's like in danger of dying, it can help them a lot. do
Ooh,
that.
temporary health. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, what are we doing? Not this.
We're gonna. Oh, we're
sorry.
building the bridge.
Yeah, I just need to send the rest of the kids over there to help. This is like an odd map for like the first adventure.
Because of the placement of the mountain and the lake.
Yeah, it's just, it seems unusually complicated. Okay, so now we scout.
I have 2 dogs that are just like falling over themselves with jealousy.
Squash and Jess have fallen in love?
What?
You forgot about me
Jess.
that quickly?
Jess, please. Wow.
How did I missed it? I was playing with my dogs.
It just
yeah.
happened. It was just like
happened.
that.
It's just like
Chemistry.
a little alert.
Apparently, I've got a thing for mystics.
Yeah.
Is that the only reason
I-
you loved me?
Oh, I missed it. I missed the opportunity. I should have said I missed it. I missed it, right? Get it? I'm.
Two romantics. What are you gonna do? Yeah.
I guess that's true.
So
And
we
I was
can't-
playing with the dogs, yeah.
We can't assault this yet, so I guess we do have to come over here and build a mountain pass after we
Ugh.
just built a heckin' bridge.
Let's get started.
Yeah. Oh, you're so short.
Do it.
Short.
It's taken forever for us to go around the stupid mountain. And now we have another incursion, so
Oh
Careful,
boy.
that was your head.
same
Bulldogs.
deal as last time.
Incursion. Incursion, Gluma.
Yes, please do this. I don't know, I have to do everything twice for it to like kick in.
Yeah.
Looks like Alana was right to hope she'd find us alone when she came to the village. All the way in the very beginning.
Okay, there may be a thing where we
Thanks.
can work on this pass while they're attacking a near ambition.
Why are they coming from the same direction again?
It's just where they spawn.
Do they only spawn in the undiscovered territories?
Should we defend now?
No, let them wear themselves down on the defenses first, 'cause otherwise
Okay.
there'll be a ton of them there.
Good point.
Passageway
we
opened?
finished.
That was the bridge?
The
Oh, this
pass through
passageway.
the mountain.
Sorry, I was distracted playing with my dogs.
I was playing with my kittens, so I get it.
And Juice was...
To be fair, he was like climbing under the green screen, which does mess things up. So
I had this meat stick for lunch, and both
They
dogs
want
were
it.
like, "You gonna share that?"
yeah,
No, I did not.
the
I kind of want a meat
gorgons.
stick now.
The gorgons have come. Bleak bellows rise from all around of beasts full of bloodlust and indigo bile.
Ew!
That's my indie
How
band.
should the defenders respond? Be brave, but don't take foolish risks.
Look at you, Squash! Okay, my numbers
Yeah.
are 66, 29, 81.
66, 28, 81.
Also 81 for the third one.
So I think we should do that one then. Stay hidden
Yeah.
until the last moment. Definitely our
I
new
agree.
strat. It worked so well for us last time. Romance! Immediately followed by meat stick for lunch.
And then death.
Classic.
So
Just browse. Just browse.
ba-bum. It worked. All heroes begin combat in Gray Plane and 2 flanking damage. A Gorgon and a Sea Caller and a Stagron.
Oh
Oh,
my
boy.
gosh.
Okay.
Does Squash
that
start at
for
level
us.
1?
Oh, we have those friends.
Yeah, we do.
Again.
We have our friends back.
All right. I'll control Dryman again.
He is level 1. Gotta protect
Uh,
Squash, I love him.
Do one of you want to control Squash and learn about infusing? Or do
No,
want me
you
to
know what?
handle
I
it?
actually remember the last time I played Wildermyth, I was a mystic. So the mechanics are actually familiar.
Okay, do you want me to swap for Squash with Dryman?
You
Or
still do
something?
driving?
I can be Glory
Then
Vein.
who are you, Juice?
Glory Vein's got the bow this time.
I'm Emo Wolf Mingo.
Okay.
And whoever.
Squash gets something good. May wall with interfused objects.
I feel like there has
Okay.
got to be a way to tell the accuracy of my shot before I move.
It's just. It's
Oh.
affected by cover
I
the
have-
same way.
I have 2 new things. I have Tinker and Foxflight.
Hmm?
I
So
can
you
grant 3
foxfight
armor.
at any point during the game. Or during that battle.
All nearby allies? How do I tell who my nearby allies are? Don't move around just yet.
Adjacent to you. Probably.
We don't know where the other ones are. Just these 2.
I don't know. I can tinker to give 3 armor and 2 warding to myself or a nearby ally for 2 turns.
I would wait because they may not even get through the barricades in 2 turns. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna move Emo up to this barricade and go into stalwart mode.
I'm gonna move
Okay.
We're
myself.
all invisible too for right now.
Ilana's
Here.
gonna move there and do the same thing, but with Sentinel.
Okay. Janulf actually has a 2-handed, which means he's got a little bit more range, so he can probably stand behind Emo and still attack should the opportunity present itself.
I'm trying to get the archers like as far away as possible. But still have shots. So I guess I can still take shots with both characters. What is going on here? Do we have 2 archers? Why does it look like she hasn't moved yet?
Who? Me?
No, Glory
I moved.
Vein. Like I see her silhouette in 2 spots. Oh, now she's gone.
I don't.
Oh, because someone
Maybe
else
it's
is moving her.
broken.
I'm not. I just
Oh.
had her. I just clicked on her.
Yeah, okay, that was confusing.
Sorry.
You got this game, Mr. Puppy.
Nice. I tried a discus and it did pretty good.
Okay, we attacking?
Yeah, I attacked. Sorry. Was I not supposed to attack?
No, you can totally attack.
Okay.
54% chance. Glory Vein had a 100% chance. I'll try it. Lame. You just bought it too? We're influencing chat.
I don't know if Dryman can do anything else. Is there anything else
No.
Dryman can do? Okay.
Just wait. I think the stag run will probably come at us.
It went right
Nice.
through our defenses. And then died. Call of the Stag Lord. Oh no.
Why didn't my sentinel do anything? Oh, because I
don't-
wasn't
I don't know.
being attacked?
actually. No,
Is it because I'm hiding? I'm still concealed. That's
it
why.
might be because you're concealed.
To not reveal me. That's what
Yeah.
it does. Overwatch does that in XCOM. Okay.
What happens if I ambush on tiles that they're already on?
They would have to move.
As soon as they move through those tiles, they'll die? Or I
Good job,
guess
me.
Get
I
ambushed?
killed it.
I think so. Not 100% sure.
Alright. Ambushed.
What are you going to do, Ilana? Stone
I
again?
think it discus seems nice because it like ricochets and there's like a lot of them. What do you think about that?
I think that's great. I'll wait for you to do that before moving.
Okay, it did something.
Oh, there's a row right here.
Yes. Let me hit it with Janulf, and then I'll
Glory
let you
Vein
take a turn.
can kill this row on the top. Left, right.
Can you kill the one that's right below Emo?
No. She only deals 2 damage to that one, but she can deal 4 to this one over here.
Oh, well then do that one. It's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I wonder if they just deal more damage? The further away they are?
Ooh, very nice.
Maybe.
Dryman, move here, I guess, into the corruption. no?
That's a lot of damage. The row's
Yeah.
gonna come to us. I would leave him. Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I got ambush prepared.
Yeah, Dryman can't do anything like that, so I'll just do done for Dryman. But
Pinned.
Oh, well, that's
Oh
gone.
no. Emo, no!
oh no, Oh no.
Ugh.
You still up?
When did he take so much damage?
Just now.
It was
I
all
think.
once.
Just that
It,
one
like-
time, one thing?
It like avoided his block. I don't understand. He has like armor that isn't being
Seem
used.
to engage emotional support hoodie.
Yeah.
Wow.
What'd you choose?
But he has so
The
much
one that
health.
keeps him alive.
Yeah, I'm always
Okay.
gonna pick that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one attack did 7 damage just now?
And
But I don't
bypass
understand
block.
why his armor didn't work.
I don't know either. We are in trouble.
Oh, everyone has
He
access
says,
to
"Don't
the
hold
armor.
against me, all right? Deal."
Yeah, thanks, I am.
Pinning toxin. Nice.
Juice needs an emotional support hoodie.
To cover. Good.
Okay. We're gonna have to be really careful.
Yeah.
You may want to rock shield Ilana. And Jess, you might want to tinker yourself or someone else.
Okay.
I
Rock
might
shield for
want to
Ilana.
tinker myself, huh? Okie
Yeah.
dokie then.
You might want to.
I can also fox flight to dodge the
You
next
should
two
definitely
attacks.
fox flight. Yes.
I can also tinker.
If you tinker, then now you won't be able to attack. And since you're gonna dodge the next 2 attacks anyway, it probably makes sense to fox flight and then use your attack this round.
I can kill any of these tentacles. Is there one that you have a preference I kill?
Probably one in front of Ilana so she can attack the Gorgon.
Okay.
That sounds good.
I think Glory Vein can also do the same. She can't
Perfect.
kill it.
Well, Janoff can take a stab at something too, right?
Does it heal 4 damage worth?
Yes.
Perfect.
Squash now has a 99% on the Gorgon. I'm gonna do it with the discus.
GG
not that
squash.
much damage, but it
Oh, and
still
hit
feels worth
the
it.
sea collar.
Yeah, drop one of their armor.
If we kill the Gorgon, will that kill the tentacles too?
Oh, it's
No, but the
Dryman's
tentacles
turn.
aren't that big of a deal, I don't think.
Yeah, so should I use the 3 damage? It's a 100% hit chance.
I would use the 3 damage on the Gorgon.
Okay.
I might use Dryman to. Well, can you strike the Gorgon? Oh, you are.
Hi,
He's got
Katie.
reach.
Oh, cool.
Hi,
That's great.
Katie.
Hey, Katie.
Katie 1W22.
My bot's self-promoting me, and I'm sorry.
How dare you?
How
All right,
dare.
Jess still has the turn.
I do?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh, no,
that's good. Blocked.
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 nice block.
Okay.
All right, so before you go, Ilana,
Yeah.
use Dryman and Janoff to try to take care of that row so that you can move up on the sea collar.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. So Dryman.
I can shoot it for 4 damage.
Let's use the 2 guys because they're not gonna be able to get up to the sea collar and do anything. So let these 2 guys go first. And if there's something left to kill, then for sure kill it. If that makes sense. I can't move. Oh, they're both pinned.
I was gonna say I can't move them.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah, they're out of the fight this turn. That sucks. Then yeah, I guess if Jess uses bows on the row, that would open up a path to the sea collar.
Yeah, Squash could try a discus too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Oh, here we go.
Very nice.
Nice. Yeah, and then Glory Vein can
Nice.
move up and hit. Stuff. Maybe. Wait, let me take the shot because
Right,
yeah.
I can break the armor
Okay.
if it hits.
Oh.
83% hit chance, by the way. Oh no.
Also blocked mine. Good. Good.
Where are you going?
He's just
Yeah,
being a
imagine running
jerk.
away from me. Should I move up?
Yeah. This guy a wall with you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's smart.
Rubble is good cover.
Rubble on the double. Are you into Paw Patrol yet, Ilana? In your
Oh
household?
yeah, we watched so much Paw Patrol. His favorite show though is Blaze and the Monster Machines. I don't know if you know that one.
I know of it. We didn't watch
Monster
a lot of it.
Machines?
We
Yeah.
watched PJ Masks a lot.
I don't know that one.
That's a group of children who also fight crime in their pajamas at night.
think we got it.
Awesome.
Because
Incredible.
nighttime is the right time to fight crime. And I'm like, no, it's not.
Got
Kids,
it.
no, it's
Yeah.
not.
You need to
You
sleep.
do not fight crime at night. You need to sleep. If you're going to fight crime, you can fight crime during the day in the daylight.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, this show.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So this is emo.
This is emo. Sentinel or Vigilance. You have both, right?
Yeah.
I do have both of those.
You started with Sentinel. I'll start with Vigilance. It doesn't really. They're both good. How are they supposed to fight crime when they're at school? I mean, you'd be surprised at how many days off of school they need to fight all the crime.
Wait, what are you talking about?
PJ Masks.
What is that?
It's a kids show.
Oh. Okay. Well, I
It's
feel
like
a little
Paw
left out
Patrol.
of this one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, buddy. They're just some things you'll never need to worry about.
You could
the
just
best.
start watching them all so we can bond over how Bluey is the
Yeah,
best.
I'll tell you
I
I have
what.
seen Bluey.
Misha and Tuff watch Miraculous Ladybug, and they're adults.
I don't know that one, but if they watch it, I'm sure it's pretty good.
It's middle, or no, it's elementary school, but like slightly older than Paw Patrol.
Okay.
There are lurking gorgons over here.
Noiboy's dad watches Miraculous. Get out of here. That is awesome.
Ooh.
I don't know what any
New
of these
Forest.
things are.
What things?
These shows besides Bluey.
These shows, yeah.
Oh, I was like, well, these are Gorgons, and hey, Emo Wolf Mingo has returned to action. Join the
Yay.
patrol.
Not dead yet.
Yet.
Not today, Gorgons.
Not today, George. Red Cedar Forest has been cleared.
Yay.
All right, so now we have to attack. But we need Emo, so it's going to take 7 days for him to catch up.
That's because it's the best,
Emo.
Polanova. That's because it's the best. It's the one that's most relatable to adults, in my opinion. Like most funny to adults.
I loved what's that really trippy one with the music and that big my god, they're like puppets, they're like giant Muppets.
Teletubbies?
No.
Okay, because I really didn't like that one back in the day.
I'm looking at chat to help me out.
My bot keeps like wrecking yours a lot.
Yeah,
My
that's
bot-
fine.
My bot held pound puppies.
Oh, Jess is like, Ilana bot, please. Hi, Killa. How you doing? Good to see you.
What's it called? It had Biz Marquee. He would show up and do raps and stuff. It was wild, man. Like if you ate some gummies and watched that, you'd be entirely happy.
That sounds great.
Yeah, I'll think about
Puppets?
it.
Puppets?
Well, no, they're like they're people in suits, and it's all musical stuff. In any case, also, the Wonder Pets. Ever seen Wonder Pets?
No.
That's good.
No.
Phone is ringing.
Kilodrix, what's your favorite of the shows that you have to watch because you're a parent?
Don't worry, chat. I'll rep the childless
Non-parent
chat.
group. Yeah.
Yo Gabba Gabba. That's the show.
Bluey, that's one I said was the best for parents. It's the one that makes us actually laugh out loud. You said Yo Gabba Gabba?
Yo Gabba Gabba.
All right, I'll have to check it out. Thanks,
Bluey
Juice.
has made me. LOL.
Right? It's pretty good.
Phone will be right
That's true,
there.
Alistair.
Roofs peek above the edge of the cliffs where the old distillery was long ago famous. The dull quiet tells a dreadful story. Okay, so the question is, which gives out first, my lungs or my legs?
Better not to think about it. Sure, we're over halfway.
Choo-choo!
Why build
like
this
a
high
rooster.
anyway? Not like it saved them.
You had to say that. Oh, to say
Emo doesn't.
that?
Emo doesn't quite listen. His nose samples the local breezes,
Emo's slowly becoming more and more like an animal.
and he catches an intriguing scent.
Hey, Emo.
Anyone else hear
Scrackle, scrackle.
There he goes. Good old Snouty.
what?
Don't die without me.
Huh? But wait.
Squash catches up to Emo on a nearby ridge. I smelled something.
I guess you did.
Dark, this opening leads into the hill, going further than they can see. Weak drafts wander in and out. I don't know, just some wind-brittle little hole.
You two needed more exercise? There's noise along the path, which probably we should be together. What's up there?
Hole.
Yeah? And you're saying we should go in?
It goes back a ways. It smells weird. So I don't know. Are we into that?
No.
That's what someone said.
Oh, you said you heard noises up trail?
Scraping sort of noises. No definite clue as to what they mean, though.
Roll the dice and try the tunnel, or continue up the steps.
I don't know, chat. What do you think? One or two?
Secret tunnel.
Secret
One or
tunnel.
Chat
Write it
one
in
or
chat.
two.
1 or 2?
One or two.
One or two.
Lens A or lens B? Lens B or
Iwanabot,
lens
please
C?
stop being so rude.
Secret,
All right,
secret,
everybody's-
secret
everybody's going for
tunnel.
Except for H Gammon.
A couple of people are saying maybe not, but it seems like it's a risk. But chat wants us to take it.
Bam. Tunnel.
In before Squash dies.
42 from Squid, always.
This is you, Wajska.
I just see nothing.
I see nothing.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
I'm sorry.
cardboard.
Hit next, I guess.
Like a cardboard background. Cardboard painted blue.
Leaves on it.
Read along. Oh,
Wait.
what just happened?
Hit
Back.
back. That was weird.
There is no back.
This is the one. You can't find a tunnel.
You can't find a tunnel, then not go in the tunnel.
The way the way winds and branches upwards, forcing decisions in the dark.
What's that they say about labyrinths? Always go right?
Doesn't that take you in circles?
I think it works somehow.
Oh. Wait, hang on. There's a glow down here.
Squeezing through the rock, they emerge in what smells like an occupied cellar. Wood, whiskey, damp, and dust.
Sorry, are these your passages?
They're all of ours. Belong to all of us. Who are you? They're not from around here, the heights, dear. Look at how they look. That's why I'm in here. Is what I'm asking.
Wait, I missed it. Who are these people?
This is the escape tunnels. Are you trying to get out?
So you've needed escape tunnels. Well, at least you have them.
We're going the other direction, heading in.
Up to the houses, the distillery was totally overrun.
Right.
Yes, we figured that. Ah!
Dear, I think they're here to fight. They're fighters. I forgot what his voice sounded like.
It's fine. It's great. You're doing great.
That's a clever move. You're attacking from the tunnels? Jeez, everything's fine. No, not intentionally, just wandering around more or less. Bet you're glad I convinced you to stay. We gotta meet these heroes. They're not gonna like you if you talk about them when they're standing there. He's a bit of an enthusiast. Can't do more than throw a few badly aimed stones myself.
But you were right before. We're not familiar with the tunnels. Can you say where we'll get to if we keep going?
Oh, lots of places. What book are you holding? I can draw you the way to our old home, though. We left it locked, so it might be a safe exit. Let me find a scrap of something. He scribbles from memory, tucks the pencil back in his shirt. Yeah, so look. Generations of diggers made it all. Our ancestors. My mother led a project herself.
Oh.
And we've kept this majority of the low roads clear. You'll have to take it slow to get used to the carve of them, but they're a decent stroll, especially when the weather's rough.
We should say thank you.
If you manage to come up in our house, there's a chest, brown wood box. We had a village protector long ago. It's been many years now. If you can use that weapon, take it as thanks. And hold up your end, save what's left of our living place, huh?
Barely said a word. Any of you. I'm the one who... I'm talking.
Yeah, I don't understand why she says that because she was the one that didn't say a word.
I didn't say a word.
Good luck and good hunting. The map's lines snap the tunnels into place. And as hoped, they find a snug room. Room. It smells of paper and wax.
It's so perfect. A secret wardrobe.
Squash pokes around as they discuss the best way to venture out.
Mentioned a chest. This one?
Click.
I got the impression this was once his. That gruff, handsome fellow. Think I'm right?
Ooh.
This is an artifact stone staff, which would go to Squash.
Yeah.
What? I wanted an artifact stone winter fur staff.
Sorry, buddy. You can have the artifact winter fur bow.
Okay, that sounds
Yeah.
good. I'm all right with that.
They say when a sage goes to the mountains, they either die or become feral and hide. Staffs like this are heirlooms of those people who braved rock and element to tangle their hair among the steepest, strangest stones. Discus can now ricochet to a third target.
Ooh, cool.
That's really good. And stunt effect shreds armor and pins all enemies within a two-tile radius.
I like
Two
two
rail
rail
tables.
radius.
Very cool.
You want the boots.
Combat
I need some
modifiers.
slippers,
The
too.
birds with the fur.
Stone is a good element for squash too. Good point, Kiralise. It's a very good element for squash.
All heroes gain +2 damage and potency for the first 3 turns.
Wow, we're so brave.
We're super brave.
Stagron, Gorgon, Bogmore,
I love
lot
the
of
way they
tentacles.
look.
2 Ryltadius.
2 Raltadius. Let's go.
Silkstep.
Um,
Let's go.
So their house is locked, so it's outside that's not safe.
yeah. Okay, so we have that bonus, but only for 3 rounds. So we either take the fight to them by choosing a door and going for it, and to utilize that, or it's gonna take them a while to like break down a door to get
I
inside.
feel like it's definitely this door, right?
Which door?
I don't know how to ping.
The left door?
Yeah, this one? On the left? That opens up into the
Could
most
be.
part of the map.
I mean, they could be.
Anywhere.
Truly, they could be anywhere, though. Really. I will say this. We could open this the south door right away.
Yeah.
Okay, let's open that one then.
I'll do it with emo.
Okay. Do
This
I go
song?
up and fight, or do I wall with emo and sentinel?
I want to say wall and sentinel.
Okay, that's what I was
But
thinking.
I'm not sure there's a right or wrong.
Yeah.
I guess if you went up into the middle now, next turn emo would not be able to make a move to
Right.
attack.
That's kind of what I was worried about too, is blocking. Let's wall and sentinel. For me.
Those aren't Girl Scout cookies they're selling.
Right, Schmuckle? Also, hi, good to see you. We mentioned this a couple times today. We're not able to like keep up with all the messages in chat. We appreciate you all being here. Of course, we can't say hi to everyone, but hi everyone.
Hi,
I
everyone.
mean, I wanted to, but Ilana specifically told me before the stream to not worry
Yeah, I
about
told Juice that he wasn't
garbage
allowed.
chat people. So here we are.
That's the exact wording that I used. In fact, I said that I'm the only one that matters.
I tried to protest, but then she looked at me like she was going to beat me with a sock full of potatoes.
Are you doing squash?
You're doing squash, aren't
Oh,
you?
I'm squash. Okay.
I can do squash.
So with interfusing,
Garbage.
does the thing that interfuses, it helps attack, right?
You have to have something to interfuse with, and it has to be within the radius of the thing. So you would need to move him up behind Ilana or Emo to be able to like interfuse with the cart near the Bogmore. for
Okay,
instance.
let's try that. Yeah.
And then if
Okay.
it's a splinter blast, make sure you move the radius effect around to to hit most people.
Okay. Yeah, I like
that'll get all
that.
3 of them.
Wow.
Cool.
Armor shredded.
Nice dodge,
Dodged.
bro.
I'm dodgy.
Oh
I'm
no.
not dodgy. This is how a lot of our friends died.
Oh
yeah.
no.
All right,
Yeah,
so
that's
who
how a lot
has
of
the
our friends
health?
died.
I got Tinker.
Can you get to Alana and still tinker?
No, I have to be near you.
Wash could interfuse with stone, but I don't actually see any out there.
Mm-mm.
Ilana could move back inside, and then you could tinker Ilana, unless you just used your turn.
I used a swift action. I
Yeah.
can still tinker. Oh, but I can't also move.
But
Oh
you
shucks.
can't move then.
Should I move back in?
If you move
Probably.
back in, you're gonna hit that magic.
And
But
die?
you have magic resistance, so as long as it's only 1 square, it shouldn't be that big of a deal.
Okay.
So yeah, move back in. And then,
Save me, Jess.
are you able to move? Oh, there you go. Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was able to reach you from
Now
there.
that only lasts for like 2 turns, right?
Right.
Okay.
I think so.
Can
Yeah, 2 turns.
squash? We can't go out there.
No.
That's
We
that's
should make them come
murder.
to us.
Yeah. I will move Emo in front of the door.
Emo's gonna die.
And just guardian. And then
Oh, boy.
figure out what you can do with squash. You should be able to move him or do something.
Oh, I can ambush this area.
Or you can't maybe. Yeah, squash might just have to wait. You just made him vulnerable though by moving him there.
What do you mean?
They can attack diagonally to hit squash if they're up in that doorway.
Okay. Okay. So undo?
I would undo.
I can't undo.
Can't undo. Okay. Well,
It says 2 remaining. Huh, that's weird.
You can't move again?
Well, I
It's-
can. It's just their turn,
There's-
yeah.
it's not their turn yet.
No, I'm saying like if that uses up Squash's turn
Yeah.
instead of an undo, which wouldn't have used up the whole turn, but it's fine. I just wasted a turn, but just did
Ambush.
great.
I don't think he could have done much anyway.
Nice.
Emo did great too.
2 of them down already. 3 of them down already. Take that, Gorgon
Very
scum.
nice.
These guys can't fit through the doorway. That's
So
Oh,
dead.
boy.
Emo's dead. Emo's gonna die.
he's got 4 armor and 4 magic resistance.
I can
All right.
shoot this thing.
Why don't you all do your thing, and then I'll figure out what to do with emo.
I can hit it for 7 damage. But I can't tell if I move closer, like will I deal more damage? I don't know. Let's try it out.
You won't do more damage, but you might have a higher percentage.
Did it go up? I don't know. It was 80 something and now it's still 86. But I'll take a shot. 7
nice.
damage.
Ilana still only has 1 health. Is there anything stone in this room?
Dee-doo, dee-doo, dee-doo.
I don't see any stone in the room now.
The pot holder is stone. So if you interfuse the pot holder, you could do a rock shield around Ilana.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because we're gonna need Ilana in this fight.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Okay. That's nice.
Okay, so now you have 3 extra temporary health and more. So now, yeah, move Ilana up to hit that stagron, maybe.
Don't die, Alana.
I can't tell if that's green or yellow. It looks like
Just
it's
don't-
going to use 2 actions to go there. I might have to do Sentinel.
That's fine.
That's
Just go there
corruption
and
in
do
the
Sentinel.
doorway.
Yeah. Perfect.
Because I should jump forward in theory. Maybe.
If I do a knockback on the stagron, it might trigger your sentinel,
Oh,
but it might not.
yeah.
I can't do anything. I could straight up kill this Gorgon though. Here, I'm gonna slam.
Nice.
Very good.
And then, oh, I don't get the bite too. I should have bit first. Bad. All right, do you have the ability to interfuse or do anything else with Squash?
Interfuse. But don't I currently have stone interfusion, or did I
Yeah,
use
you
that?
can interfuse with 2 different things at the same time. It won't matter because you can't attack with it anyway. So you might as well just wait.
Okay.
Emo didn't
What the
expect this would be
heck?
his last battle. Just one more swing at his foe, maybe it'd be easier to accept, but his arms won't budge.
I always said I was thick-skulled. How do they bypass all of his armor?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's wild.
Maybe they have piercing attacks. Gah.
May not
Crack!
turn the tide of battle for a moment. It sure felt good. All my
I can't believe he
characters
knows
are
that.
dying.
Yeah, Juice has no.
Oh no. Emo.
Well, just
Alana,
press
no!
squash.
All right.
At least
play
you were
Squash.
rewarded.
Well, I was.
I can kill the
you-
Stagron.
Yeah, kill the Stagron. That'd be good.
What?
Yikes on
93%
bikes.
chance. What?
I said yikes on bikes. Mark an enemy with a 90 degree or more from a previous attack that turn.
93% chance, and we missed.
Well, I have a 100% chance on this Stagron, so I should probably use that, right?
Give me 1 sec.
Okay, take your time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
All I
die.
can do is this. And it blocked it.
Ooh.
Cool. Alright, yeah, I guess take a shot on the Stagron and kill it.
It's been fun.
You're not gonna be dead though.
Not
You
yet.
just get maimed.
It's my first naming.
Oh, look at you
Block.
with the
Blocked
block.
it.
Dun,
I blocked it.
dun, 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 dun.
Here,
I
let
got
me
it
move
out
up.
for juice, right?
I'm gonna interfuse with this bucket and scalding rain. Some stay dry and others feel the pain. That's a chocolate rain
100% chance to
from
hit.
15 years ago. Please hit it. All right, Ilana. You only need to do 3 damage.
3 damage.
Hey,
9
I said
damage.
3,
Overkill.
9. Ugh.
Victory. We lost.
I
Emo.
almost died. Thank you, friends, for helping save me. And sorry, Emo. We'll miss you.
Throwing knives.
Definitely just or Squash, because I don't want to lose my shield.
Squash's hands are full.
Yeah,
Oh.
you better take it, Jess. Or we can actually, we should just salvage it and get the ingot. You'll never need these knives. You have a bow.
Yeah, you have a bow and you have a
Okay.
hunting knife. The air felt too thick to breathe in the hours after battle. Chopping wood was barely a distraction.
Look how sad Squash looks.
Ilana? Oh, sorry, that's you.
Lana? You haven't said a thing since emo.
I had a hunch Emo was going to get himself killed one day. I had hoped I was wrong, though. That I was just biased, but... Yeah, you died. I'm sorry, babe.
I'll just bring
know.
back the rest of this wood then, by myself, I guess, if you're just gonna walk off. Ugh.
I'm upset. My rivalry is over, and I don't know what to do with myself now.
I'm
That thing is
sure that
scary
a
looking.
magical new character will show up and then you'll fall in love with him. I mean, rival up with him. I'm not bitter.
Imagine if I immediately rival the new character just like Jess did.
Emo Wolfmingo fell at a battle at Red Cedar Forest.
What a waste. What is best?
To construct a tomb, yes? You
Yes,
like Emo.
I think we should construct
Yeah.
a tomb.
Definitely a tomb.
Emo deserves to be remembered.
Okay. Let's build with Squash and Jess while Ilana
Goes back to town, right?
secures this thing.
Our job isn't done until we've restored what our enemies left in tatters.
Does she heal while doing this?
Yeah. Just over time.
Okay.
Wait, are we doing this? Oh, it
It's
is.
time for me to take another trip to town. Oh yeah, I guess it will be.
Tomb dedicated.
I
Can we
guess it-
see the tombs on the map?
Yeah.
Off I go.
Oh
it
yeah,
says
Emo
Emo's
Spire.
and
Juice is stone.
Hey, we have a new recruit. Ilana, give me a random number.
3.
All right, I reset the names list. Everybody.
A romantic peacemaker.
Exclamation join.
I'm gonna go take a quick break while we are waiting for people to join. and I'll be
Good.
back.
Yeah, everyone join the name queue. I'm gonna stretch real quick.
A romantic peacemaker. It's just us, chat. It's just me and you. Whoa. Hey, sup? 3 chat rooms? 1 streamer? This is like Streamer dream come true. Or at least mine. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Do you think my character is going to fall in love with this character as well? I'm the meta streamer. Pressure. Hey, Tova. Hi, Schmookle. Hi, Pinoy Boy. Hi, Ziam. Hi, Marthambles. Technically 5 chat rooms if you count for YouTube. Well, I'm not streaming on YouTube. Is Juice? Sup? Hi. Hi, Carolize. I do got it, Ronan. All your streams belong to Jess. Hi, this is Jay Davis. Alana's streaming to YouTube, yeah. I don't know if Juice is. No, I didn't set up the YouTube stream because I didn't remember to do it. Hi, Penguin Witch Doctor. Hello. What's been your favorite moment of the Wildermyth stream? Was it when Juice died? And why is it when Juice died? Thanks for the hydration. Too much to handle? To be honest, I just completely forgot about setting up YouTube today. When Juice died. Thanks for the hydration. You weren't here when Juice died? Oh, well, spoilers. When I immediately fell in love with Juice's replacement. You were at work when Juice died, so sadly you missed that moment. So we went on a side quest for my character, and on that side quest, we summoned some, like, blood monster thing? My character decided to try some blood summoning, and we summoned this big, scary monster that just one-shot Juice, killed him. And then, the instant we went to town to recruit somebody new, Squash, by the way, my character instantly fell in love with it. Oh, my character was in love with Juice. I forgot to mention that. Juice and my character were in love since they were children. And then the Juice died, and the instant we recruited somebody new, my character fell in love with them. Can you believe it? And I think it's because Squash is a romantic, my character's a romantic, and now we have a new recruit who's also a romantic, which is why I'm thinking like there might be some like love triangle inbound.
Rebound
Hi, Alana.
Squash. Hi.
Rebound.
Hi, I'm back. I'm wondering if I'm going to rival them because I missed my rivalry, aka emo.
Maybe. Hi, Lillian Darkheart. Thanks for the posture check. Oh, we're pro-mantic. So did everyone join the queue? The name raffle queue. You can type exclamation join if you haven't done so. I'm gonna pick a name in like 5 seconds. And accounting for delay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some extra for delay. Here we go. Sleepy Dwagon Man. Entering second to last. Rigged.
Hi. Sleepy Dwagon Man?
Yeah.
Can we shorten it to Sleepy Dwagon? Or just Dwagon? Yeah, Dwagon works too.
Does Dwagon, I'm assuming, is a man, so where you would do masculine things, but Dwagon, if you want to be non-binary or anything else, you just holler, okay? No big deal. No judgments. Everything is good.
I'm sorry, Tova. That sucks.
Your skin hurts so bad? Oh, I'm sorry, Pud.
Sword delivery mechanism.
Random is good? Okay. I just want to make sure it's different colors than the ones we already have. This look good? If this looks good, let's just roll with it, I suppose. It's going to be a frontliner.
Good luck, Tova.
Yeah, I hope everything goes swimmingly tomorrow. And, you know, then you'll feel better, right? From whatever's wrong.
Yeah. Tova, take care.
Yeah. We can boop and hug and all the chats. Did we get any custom preferences? Let the dice decide. Okay, so let's just leave their look like this.
Yeah.
That sounds good to
Okey-dokey.
me.
Wanted. New recruit for the nerd skeeteers.
Nerd skeeters.
I almost said it.
We should have just named it that.
The nerd skeeteers. The people of the Yondering Lands have lived in fear long enough. They need your help. Ask for Jess at the Elkhorn Inn. Hi, Shivank.
Hi, Chev.
Somebody else want to do this voice?
No, I think you got it.
Okay.
Hi, sexy
Juice
vampire.
voice. He's gone.
Juice will come back though.
Okay, if you want me to do the voice, I'll do
no,
Dwagon.
it's fine. What was his personality type? I forget.
Romantic something.
Yeah, something romantic.
They're right. I can't stand by
Peacemaker.
any longer. I want to train as a dragon warrior. I'm not gonna do French the whole time. That's really annoying.
Yeah, I was like, that's gonna be.
I was impressed that you've got a.
It's good, but it's that's.
He'll just be Canadian. It's fine.
Mhm. Oh, romantic poet.
No, I think it was
Red's
a
here for it.
romantic peacemaker.
Red wants you to do the voice.
Oh, romantic peacemaker. That's right. Was it supposed to be the French? Mais oui, je parle français très bien, n'est-ce pas?
Alistair's like, I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do. Les poissons.
A thorough delving through the mysteries of okay, yep.
Oh, sorry.
There's resources here. We got them.
Yep. That's
Solid
just
work,
knee-jerk
team.
reaction to that because I've seen it 700
Yeah,
times.
yeah. Good stuff. Ooh. Stunt chance.
Stunt
Me?
chance. It's
Or-
anybody.
Squash. With the
Oh yeah.
discus being able to hit multiples.
Squash's stunt gives the pinning because of the stone power on that thing. Great. Let's do it. All right.
What was stunt again?
Stunt is crit.
Mostly understood what Hendy
crit.
wrote.
I don't.
Mostly.
Not a word. Except the French part.
C'est sûr de ce quoi tu dis là, mais oui, il y a un de tes amis, la cru, en fait, parle français.
Yeah, but I meant I understood what it meant. I can't pronounce it.
Ce n'est pas juste, n'est-ce pas? Elle ne comprend pas de rien. I don't know. I haven't spoken French in years.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna
me
say the
neither.
one thing I always say is j'ai étudié le français pendant 6 ans. Mais maintenant, j'ai l'oublié. And yes, I've always sounded that American.
Wow, that's
Rough.
Really
It's
good.
rough. Yeah. I studied it for a long time and always sounded that bad. Mm-hmm.
you know.
All right. Thanks, friends.
I have no input on this. It's better than I could do.
Yeah, when I went to France, people were like, yeah, you're trying. It's nice.
Je parle English. Je suis
English
American.
only chat.
Je parle American. Dans les États-Unis.
Oh, yeah, 8 tattoos.
I'm just kind of wasting time. Well, not wasting time, but building defenses because presumably they're going to attack us here again. And then, it's a whole thing.
And Justice training.
Yes.
Well, just train. Why didn't it go? I told you to go and it doesn't go. What's wrong with you, game? It's only on multiplayer that does this.
HKM
All
says, ouch, please stop. Commander UD,
Dwagon.
exasperated local side.
Is now a Greenhorn warrior.
Ooh, nice.
So
These are different.
Yeah. Untouchable is
Yeah, doesn't sound that right.
Thundering Challenge is weird because I generally want the enemies to be coming to the
Yeah.
beefy guys.
Yep.
So I think that leaves broad swipes, which is fine.
Yeah, broad
Yeah, I
swipes
think
as a
that's good.
passive seems
Bonus-
pretty good.
Yeah.
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 You'd be surprised at how often they aren't within range, but if we give him ranged weapons and increase his threat area, then it can be actually really good.
Yeah. Yeah. That would be cool. French juice as a redeem. Spend some channel points to get him to do the accent.
Wouldn't that just be like wine?
One what?
French juice.
Oh, wine, French juice. I do enjoy me some French juice.
I've been to the
All right.
dungeon.
We're almost there. We're almost done with chapter 1.
Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm.
I
Just because
know.
I've been live for a long time. If anyone from my community is calling in tonight, just a reminder that tomorrow we have our first streamathon bonus stream. So I'll be going live probably like 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. I know that a lot of my community doesn't hang out this late sometimes, so just mentioning
very
it.
excited.
Sorry, I'm yawning all over the place today.
You're doing great. None of us knew what had changed the beasts who roamed our wilds. We knew something lived inside them. Blue, burning hate that frenzied them, then left them still. A stone sentence, worse and more deadly than any venom. Today, we would finally find out where it came from and why it wouldn't stop.
If only Juice and Emo were here with us.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
Will
that's
just
me.
read the thing.
Well, Elnat Glen looks mostly intact. But we should still stay ready. Alana, anything?
I don't know. You're right, though. We should stay together at least. I'm such a good leader.
What was the voice I ended up? Oh,
French.
Are we making him French?
Do it.
Yes.
Personally, I'm done expecting things to go smoothly.
Oh, yeah?
Their approach to the town of Elknock Glen
It's been
is
going
completely
smoothly.
silent.
It doesn't feel smooth.
No.
Give me 1 second.
Explore the town. All right, I got this.
You love that. I love that you love that, by the way.
I do
Because
love
it's
it.
so good, and I'm glad that you realized it like immediately.
And are using it a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
It is very good. Okay.
Why don't you move Ilana as far up as you can, and then I'll follow suit.
Do we know where we're going?
No, we're just exploring.
We're going up north, and then I kind of know what's going to happen, so I'm not going to spoil it, but we're heading north. Or
Okay.
up.
Should I go like through this? No, it looks like a dead end.
You can go through the house and back out the side. And,
Oh, I can move more.
yeah,
See people with their frying pans.
there's something about them that seems a little off.
Yeah, they look alarmed.
Are they frozen? Every time I see the name, I keep thinking it says Douglas Adams.
Oh yeah.
And now we see the stakes, don't we?
This can't be real. What can do this to people?
There's
Ours
tracks.
are good. They're good.
They go up to that barn door. Wait, shh. You hear that? Whatever did this could still be inside. Arrgh!
A Bartoth, 2 Ragers, a Geist, and a Stagron.
That thing has hands
Hands are overrated.
with like opposable thumbs.
Thumbs are overrated.
Plus 30% health.
30% health, overrated.
We're totally gonna die.
Or we might be dead, yeah. All right, Ilana. So we see the Bartoth already.
And the Stagron.
And the Staghorn.
And the Stegron. It may be best to, I don't know, just get up there.
Yep.
If I tinker, is that gonna pull me out of my sneak?
Maybe. Not sure.
I'm hidden.
Very nice.
I still have Fox Flight.
This will do almost nothing to him. So I'm going to rock shield Ilana.
Okay.
I'm gonna try
Well, I am
tinkering.
planning on running right up to him. So
I hope
thank
that
you for
doesn't
that.
take me out. I gotta move. Oh, it's within 3 tiles of me.
You won't be able to move and do it, so
It's a swift action.
oh,
Oh, nope. You're right.
Took cover. Nice. Good work, Dragon.
stupid stag run.
Oh,
Where'd this guy come from?
we're being flanked. Squash!
Oh, come on!
Oh
We're not supposed to
no.
come from behind.
Squash is so dead.
No, Squash is gonna run. All right. What are you thinking, Ilana? Do you wanna
I'm
push
thinking
the-
that
I'm gonna
I
tinker.
could go back here in Sentinel and then attack one of those, or
I see so many dudes.
I don't think I can attack any of those. I can't
For science!
attack anyone this turn regular.
Okay, it did not pull me out of my stealth.
You can attack somebody, can't you? Oh no, you can't. We could just stay here and go defense and let them come to us and beat the hell out of them when they do.
Okay. So Sentinel.
I guess so, yeah.
What if
and
I went
will
behind
Guardian.
them?
That would be good. I think for you, because you're gonna bypass armor, I would say you should be attacking the Bartoth. Because it has so much armor.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna sneak around. And, ooh, I can ambush, but that's gonna pull me out.
Honestly, like, I just need to get Squash.
Nope,
We should
that's
have probably moved
totally
Squash
gonna get me
first and
killed.
then- Okay, I'm gonna go here, then I'm gonna rock shield Squash.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to be real careful, Jess.
Yep. How do
I
I
would maybe not even.
how do I
reveal
skip my
yourself.
turn?
You just hit wait, we're done, or
I don't have that option.
Z.
use your Fox Flight.
I already have it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it says I still have it. In the last battle.
Oh no, it's only once per battle though.
When I hover over my portrait, it says that I have +1 speed still from Foxflight.
Oh,
But I can try.
did you do it earlier in the combat?
Nope. Yeah, but now
Yeah,
I'm out of...
okay.
It revealed me, by the way.
Oh
I
no.
wouldn't have guessed that. Sorry.
That's weird. Yeah. Good job, me. I did my 2 reaction attacks.
Oh my gosh. Those
Good
are my 2
dodging, huh?
dodges. Oh, I'm so dead. It was great knowing you all.
We lost
Why would Fox Flight cause you to go?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Ouch. Feels bad, man. Alright, deal 1 damage on the way. Down.
This might be a restart on this. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this.
Yeah.
Can we restart the battle?
If we all die.
Oh, okay. Well, good luck, everybody.
Yeah. Fury
And
gives her
Squash
boss
is
the
not gonna
strength
last
she
long.
needs. Too close to shoot. She takes the armor in her fist.
Oh,
Sharp enough to stab with.
next? Stabby stab. Sharp enough to stab with. And then I die.
I'm gonna move. I think we should get rid of these 2 ragers before we do anything.
Okay.
So why don't you do your attack on whichever one you want, and then at least we're not being attacked from all sides.
I'm
Yeah.
dead.
And Jess is like,
Yo, I did
So-
1 point of damage to this guy. Because Dwagon's brand new and is using like a pickaxe.
yeah.
Maybe we should have made some new weapons.
It's not. It's so hard to do that until the end of the turn. Or the end of the chapter.
Why would Foxflight have revealed me? I feel like it should tell you that it's going to do that.
I would have put money on it not revealing you, if we're being honest. Like, it didn't even cross my mind that that was
Was
going to be an issue.
she too close?
No.
Is there any aspect of that? No.
Oh, crud.
Did it not work?
No, it worked. I thought the Geist was going to get to me.
Oh,
That's
we're
all.
so dead.
Yeah.
I feel like we were so dead anyway. It doesn't help that we lost somebody at the very beginning.
Right. Okay.
All right, you got to hit that Rager. Hold on. Explosive bar tells us used with this unit and can make it explode to damage units within 2 tiles. It will also explode when killed. Okay, don't kill that Rager.
Okay.
I will have Squash try to kill the Rager when we're out of range of it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
we just need to stay out of that 2-tile radius. Maybe you can move up to the right of the stag run. Will it let you squeeze over there?
No, it won't let me go past. But I can move here,
Okay.
which is
Hopefully
something.
that-
Are
Oh
you
my
kidding?
God.
Game.
I had better shots in XCOM. Plays nice.
All right, I should be able to get both of these.
Very good.
It's a bunch of damage and neither of them died.
Oh, they're too strong.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I mean, Squash and Dwagon are like level 1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the music is really sad right now. So are we.
I just got an achievement.
Hey, dominoes. All right. Ow.
Do you get an achievement for dying?
No, it was an achievement. Oh, I'm tapping out for a second.
Oh no.
Dwagon is named.
Okay. Run away. Run away. Go. Save yourself.
I shall find you later.
Right, of course.
The achievement
Dragon
was
staggers off, hoping he can scrounge up enough strength to survive until things quiet down.
In the meantime, you're getting beat up and you died.
kill 10 enemies with an attack using Lover's Vengeance.
I'm dodging.
Yeah. Sorry,
Nope, I'm
bud.
dead. So it's the first one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the first one. It's fine. We're gonna obviously be replaying this because I didn't choose Iron Man or whatever it's called.
Yeah. Another day, perhaps. I can be patient.
And then there was Squash. Squash is about
Not
to get
broken,
squashed.
perhaps a little bent. Ilana slips away. All right, Squash.
Squash is gonna
Oh,
get
wait, no.
squashed.
Where are you going, Ilana? Don't leave me. Oh boy. Rock attack.
Oh,
That actually went
It
pretty
helps,
well.
But Squash is not strong enough to do this fight alone.
no, now he's done. But that was a good final hit. Squash is babed.
Be defeated in battle. This too shall pass. Achievement.
Apparently, I've
Honestly,
been defeated before because I did not get that
That was-
achievement.
so hard. That's like ridiculously hard.
Yeah.
Defeat.
I can't read what this little sign said.
Says, despite your sacrifices, the battle at Elnock Glen ended in defeat.
Okay, well, we'll try it again. Retry.
Retry. Oh, alternate timeline.
Alternate timeline. Okay, so now we know.
We can get flanked from behind.
We have to. So that Stagron, we gotta kill it as early as we can because it's gonna keep summoning more of those dingbat little guys.
Right.
And the Ragers are gonna come from behind. So I'm gonna definitely get Squash all the way up.
Oh, we can see them now. Could we always see those?
The Bartoth and the Stagron we could see. Oh no, we could not see them before.
No,
Or if
we can see
did,
them because I
maybe-
can see them.
Did we never go back there?
I think maybe I just didn't scroll down.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh,
let's
I
go-
don't
let's
think
go
I
focus
scrolled
fire on
down
them.
either.
Let's go take them out first. You move Alana to wherever you can do your stalwart or whatever it's called, guardian,
Mm-hmm. Sentinel.
sentinel.
Where do you think I should go?
Chapter battle's no joke. Yeah. Real hard sometimes. Absolutely.
So Squash doesn't have anything to interfuse with down there is the only problem. So I'm gonna just kind of have him hide
Okay.
in this room. And I can maybe rock shields a little bit. Here you go. Extra health for you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I would say just get behind them, Jess, and take a shot if you can. Not over there. Oh boy, that's scary.
Yeah, right? I'm just trying to figure out where I can go.
I would come back towards us if you can.
I can get behind here.
That's perfect.
I think here.
Yeah.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Do you still have a shot or are they out of range?
They're definitely out of range.
Okay. Then yeah, you're good.
I can't quite reach anyone with a tinker. And I could try Fox Flight. But I think it's gonna pull me out of
Yeah.
sneak.
Yeah, you have time to do Fox Flight later.
I can leave an ambush.
Ambush would be great. Can you put an ambush in front of us? Yeah, there you go. That's perfect.
Shot prepped.
Bang. Double
No
bang.
longer hidden. Okay, we're doing well this time.
Oh heck.
Locked.
Oh my god, that is so much damage.
Yeah, what?
All right,
Yeah.
let me and Alana take this before you go, Jess, because you're going to be closer to the other bad man's.
Yeah.
I'll get on this side, Ilana, and then you move
Okay.
up, and then we're flanking. There you go. Now take your hit. Wow, one
Wow.
heavy damage.
Come on,
You
Dwagon.
didn't kill it? Are you kidding me? I got stump +2.
Oh, let me
Thank
handle
you.
that, sir.
Thank you, Squash. Where's
right.
Dwagon?
Dragon's right next to you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you've been streaming too long. You got the mush brain.
I have been streaming a really long time. But I'm also having so much fun with all of you.
This is such a good game, isn't it? I
Right.
love
So
this game.
good.
Squash has some tinkery tink.
I'm going live a little later tomorrow morning. I get some time to rest.
I would.
All right.
The only thing that sucks, I still have to take Minnie to daycare.
Okay, so here's my problem as Squash. I have nothing to interfuse with unless I get to... Wait, why
Ooh.
am I... Oh my god, like I can't interfuse with anything.
That's
We kind of need to let them either come at us or... And
Yeah,
then
why
I'll
don't
have
we
some
stay
stuff.
down here and
Yeah.
kind of bring them to us? Like
Okay.
the 2 warriors could like sentinel or whatever near
Can
the
we
front.
get inside this house and like guard the doorway or block the doorway?
I can get right next to Squash and sentinel.
That might not be a good idea because of the explosive enemy. It was infusing the smaller dudes
Right.
with explosion.
I'm just thinking like that's the only way that Squash is going to be useful because there's a bunch of objects in here that I can interfuse with. Otherwise, I have to get all the way out to that ruined wall, which isn't impossible.
I can get
like,
right here
Where's here?
next to Squash. Inside
Yeah,
the door.
but we want. How far could you get up though? Can we do a line like next to Jess or right in front of Jess?
I can get there without dashing.
All right, do
Right
that.
here.
That's good. All right, Jess, can you get behind us or inside?
I'm out of actions, but yeah. Next turn.
But yeah.
Okay, this will be fine. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. Everything's
It's totally fine.
Totally fine.
We're
I'm
just
scared.
squishy 5 HP characters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You need that.
Thank you.
Oh
Ugh.
my gosh.
I know.
Ugh, I forgot about that one. My mush brain.
All right. Can you, Ilana, move up and punch that Stagron?
Yeah, why didn't it use my
Because he didn't get within range.
jerks?
I know.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, I should have waited for you to
okay.
get up there, shouldn't I?
I think the way that it actually works is I would number one, I would have had to be opposite of him by like 90 degrees or more.
All right,
So
I have
I
a
wasn't going to go on the other side of him anyway, but I think
Okay,
that
okay.
it's fine the way that it works.
Okay.
93%
Yeah, because
chance
the
to hit
walling
this.
is for defense.
Yeah, walling is for defense.
Okay, thank you.
For flanking,
Thank you,
though.
Wander.
Okay.
Too
Yeah,
bad
for
that-
flanking makes sense.
Too bad the rows don't die with it.
Jess,
What?
that was so good.
Yes! I thought I was in trouble. Like, what did I do?
What? What?
Using the wrong
Um,
inflection.
All right.
Yeah,
Block shield.
What was it? Every turn you have to apply the shield?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here they
I don't love that
come.
they can just run right by us, but at least they're not attacking. Oops.
I spoke too soon.
That's a problem.
Yes, it is.
Our bodies are more hardcore. Is that because we took longer to get here or something? Or is it just random luck?
Bro, listen, I have played this particular battle no fewer than 15 times. It's never been this hard. And I play on like hard or walking lunch mode constantly. This is particularly difficult, and I'm not sure why.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, and the fact that like our characters have died, so we have relatively young characters, is also not ideal. We need to decide. We have to get away from this row in the middle.
Yeah.
Like we know that.
I got away, but I can't kill anything.
Can you damage? Okay, you may want to use your fox flight.
It's already
avoid-
applied.
Are you sure?
Yes, I used it
Okay.
already.
Okay, good. I can save Squash for last. We just need to decide what we want to do. We would need to get on the other side of the Geist, or down by this row, and I would say probably down by the row.
I was thinking of going right here.
Yeah. Why don't you do that and attack it, and we'll see what
Yeah.
happens.
Okay, I can finish it.
Okay, hold on. Let me just.
The
'Cause I'm
knockback's
scared.
good because the explosion could.
It will damage it and kill it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Multiplayer adds a level of difficulty.
Whoa, wrong character.
Interesting.
I'm gonna move Dwagon Sorry, I gotta undo that. I gotta move wagon over here to protect Squash.
From the explosion. Or that too.
It's like there's no attack of
Guardian.
opportunity.
Yeah, for real.
I keep
was thinking
expecting it.
that. As I walked around those row, I was like, yeah, it's nice to.
Jess, can you attack the one that is glowing?
Yeah, I can't kill it though.
That's fine.
Um,
I'll finish it off with the discus.
no, actually,
You can't hit it?
I can only hit. I don't know why I
let
can't
me
hit
go
that
first
one.
then.
Maybe this one's blocking the
We
one
can't
behind
see
it.
Yeah.
Wait, why can't I disc it? I can't be blocked by Dwagon. Can I? Oh, he counts as cover? That is so annoying.
Well, he is big like that.
So, yeah.
I'll just rock shield him again. It's fine. Double rock shields. All right, so take your do whatever you can, Jess. If it's killing that one, that's fine. This might be tragic. Oh, I did it again.
Oh no. Oh
No.
no. Ugh.
Oh.
But also, I haven't died yet in this timeline, so I
I
can run
know.
away.
And that's silver lining. We just need you for the rest of this.
Good night, Tova.
Yeah. Good night, Tova. Good luck tomorrow. Tell me how it goes, okay, friend?
Good night, Tova.
Few of us get through life unscathed.
It's true.
At least you survived.
Ow.
Wagon is
Yeah, we
Oh,
lost
the
our
one.
tank. I think we're still gonna die.
Yeah.
heck.
I don't know what to do.
Okay. Sounds good, Tova. Perfect.
Boy.
Can you get away and discus?
I mean, I can do some stuff. I'm just trying to think of what's the best because Dwagon has 1 health, no armor.
Yeah.
So how can he be useful right now? Squash has options. So let's think about what Squash could do. I can discus, but it's not going to do that much damage. But I could probably Splinter Blast, which is going to shred, pierce, and damage. Both of them.
Ooh.
But not if Dwagon's in the way.
Right.
And if he explodes, Dwagon is 100% going to die.
For sure.
What are you going to do, Jess?
I don't know. I can't tell from where I have cover, if at all. But I kind of think like this corner down here might be a good option because it gives me a shot on the Geist.
Yeah.
Whereas like down here I can only shoot the row, which we don't want to do, right? Because they're explosive.
This one row doesn't matter because its damage isn't going to hit any of us right now where it stands.
Which one?
The one that's glowing right next to you.
Oh, yeah. Well, won't it hit me unless I move?
I think shooting the Geist is fine because you have Fox Flight anyway, right? So like, if that row attacks you, you're not going to die.
I can't shoot it from where I'm at currently.
No, but you said moving towards there would be good.
If the red radius is like penetrating the square, will it hit that square? It's just like just barely in the corner of that one.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Hmm.
%91 chance.
Blocked.
I should have been safe.
Fortunate.
Yeah, these are like XCOM.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not playing XCOM right now?
I mean, you haven't missed on a 100% yet, so.
True.
I'm just gonna have to move Squash out of the way first. Nobody put Squashy in the corner.
I cannot believe I missed. I didn't realize we were playing on hard.
Well, I play on hard all the time. It's not that big of a deal. I just didn't realize that the difficulty increased with multiplayer.
Okay, so are we playing on extra hard?
No, well, yeah, but we're not on like walking lunch, which would be like.
Well, so chat was saying that the difficulty goes up by 1 level for multiplayer.
Yeah, so maybe we are. So I didn't know that. If we do that again, obviously we should just play on regular then. I can steal the fire. I cannot splinter bat blast without moving wagon first. Let me
I'm
move
dead.
Wagon.
Yeah, Juice is throwing some shade.
But I'm
Hard is-
here in Jam Junior. We're all teammates, and Alana and Jess are smarter than I am, so I figured we could do it if I can do it alone. What I
Problem
didn't
is
know is
we
the plus
had
one
some
thing.
bad luck with the deaths too. So 2 of our fighters to us are like brand new.
Yeah, these are some baby fighters who are now dead. Alright, Squash, it's just you and me.
We got this. I mean,
But we definitely don't have this. Oh no.
Dwagon slips away.
Not broken, but perhaps a bit bent.
oh, this is it. This is it. Oh my god, we dodged! Whoa, unlikely.
Box fight.
I wish I had
Cornered.
a box fight. Yeah, exactly. If I go near the row, hold on, let's see. If I steal the fire,
91% chance to deal 1 damage.
you know what? Let's find out if the radius works that way. It does not. You can be on the corner of the circle.
Oh, nice. I might be able to finish that thing off.
If you can get the
Okay.
guys, that would like actually save my life.
Here's hoping. 100% chance to hit
There it is.
Lover's
Achievement.
Vengeance.
How romantic! Kill 10 enemies with an attack. Wait, what was that achievement?
Uh-oh.
Lover's Vengeance.
Uh-oh.
Oh, crud. Well, you saved my life temporarily.
Lover's Vengeance, yeah. Cool.
What is this? Jess
This
feels
is
as
me
if her
dying.
limbs are made of lead. She tries to call out a warning, but she's too late. Squash doubles over. Oh my. You could have given me warding.
Squash must live to share moonlight kisses and tearful words, the way that Juice used to. Share hope, share drinks, share silly sweetness with the woman Juice once loved. And if their places were reversed, he'd expect Jess to probably find another lover immediately.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not bitter. You're bitter.
How romantic.
All right, Jess, you got this. Just solo this bar top that has about 45 health and 4 armor and an explosive row. It's great. You got this.
Silk step.
They're very confused.
Hold on.
I don't know what to do.
I think you get as close as you can where you're just within range of hitting it and then take a shot.
It's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, but it'll weaken it. So you just like go to the as far away as you can be with still having range on it.
As far away as I
Right.
can be.
Yeah, you don't want to be, you want to basically make it so that it has to use its entire turn just to get back near you next turn.
Minnie just came to the door and was like, Mama, I miss you.
Aww.
So we'll probably end after this fight, or I will.
Yep.
93%.
I'd be down to play
chance.
more though.
93% chance.
Let's do it.
Come on, Jess.
There you go. All right, so now it hopefully it doesn't have enough movement to attack you after moving, but
It most definitely
that was
does.
weird. Oh,
Ah, we're dead. We lost again. Ah,
I don't.
Time stops.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This isn't even the only fight on this encounter.
I was kind of thinking that. Do you think that if we play again, we should start over?
yeah,
Yeah,
Me
for
too.
sure.
probably.
I
Like
think
from
so.
the beginning.
Yeah.
This is a
Yeah.
cursed run.
It's not
Not that
great.
it wasn't super fun.
Time stops and then it starts again. What, we get another turn?
Also, why are you a unicorn? Minnie is definitely used to you being a unicorn.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He doesn't even blink when I like have cosplay or the wig or no, he doesn't. He's just like, "Hi, mama."
Yeah, this was the practice run.
Yep.
Totally. I mean, it's still fun.
Tutorial.
Yeah, this was super fun.
It was so good.
I like a challenge, but yeah, this is too much.
Yeah.
We could redo this 10 times. I don't think we'll have any different results.
Yeah, I don't think we'd
honestly.
be able to do the second portion
It's,
and like
Squash and Dwagon are too squishy. Too squashy.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
not enough damage. Well, Squash
Yeah.
has the nice, or had the nice staff at least. But yeah. All right.
Super fun.
Well, let's. Jess, are you gonna keep streaming?
No, it's my end time too.
Let's add our heroes to Legacy.
What does
Okay.
that do?
Should we all rate the
So-
same person?
We
Yeah,
should.
I think
So
so.
when we start again next time, our characters will either be available immediately or be people that we can recruit.
Oh,
And then
that's
we don't have to
cool.
I
wait.
like that. I like that a lot.
All
Bye,
right.
YouTube. I'm ending the stream. Bye.
Wait, what? Who are we rating?
Well, I don't know. I just was ending the YouTube stream because you know.
Oh.
I
not
thought you were
coming
talking
with.
to us.
Yeah, I thought you were just like,
No,
oh,
no,
you're
no,
just
I
like,
was just telling
you're
YouTube
out.
bye because
Oh, I heard you too.
yeah, I
like,
feel
bye,
weird not
YouTube.
actually saying. Bye
I
to them
also
over
heard
there.
that, Juice. I also heard
What if
bye,
someone
you
is
two.
watching?
I'm
There might be
leaving
like
now.
2 people watching. You never know.
I don't even do it. I should start. Like, what's the harm in it, right? Like, you
yeah,
can't-
I mean,
If nothing
Yeah.
else, it makes very easy to archive your streams.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's the main reason why I did it. But also, it does, like,
you never know.
yeah. I mean, I'm technically partnered over there, so I get like a little like ad revenue or whatever if people are watching. But
It says other players are still reading.
Same. It's Alana.
was it me?
Yeah, make sure you
Oh.
Yeah,
add heroes to
Oh.
legacy.
It was me.
unbelievable.
All right. Well,
Thanks.
we got wrecked. Good job, everybody.
Yes,
Um,
correct.
totally erect.
Wait, what?
What?
Wrecked.
So should we raid like Hecky or Ever or people that we know?
I feel like Ever's gonna end soon. How long's Ever been on? Yeah, Ever's gonna end soon, probably.
Okay.
Not that we don't love So Everdream.
No.
I haven't rated Hecky in a bit. Wanna go say
Yeah,
hi
let's
to
raid
Hecky?
Hecky. Sure.
I mean, Jess,
like
you don't.
Hecky.
No one has to raid Hecky.
I'm fine rating Hecky. That sounds fine to me.
I'll see people tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me, Juice and Jess.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
having me. This is fun.
Yeah, we have to do it again.
Yeah, it
Sooner
might
than
take a
2
while
months.
for us to schedule it, but we'll do it.
Do our best.
All the bots.
All right.
Okay, Revenge of the Bots. Should we like end the shared chat?
Yeah.
Are we
All
ending
right, we
it?
can get her.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, chat
All
rooms.
right.
Bye, friends.
Bye.
I appreciate you
Bye.
very much.
I'm going to say bye to everybody, and then I'll join you on the raid.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good.
How do I leave this shared chat?
I already ended it.
Oh, we're just in a call.
Yep.
Oh, I
we'll
still
hop
see
out,
Alana
so-
over here. All right. Oh no, I have no filters. Oh, everybody hung up on me. Chad, thank you so much for being here today. I had to fix my camera real quick. This was my scuffed method to get all the cameras working. Hold on. Easy peasy. Done. Thank you so much for joining us today for Wildermyth. I hope you all liked it. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, mods. Thank you for the follows today. Thank you for the hype train at the start of the stream. I didn't forget about that. There, like a whole bunch of stuff happened. There were a bunch of bits that were cheered. There was some resubs. There were some gift subs. And some power-ups that were used. There's no music, by the way. This is quiet. Quiet and lonesome. Oh my gosh! There's music now. There's music now, alright. Yeah, for power-ups. Also, we had some resubs in the middle of the stream too, like from Vin and from Nalo and Sleepy Dragon Man. Thank you all so much for the support today. I am sorry that I feel like a neglected chat. Just a smidge. But thank you all so much for being here. I really hope that you enjoyed the Wildermyth stream. Here are the socials. Blue Sky, YouTube's, Discord. Those are the important places. Here's a raid message. I don't want to be too late.
Boop.
I don't want to be too late on the raid train. Like, Juice and Alana are already over there. Like, we gotta hurry up. I will be back tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna be back tomorrow, and I shall be playing Zomboid, probably. I'll be playing Zomboid, probably. Thank you all so much for everything. You are awesome and amazing. You are the best. I wish you all a great time zone. Thanks for joining us today. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific. That's the time. 10 a.m. Pacific. 11 a.m. Mountain Time. 12 p.m. Central. 1 p.m. Eastern. I know what times are. I am never late. I arrive precisely when I intend to. Exactly. I will see you all tomorrow for a Friday stream. You are all the best. See you then. Goodbye.
Boop. Boop, boop, boop. 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 Boop.